Oh, that was a countdown. Here we go.
They're on.
There we go. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Call to order a regular meeting of the Planning Commission on Thursday, September 15th, 2022, Redondo Beach Planning Commission. A call to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Lamb,
Here.
Hensley,
Here.
Hazelton,
Here.
Godek,
Here.
Boswell,
Here.
Barrett,
Here.
Chair Gaddis.
Here. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Lamb to lead us in a salute to the flag. All rise.
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamb. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the order of agenda?
Motion to approve the order of the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All not in favor, say no. Motion carries. Blue folder items, additional backup materials. Blue folder items are additional backup materials to administrative reports and/or public comments received after the printing and distribution of the agenda packet, and therefore receive and file. Do I have a motion to receive and file the blue folder items?
Motion to receive and file the blue folder items.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against, say no. Motion carries. Approval of affidavit of the posting for the Planning Commission regular meeting of September 15th, 2022. Do I have a motion to approve the affidavit of posting?
Motion to approve the affidavit of posting.
Do I have a second?
Here a second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have approval of the minutes of the Planning Commission regular meeting of August 18th, 2022. Does anybody have any changes to the minutes? Commissioner Hensley?
So actually, I didn't even get a chance to look at them. There's a lot going on in this meeting. So I actually have a question real quick. We had minutes from the last month where we had a correction and we carried them forward, but I didn't see those on here.
Yeah, I'll have to coordinate with Lena to make sure that we get those corrections
Okay.
on and get them on.
Okay, so if it's okay to the commissioners, I'd like to continue the minutes.
Okay, we could do that. I guess we make a motion to continue the minutes to the next meeting.
I'll make a motion to continue item F2 to the next planning commission meeting.
And
Do I have a
second.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say no. Motion carries. We have receive and file Planning Commission referrals to staff update for September 15th, 2022. I'm sorry, I didn't even see that in the package here. Is that in here?
Yeah, it's the matrix with the typical referrals to staff that,
Okay,
you know, the what's still active.
oh, right. I haven't had a chance to examine that with all the reading. Should we continue that too?
Oh, we'll get it again next month.
Okay, we'll get it again next month. So can we skip that one for now, or?
Just make a motion to carry it to the next meeting.
Okay, do I have a motion to carry it to the next meeting?
Motion to carry item to the next meeting.
Do I have a second?
And second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All against, say no. Motion carries. Okay, good. So Next item is the public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section. Do we have written public participation non-agenda items?
Yes, so the written requests are actually the 2 speaker cards first.
Oh,
Yes,
these
yeah.
are the, so
Yes.
I thought those would be,
Right.
what we have essentially is blue folder items, or actually stuff not in blue folder that people have submitted in writing, right?
Correct. Well, there's no e-comments.
Okay.
Non-agenda items.
Good.
And the only other non-agenda comments were already part of your blue folder. And then there's two speaker cards. And then I'll call on anyone on Zoom that would like to speak on the agenda to just raise your hand.
Okay,
But we'll go with those present first.
all right. Holly Osborne, you approach the podium. Yeah. Your microphone is not on yet. There you go.
Is it now?
Yeah, it is now.
Oh, okay. My name is Holly Osborne, District 5, and this is just a general question, which I have asked either here before or at City Council, and I was told the city attorney had to answer it, so I'm just going to ask it again, and I'm not the one that thought it up. But the question had to do with Section 8 vouchers, and so I'm just going to give you a hypothetical example. Suppose a property is zoned for 10 houses, and a guy or the city needs to have one affordable house. So he density bonuses himself to 15, including the one affordable. Could the city just say, build your 10 or 11, and we will use Section 8 vouchers to make the one affordable? So you don't have to plan for the extra money to make it affordable yourself. And so, because I hear all the time when the Housing Authority reports that the city has more Section 8 vouchers than it can find landlords to use. So this way, we have the money already. We can get to our affordable housing. The developer doesn't have to budget for it. And the city and the people living around the project don't have to have an overbuilt and underparked structure in their midst. So that's just the question. Can Section 8 vouchers, since we have so many that are unused, be used to make affordable housing as part of the project? That's the question. No city attorney. Are you an attorney?
I am an attorney, but I'm not here to advise.
Thank you, Holly. Ross Yosnow.
Hi, Ross Johnson, District 2. Been here quite a while, 30 years or so. I was editor of Redondo Beach News, 89 and 90. I was chairman of the Library Commission for 3 years while we were building this place, and I was president of the Friends twice. But I'm here today as a senior who lived in seasoned senior apartments for over 7 years. I've been in the book club there for about 15 years. I used to pool, play ping pong when I can. Basically, my friends are there. Now, the Beach Cities Health District should be for Beach Cities residents. I think we can all agree on that. And as they get close to bringing this here, I thought we should start talking about this. They first tried to sell this as keeping Beach City seniors in their homes, which sounded like a great idea to me. But when you have 217 apartments starting at $12,000 a month, then the chances are very good that 2 seniors will be from the beach cities, and very few from Redondo Beach, where the noise, the traffic, and the pollution are going to be for years, even though about 45% of the seniors in the beach cities come from Redondo Beach. So in fact, most of the people who are going to live in these $12,000 a month apartments are going to come from outside the beach cities, with a few very rich people sprinkled in from Manhattan Beach. If you think I'm exaggerating, listen to this. You go to seniors here in Redondo Beach, 1 bedroom tops out at $1,900, 2 bedroom, $2,200. Casa de los Amigos, 1 bedroom, $1,450, 2 bedroom, $1,650. Heritage Point over in North Redondo, one bedroom, $2,150, two bedroom, $2,350, hardly $12,000 a month. So here's some ideas if the big cities wants to help us seniors age gracefully in our places here in Redondo Beach. Increase the help with substance abuse, with depression, with post-surgery issues, with shopping, with cleaning, with hospice. And if you think about it, if you can put a nurse, even part-time in seasons, and keeping in mind that CASA is 2 blocks away, you might save so much money not having 4 firemen or fire people show up with a gigantic truck to take care of something a nurse can handle in 20 minutes. You could take those savings, you'd save that in 6 months, maybe less. So think about that too. And then finally, we created Measure DD where the people vote on gigantic changes. Now, I'm talking about senior stuff. I'm not here to talk about the size of the wall or public property. I don't know that stuff. I know what seniors need because I'm with seniors all the time and I'm a senior myself. So if this doesn't go to a vote, if this isn't put to Measure DD, let's get rid of it. Because as our Councilman Todd Lowenstein says, if you don't have, why have laws if you don't have the people to enforce the laws? So let's either put this to a vote of the people, this gigantic change with $12,000 apartments and using our precious water, by the way, people are coming from outside the big cities, and let's put this to a vote, or let's get it off the books and just let them roll over us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Do we have any online people who are participating online?
If anyone on Zoom, once again, if you'd like to speak on non-agenda items, just raise your hand. I see no hands raised, Chair.
Okay, great. All right, let's move on to ex parte communication. This section is intended to allow all officials the opportunity to reveal any disclosure or ex parte communication about the public hearing tonight. Let's start with Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Chair Gaddis. I did have ex parte contacts with Chair Gaddis, city staff, a member of the community, and council member Nils Narenheim.
Thank you. Commissioner Boswell.
Is this going back to the beginning of the Catalina project or just since the last meeting? Beginning?
The whole
thing.
the whole
Okay,
item.
so.
You don't have to name the members of
I
the public.
have need of a drink.
Okay.
So I've had conversations with 2 local business owners, with a local resident, with a resident somewhat outside of that area, and a local architect. I don't recall if I've spoken to any of you about this, but I may have. So if you mention me, I want to add that.
Right.
Thank you.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes, I've spoken with Commissioner Hensley and Mr. Gardia.
Great. I've spoken with Commissioner Barron, members of staff, and council members Narenheim and Lowenstein, and Mayor Brand. And that's about it. Commissioner Hazeltine.
I have spoken with Commissioner Lamb, the community, with Councilman Obagi and Councilman Narenheim.
All right, Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I've spoken with staff and the public and Commissioner Godek. And then last year I watched the EIR scoping meeting when they had it. That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Lamb.
I've spoken with Commissioner Hazeltine, Councilmember Narenheim, many members of the public, and Mr. Gardia. And that's it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So let's have a motion to open the public hearing.
Before we do, thanks for clarifying that these ex parte contacts we're discussing go back to the very beginning. And in that case, I want to add a couple more.
Okay.
Although they're on the record from our last meetings, might as well put them in now. So I also met and spoke with the applicant, Jason Mueller, and Kate Hirsch, Todd Lowenstein, Chris Munoz, and others who are affiliated with the HOA at North Broadway next to the proposed location. And I believe that is all.
All right. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion to open the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
And a second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Motion carries. Public hearing is now open. I should swear in the applicant and the others who intend to speak on this matter. So any residents who are going to speak on this matter, that would be included.
Yeah, and any of the professionals as well.
Yes, so applicant and all the representatives on any which side of this, could you stand? All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, so this is a public hearing for consideration of an environmental assessment, environmental impact report, statement of overriding considerations, and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, variance, coastal development permit, conditional use permit, density bonus, Planning Commission design review, and vesting tentative map number 82561 to permit the construction of a proposed 30-unit residential project with adaptive reuse of existing non-residential buildings for commercial purposes on a property located within a low-density multiple family residential R3A zone in the coastal zone at 100 to 132 North Catalina Avenue. Case numbers EIR 2021-01, CUP 2022-01, VAR 2022-02, CDP 2022-03, PCDR 2022-01, and VTPM 82561. Public hearing is now open. May we have the staff report?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Gaddis. Again, so tonight we're looking at the 30-unit density bonus project. As a reminder, this project did come before the commission on April 18th, and then it came back, that was continued, and came back on April 21st. Let's see, actually it was April 21st, May 19th, and then continued. So we're at the third public hearing at this point. The Preservation Commission did take a look at the project that same week that the commission first looked at it, and granted the certificates of appropriateness, the district designation for the site, as well as recommended the approval of the variance for parking, the historic variance for the adaptive reuse of the existing buildings. Now, regarding the project site and the certificates of appropriateness, at the last meeting, the commission did receive information from the project's consultant, historic resources consultant. They provided some background on the buildings that would remain, the adaptive reuse, the rehab, as well as the formation of the district, and provided some context on how that occurred. So you got to benefit from the same information that the Preservation Commission reviewed. And again, with the issuance of the certificates of appropriateness for the exterior alterations of the buildings, that is the CEQA clearance for the rehab work that would take place, including the rehab work for the blacksmith shop. So we have some character defining features of that building. The Preservation Commission did take a look at those, and for those alterations, they did approve those. Again, there was some contextual information that was provided regarding the formation of the district and how the lodge building and the old blacksmith shop form kind of anchors to the district. And again, that was all kind of provided at the last meeting. My understanding is that Ms. O'Connor is also on the webinar and can answer any questions regarding any of the specifics about that. So at the last hearing, there was a modified site plan that was presented, and the floor plans some of the floor plans that had 5 bedrooms were omitted, and the count was reduced from 130 to 122 bedrooms. The project removed about 5,000 square feet of building area and provided a break in the middle of the site. The on-site parking was increased. The outdoor seating area, the dining area, the seating was reduced. And section views were provided showing how the roof decks were positioned such that views to the east were obstructed so that, there wouldn't be any privacy impacts to the neighbors. At that meeting, the commission asked for copies of the remediation plan, which were provided, were attached to the staff report, asked for an updated table detailing the outdoor living space and penalties and bonuses that were granted to each of those spaces. And that's been provided as an updated summary sheet. There was also another update to the update that was in the blue folder items. Again, the land use entitlements are outlined in the report. It's hard to disentangle one from another because it is one project, and a lot of the components kind of tie into one another. Again, the dimension site plans were provided, the public art concepts were attached, as well as the materials boards that showed what the intention is for how the buildings are going to be rehabbed, as well as what some of the architecture is going to look like on the new building. The localized traffic assessment was provided as a blue folder item as well. And notably, the localized traffic assessment found there not being any localized impacts. The parking demand study was updated, as well as parking demand study was completed, and there was a VMT update in the 2 memos that were also provided. So first, with the parking demand study, we have to remind you that when we looked at this, we looked specifically at the commercial component of the project because the residential portion of the project complies with the state density bonus law. And there could be a way to reconfigure or redistribute the parking spaces, and it would also comply with the municipal code, so the local rules. So it could comply, the residential component of the project can comply with both. It's an important point. The historic variance for parking purposes is strictly for the tasting room and the outdoor dining area. That's the crux of what you're looking at. And both of those items come with conditional use permits. The coffee shop, were to be used as a snack shop or a pedestrian-oriented restaurant, the parking ratio is the same as retail. That wouldn't trigger a variance request. But that's not what's on the table tonight. You have a project that has these more intense uses, and that's why you're looking at considering the parking variance. Again, the Preservation Commission recommended approval, but it's the Planning Commission's authority to grant the variances. So you have complete control over that aspect of this project. So for simplicity purposes, there's 31 parking spaces that are required for these commercial uses, and the revised site plan provides only 8 on site. That means that the shortfall of parking is 23 spaces. The demand study shows that there's going to be ample parking available on the street, but we never count that against the parking requirements. So that was provided because at the request of the Planning Commission, not because that would satisfy their on-site parking requirements. One of the things that was called out in the staff report and that we noted is that there's, that on Thursday and Fridays, presumably during street sweeping days, there is an influx of cars that are parked in the general vicinity. And so it kind of spikes. There's a peak demand of about 74%, and half of those parking spaces out there are usually unavailable in the morning. So that was kind of borne out in the traffic demand analysis. And even with that, there are still some parking spaces available. They may not be in the immediate vicinity, or they may be the metered spaces, but there are still some spaces available. So generally speaking, what the parking demand study showed is that the hardship on this would be self-imposed, because what's happening is that the residents are smart. They're parking overnight in the areas where they don't have to move their cars in the morning. And so in the morning, there's a crunch for parking because whatever's out there, it's street sweeping day, you can't park there. And I think we recognize that firsthand because we work here and we have to scramble for parking in the morning. Let's see. The second study that the commission asked for was the VMT analysis, the updated VMT analysis. There was two questions that were asked that we had our consultant specifically address. And those are did the revised project with lesser bedrooms reduce the VMT impacts? Are they less? What was found in the report is no, they're proportionally equivalent impacts because they're per capita impacts. So we have Nico here. He could explain that further if you want to get into the technical details of that analysis. The other question was what options would fall below the VMT trip threshold? And so we had the firm reverse engineer the project to find out where that threshold would be. And so we provided three different options, or three different things that were in the report. And we want to make sure, or want to make clear, that these options were just options that were analyzed for the VMT analysis, but they're not really CEQA alternatives. And so we wanted to make that clear because one, they wouldn't meet project objectives, and second, any of these three options could result in adverse, unavoidable impacts, which we wouldn't want to do. So that wasn't the purpose initially of looking at this. Kind of falls outside of the CEQA bucket. So I'm going to keep the presentation short. We did receive a number of comments, including comments on the EIR. The comment period has closed. We still accept those comments because the public hearing is still open, but just wanted to make clear that the comment period is over and response to comments has already been prepared. Staff recommends that the commission reopen the public hearing, accept public testimony, deliberate, close the public hearing, or close the public hearing and deliberate, and then consider adoption of the resolution certifying the EIR and the statement of overriding considerations and approving the series of entitlements for the project. Now, the statement of overriding considerations is essentially stating that the project benefits in terms of its furthering the city's housing goals, the city's preservation goals, that the land use goals, the desire to have pedestrian-oriented amenities outweigh the impacts of the traffic impact of having these vehicle miles traveled by the residents of the project. That's essentially what you're doing. Again, the applicant is available to respond to questions here. We have, my understanding is that Ms. O'Connor is available via the webinar if you have questions regarding the historic resources reports, but again, staff is here available as well to respond.
Yeah, and we do have Greg Kettles as our special legal counsel. So he's available for any questions on the legalities of the review and the procedures. And then as well, we have our representative from RINCON that did the, prepared the environmental impact report.
All right.
I didn't mean to leave you out.
Should we hear from the applicant at this point? Any comments they want to make? If someone, the applicant or representatives of the applicant, if they have any comments, we should hear them now.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to come see you guys again. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules. Sorry I was a little late. I had a parent-teacher conference right before this, so I got here right in time. We work really hard with our consultants, our teams, all of our advisors to making sure that we were able to get our reports done and completed as requested. And as you can see that we're working in the spirit of unison and to try to build a beautiful Redondo Beach. Like I am grassroots here. I worked hard through college and we're looking to build this community. And we're looking to you guys as advisors and mentors to be able to be the planning commissioners to help mold this city into what we want to see it for the next decades. And so I think that this is a great opportunity to show that Redondo Beach is a very investable city if we do it right and we do it for all the right reasons. This is a great piece of property. We have literally worked on this property and tried every different facet, every different option, every different idea that was presented at the table with the planning staff for about 4 years. And now you guys are part of the DNA and the community is part of the DNA and all of our consultants. And I've been very malleable and very open-minded to try to make this the best possible project and have the highest and best use for this beautiful piece of property. And so I'm open to any questions you guys might have, any concerns. I know that if there's no questions, that means you don't care. So I love that people are asking questions. I like people that are involved. And I brought my expert architect here, Dan Withy. I also have my expert land use attorney here, Michael Schoenfeld. And I also have Pan O'Connell, which you guys know is the expert in historical preservation. And so I hope that you guys feel free to ask me any questions you might have, and I'm happy to answer. So that's it.
Great. I'm wondering if it's appropriate to ask for public comment at this juncture, because we've had the staff report and comments from the applicant. Perhaps it'd be good to hear from the public a little bit.
You can certainly, have the public comment now, and then that may spark some questions that you may have as well.
Okay, great. Do we have public comment?
So we do have one speaker card, Holly Osborne. While Holly's coming up, if there's anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment, go ahead and raise your hand. We'll take it after in-person comments.
Okay, you guys, you all, I'm sure you got all the stuff in your blue folder items, and I don't have a printer, so this is all from memory. Okay, my name's Holly Osborne, District 5. I am a retired engineer, and I did systems engineering, which is monitoring specs for a living to find out inconsistencies. Okay, so when I see an inconsistency, it's like sticking out a red flag in front of a bull. So I went to town on this. Okay, and so there was a table that listed all the types of units, A, B, C, so forth, and A specifically was listed with 5 bedrooms and 4.5 baths. So I looked at A, I looked at it really carefully, there was no half bath. And then I pointed that out to you guys saying maybe there was an outhouse in the setbacks. But anyway, there was no half bath. And then I looked at the basement bedroom, and I have a house, so I know what small bedrooms are. And this one was 8 feet 2 inches by 8 feet 2 inches, or 66 square feet. I thought, God, is there a minimum size for the bedroom? So I looked at Google, and it turns out if you're not allowed to, according to Google, advertise a unit as, a bedroom as a bedroom if it's less than 70 square feet. And this is it. And it turns out 70 square feet is the required size of a prison cell. So that was for Plan A. I also noted on the top deck, or the top floor, that we have, where you had the kitchen and the living room and so forth, what I call a pass-through bedroom, because the bathroom was in the bedroom. And so if you're in the kitchen or you got all your guests there and they got to use the bathroom, they're going to go through that poor schmuck's bedroom to get to it. And I can't imagine anybody wanting that. Okay, so let's go to Plan B. I looked at the Plan Bs. They also said on the little table at the top that they were 5 bedrooms, 4.5 baths. Well, they're B1, B2, and B3. The B3 plans were not complete, but the B1 and B2, there, at least in the corner of the plan, it said 5 bedrooms, 4 baths, okay? The A one had said in the corner, 5 bedrooms, 4.5, but this one said 5 bedrooms, 4 baths, even though the table didn't agree with that. And sure enough, there was no half bath. I also noted I talked before about the size of a garage to park 2 cars, and remember I said 20 feet by 20 feet was the minimum. And well, okay, you just made it 19 feet, 11 inches, but anyway. I don't remember what else I had down. I think that was most of them. I kind of got tired after that, and I figured there's probably more, because that was just in a few pages. And I don't know what you really think. I don't know what your architects really had planned for with those half baths, and I better shut up because it's 3, 2, 1, goodbye.
A motion to extend? Do I have a second?
Motion to extend.
All those in
And a
favor say aye. Aye.
Well, you know, when I saw the picture of his thing, he really could have something cute. And I don't like the fact that something is being built that is, that is architecturally deficient. That's what I'm saying, okay? I know that he's now planning to rent those units out and buy a room. I don't know who's going to take the prison cell room or the one with the bathroom. But I don't think it's a good fit. And then I think it could be if you just got rid of a couple of units and planned it out and gave you a wide garage like you're supposed to have. And now I really am going to shut up because I think you all know what I'm saying, and I hope you found out a bunch more yourself. Okay? Anyway, I did that for a living for 40 years. Bye.
Thank you, Holly.
Is there anyone else in person that would like to address?
Please approach the podium and introduce yourself and what city you're from.
Hi, my name is Robbie Kumar. I'm a resident of Playa Vista, and I'm a property owner here in Redondo Beach as well. I think it's important to note that there's a demonstrated need for affordable housing in Redondo Beach. I don't think anyone would question that point, right? I also think that we're dealing with a piece of property that is effectively derelict and not in any use at this point in time. I also think that the commission should acknowledge that since the last meeting in May, economic conditions have deteriorated meaningfully, right? Interest rates are 150 basis points higher than they were back then, and they're going higher still, right? So the longer delay that's imposed, the less economically feasible this project becomes, right? So there is now a meaningful trade-off between kind of the adjustments that potentially might be requested by the commission and the viability of the project, right? We're not in a stable macroeconomic period right now. And so the question is, if there are further delays imposed, or if this project isn't viable, I would ask if there's an expectation that someone's going to come along and have an alternate use site plan, right, in the coming period, or can this piece of property sit like this for the next 5, 7, 10 years, right? Because we are going through something that we haven't gone through, right, in decades. And I think that's something that I would hope that each of you keeps in mind as you consider the benefits and considerations involved in this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online raising their hand?
Yes, we do. There's Amy Hudson. Amy Hudson, if you can go ahead and unmute, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to thank Holly, who spoke in person, and I really appreciate the time that she took to go through the architectural plans and present that in person. So thank you, Holly, for doing that. And also, I've spoken on this matter at all the previous Zoom meetings in regards to this, and so have many members of my HOA submitted comments and spoken either in person or via Zoom. So I do live directly adjacent to the shuttered Catalina Coffee. I have a bird's eye view of the building and I can speak to its condition. However, while I'm eager to see something on site, I do not agree with the proposal of having these 15 or so 5-bedroom units on site. No one in my HOA agrees with this mode of this communal style housing with renting out these rooms. I don't think it's stabilizing for the neighborhood or our localized area of South Redondo. This will bring in people that are going to live here temporarily, effectively. I thought I was living next to a small, quaint coffee shop, and I'm going to end up living next door to some sort of youth hostel or frat house in the making. I also feel that, that the lack of parking is an undue burden to be placed on the neighborhood. There are many historical cottage-style residents here that do depend exclusively on street parking. The small unit in front of my home, the one immediately to the left and right of me, for example, are all dependent on street parking. Also, the parishioners of St. James do heavily use the neighborhood for parking on Sundays, and I feel it's unfair to allow them, the developer, to receive the historical variance and other density bonuses he's asking for in lieu of parking to be placed on people that have been living here for a very long time. So in the end, speaking on behalf of our HOA, we are eager to see development here. However, this is not the right project. And lastly, I wanted to say that the height variances being sought will further impede light coming into my unit, which I live in a townhouse. Primarily my light comes from the west. It will block it and also eliminate any coastal breezes that I currently enjoy to cool my home. Thank you.
Thank you.
There had been one other hand up, Kylie Julier. Kylie, did you still want to speak?
Hi there. I just quickly wanted to speak to the fact that I have been a renter for almost 8 years and have been looking in areas with minimal housing options. And I think that adding more housing to an area that has already priced out a lot of the community is definitely a benefit for all. And I'm excited to see this project go forward.
Thank you.
Who was that?
If there's anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak, go ahead and raise your hand. Are there any other members in person of the public?
So this gentleman's asked me to read his comments. So I've been volunteered to do it. My name is Jonathan. I posted a comment earlier today and I've asked Jason to read it on my behalf. In the gist of, I'm nervous to read his stuff, so sorry. The gist of what I want to emphasize is that this project is an opportunity to preserve a neighborhood fabric of the block of Catalina. I am a longtime South Bay resident. I used to live in Redondo Beach near the Catalina Village project. I support this project, especially given the poor choices to increase density that recently have been made by other South Bay communities. I now live in East Manhattan Beach, and I'm very disappointed by the new Sunrise Senior Living / Goat Hill development on 2nd Street and Sepulveda in Manhattan Beach. This development is destroying a retail center that is very prized by the community to make a way for a senior housing project that does not provide any new retail / community gathering places. In the South Bay, we have no choice but to create new housing. The Catalina Village project provides much needed density in a very thoughtful way. The units that will become available will keep young, active families in the area and keep the area energetic and active. I used to be a patron of Catalina Coffee and the Standing Room Burgers. I love the strong community aspect of this block. The developer thoughtfully replacing the community-oriented retail spaces on the block which is absolutely critical for any community to retain and enrich its value. This development is preserving the local fabric, which really, at the end of the day, outweighs all the other concerns, whether positive or negative, on this project. Along with increased density, will always become increased traffic and parking issues. Density will increase. There is no way around it. Density can be managed. We must all learn how to make adjustments and to see the value, thoughtful development projects, while the cost of development, these projects are still manageable and in the control of the local citizens rather than Sacramento. The downside, I digress here, the downside are projects that truly destroy parts of the local fabric, like the Sunrise Senior Development Project in Manhattan Beach. This development has its downside, as all developments do, but what we gain or preserve in walkable community spaces is much greater value. I believe that the neighbors of this project will ultimately be thankful for what is being created here.
Thank you.
I used to be nervous reading when I was a kid.
Do we have any other public comments by any media?
So I don't see any other hands up on Zoom. I do want to note for the record that we have 29 e-comments. And those e-comments do become part of the public record for the meeting. And of the 29 e-comments, there are 25 in support and 5 in opposition.
Okay. Director Forbes, I have a question for you as a matter of protocol here. It seems to me we should give the applicant the chance to respond to negative comments, just as a matter of a public hearing and such. Would it be appropriate for us to hear the negative comments and then have the applicant respond if he wishes?
You could, then you have, I mean, all of those are public record. And it would offer him that opportunity to address the concerns of those different participants, yeah.
Okay. Are these brief enough that they can be read without us running over Director
Yeah.
Forbes'
I was just gonna
birthday
say.
tomorrow?
I'm going to say, Chair, there's a limitation in the e-comment so that it won't exceed the 3 minutes.
Okay.
So it's already built into the system.
Great.
Yeah.
We don't want to work this meeting too far into her birthday tomorrow, so.
Sure. Yes. So there were 5 e-comments submitted in opposition. So I'll begin with the first. First one, Emmett Jones. I'm writing to share a similar sentiment from earlier in 2022 when the Catalina Village project was originally proposed. While I certainly agree in adding new development and seeing something new take over the Catalina Cafe, this project doesn't seem to have changed. The original and current opposition stems from large community-styled living, which I very strongly believe will attract a younger crowd and alter the very family-oriented nature of this section of Redondo. I live on Broadway directly behind the proposed development and look straight at it. I would much rather see townhomes that align with the existing layout of this block in Redondo and not this project's proposed large-scale apartments, some of which I believe are slotted to be 7-bedroom. It seems like it will create parking issues and noise issues, among other things, and I'd really like to see the council go a different direction with what this land can be used for. Thank you for taking some time to read my comments. So that concludes that comment. And then Karen Kaminskas. I am the owner of 129 North Broadway, number D, directly behind the project. I am opposed to many aspects of this overly ambitious project and to the developer's attempt to wear down the neighbors in order to get this passed. It is surely greed and not what's best for the community that motivates them. The most concerning of many issues are 15 or so 5-bedroom units will mostly appeal to roommates, which means 5 cars per unit and a high likelihood of excessive noise. Over 200 residences total with only 66 parking spaces will be a huge burden on the neighborhood. I'm sure there must be a better plan. Sincerely, Karen Kaminskas. Okay, and next one from Dana Briskin. As a resident that lives right behind where this will go, I'm opposed to this project. I love the idea of food shops and retail, but it appears though there will be no parking to support them or for the excessive amount of rental units. This will cause the streets around this new development to become overwhelmingly crowded with cars. End of comment. And sorry, I got to scroll through each one. Bear with me. Okay, next one, Jill Clausen. I'm opposed to this project being built without appropriate parking for its residents and retail customers. The idea that refusing to provide parking will force people out of cars and onto public transportation is absurd on its face. Although my husband and I are down to one car between us and use public transportation whenever possible, it is not feasible to be 100% reliant upon it in South Redondo Beach. I use the LA Metro website to calculate how long a day of errands just around the South Bay would have taken me had I been forced to use buses, and for one physical therapy appointment and 3 retail errands, including the grocery store, what took just over 2 hours by car, including my time at each destination, would have taken me more than 7 hours and forced me to walk more than 2 miles. At 61 years old with arthritic hips, that would have been debilitating and exhausting. You can't make people live like that and call it healthy. Therefore, I call on anyone in the approval chain from the commission to the city council to require adequate parking or deny the permits. Thank you. Jill Clausen, Redondo Beach resident. And then Kathy Beebe. I live at 129 North Broadway, Unit D, which is directly behind the proposed project. I'm opposed to this project due to its size and close proximity to my residence. This project will create a lack of privacy and loss of natural light coming into my home. Please consider a project that is smaller with more space between property lines to protect the privacy of all and still allow for the natural light to come into the homes that sit directly behind the project. End comment. And that concludes the opposition comments.
All right, thank you. I'd like to invite the applicant to address any of these comments, to sort of answer any issues that you feel should be addressed.
Sure. Absolutely. Typically, I think that when public comments are provided, it's a mix of both public and negative and positive. So I just want to note that there's a substantial amount of public support and positive comments that are not being read. So there's just like one after the other negative comments. So I would like to ask to either read them, or if you guys could read them, while we're in the session, I think it would be helpful and fair, because otherwise they would be here, speaking. I think we're in interesting times because of COVID, digressing and stuff like that. But I'm happy to answer any questions I might have, or they might have. So I think there's a little bit of inaccuracies in what their statements were. Like, there are not 7 bedrooms on this project, right? And so we made that very clear. We heard that concert, and so we specifically redesigned the project and reduced the project by 5,000 square feet. We demasked the front building. And so currently there's 5 apartment style townhome buildings, AKA Catalina Village, right? There's not a large mass buildings, right? It's specifically designed that way. That's urban planning design style for a village, right? And so, and also another correction is that there are not 200 residences, right? So there are 30 residences here, and we are building these units in order to comply with the zoning code. This project is zoned as an R2 zone, right? So this project was part of the general plan that folks voted on and said that we would like to have multifamily redeveloped here, right? And so for the folks that live behind this project, that their project also had a historical variance when their project got approved, right? And they're closer to the property line than they should be. When they purchased the property, they should also have been aware that this property is zoned for an R2 zone. And so there has always been the anticipation that this property was going to be redeveloped. And so my right to enjoy my property, to purchase the property and to build it, per the zoning code, was to build a multifamily development project. I think that the challenges that we had, and I'm very sympathetic and I'm hearing the residents loud and clear, and we did not just wave a magic wand and say, this is what we want. The planning staff are some of the best planners in this state, and we worked day for day, month for month. This is 4 years in the making. And this is not like I've worked for 6 months and then we came, this is our idea. Like we literally went and tried every different aspect. And so this is a very complex project. And so what we did is we're able to preserve the historical preservation of the building's uses. We've also been able to provide what the city was planning for the, the residential housing that they wanted, but also taking into account what the state would like as well, right? And so with this project, we've had everybody involved. And so this isn't what Jason Mueller wants. This is what the team has designed together. And it's loud and clear that the planning staff is making a recommendation. It's also was very loud and clear that the Historical Preservation Committee made recommendations. And so with this project, we were very sensitive to the neighbors in providing foliage and trees to make sure that we're not that we're creating privacy. We did diagrams to show that the folks that were on the top, the rooftop decks to enjoy outdoor living space, which I think is very important for the quality of life, are not impeding on their privacy. We've also been very careful to demask the buildings, so they're not two large buildings, right? They're a series of buildings. We've added a lot of trees to this property. We've also been very careful with the corners of this property in integrating landscape architecture to the west side of the project. And so I wish I could take everybody's comments and making like an overlay and making sure that we can get everybody to be 100% in agreement with the design, the style, and everything. But we've been at it for 4 years. And we've been working with the planning staff and planning and expert, people advising us. And like, this is the best possible solution for this small site. And this is a 30-unit project. And we've been scrutinized as if we're like a 100-unit project. We have CEQA studies, we have historical preservation, we are doing remediation, we are doing a lot for this small project. And and the economic waves are coming, and this project's at risk. And I've always been an advocate of Redondo Beach. And I'm sure you guys could see from the time that we've spent together, the things that you've asked, did my best to react and try my best economically to be able to accommodate the comments, demassing, figuring out what we could do to make the project feasible. And I'm here again with open ears. I have 2 ears, 1 mouth, so I'll close the mouth and I'll listen with the 2 ears. I hope that answered the questions. There was a couple, but I think they were general. Oh, the other thing is, one thing I want to make it very clear is that we're doing an RFP for management that is a tech-based leasing system. So this is something that has been very popular during COVID because there's no longer leasing offices. And so folks can lease the entire apartment. We're just not allowing for Craigslist. We're doing regulated roommate pairing. So it's not one or the other, it's an option. So I just want to make that clear. I forgot that was one other thing. Did I get all the questions? I got all the comments? Or I should ask you guys, I'm not sure.
Would it be possible to get your architect to speak to some of Holly Osborne's comments that you had earlier about the layouts?
Oh,
I think some of the comments were.
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, thank you. I'm very intrigued by the tech-based leasing roommate pairing. Have you chosen a bungalow or some such tech-based provider for this?
We're going to do an RFP about 9 months prior to completion of project. And then we're going to do a competitive bidding process for the project property manager. But we're going to require that they have tech-based leasing in their capability.
Okay, and so this is what you're talking about is shared housing, is that correct?
This is an apartment that has 5 bedrooms that folks could rent out the whole apartment, but also they have the opportunity to do roommate pairing in order to reduce their cost of living, right? And it's not like magic, it's just roommating, right? It's like, this has been happening since the beginning of time, so it's not like anything new. So that's kind of what it is. Sorry, that wasn't to you, that was kind of to me, actually.
It's innovative in a certain way, but I think I'm just hearing you say, so for example, I could opt in to the app, right? I could go on the app and rent a single room for, or all 5 rooms. Is that correct?
This is correct. But I think the benefit of what it is that you're required to do a financial background check. You're required to do a background check for safety, and then you get qualified. And then once you get qualified, that kind of allows you to be eligible for the roommate pairing option. And those are not options that's Craigslist just puts people together, and then it's
Right.
So it's so much more safer. And the other thing is that we actually have on-site management, and it's, quiet hours end at 10. There's no smoking. Unfortunately, there's going to be no pets allowed. And so it's a very, I don't want to say regulated system, but it's to mitigate risk that has happened. And so you can go online and you can see the apartment, you can do a 3D walkthrough, stuff like that. And so. Right.
Will the management company, I was exploring this, so some of these companies have, it's fully furnished, et cetera. Will this be the same?
Some of them will come for fully furnished, absolutely. So say, for instance, you graduated college and you have a job that's $100,000 a year, and you want to live near the beach where you grew up, and you want to have a fully furnished, apartment, and you want to grow your career, right? And so the idea is that they're able to have that opportunity to live by the beach, and be productive members of society, but also have the opportunity to grow their careers, and eventually they'll go find a girlfriend or boyfriend, fall in love, go buy their own home, raise a kid, the kid starts a company, and that's the American dream, that's the way we're doing. And so we also got to remember we're accommodating for the young professionals also.
Mm-hmm.
Like we can't these are young families. Like I have 3 kids, me. Like, what about us? What about when we get out of college? Like, where are we going to go? Like, I can't rent a 1-bedroom apartment for $3,500. It doesn't make sense. I mean, you guys probably have kids out of college. Like, where are they supposed to live? Like I'm born and raised here, and like I love Topaz and I love Haggerty's. Like I've traveled the world. I haven't gone very far. I'm here, And so I'm trying to find these solutions, and this is not stuff I made up. This is stuff I learned at USC, studying ULI, working with staff, working with my professional planners and my land use consultants. This is like the best of the best option for our site. And I love this project. I absolutely love this project. From the architecture, to the use, to the design, to all the people that are involved. Like it is dripping like a great project. And like, I urge you guys to make a unanimous approval today. For the first time in the history of Redondo Beach. You know why? Because this is the best project that we have at this time. I have the opportunity to give a perfect precedent to this project in this city, because what's gonna happen is this project may never happen. And no developer is gonna wanna touch that contaminated soil. that I am going to be investing $1 million to remediate. You know what developers do with contaminated projects? They walk. They have historical buildings, they walk. They have a difficult entitlement process, they walk. I believe I'm here and I'm taking the lumps. I'm okay with it. I love you guys. I appreciate the tough love and the questions, but I'm here to do the right thing. And I vow that I will work to the end to make this project beautiful. Michael, go ahead. I think I was talking too much. Sorry. Go ahead, Michael.
Sorry. Commissioner Lamb, I also wanted to respond to some of the concerns. And I do know, Antonio, I think you said this is hearing 4. There was a Preservation Committee hearing on the April 18th. We're now 3rd Planning Commission hearing. And I've seen and heard a range of issues that are very important we need to address. But I do want to make sure that we get some guardrails up on some of the questions about occupancy, because that's outside the purview of this commission. Under Government Code 65008, and we gotta, I think if we could focus on the issues that are before the commission, then maybe we can get through this 4th hearing before the commission. There's 1 hearing left for city council. So I just wanted to try to put guardrails up. I'm just the applicant's attorney. It's not, but I just want to make sure I made my comments for the record. I also note, and I don't know that it's been discussed as much as it should be, that this is a Housing Accountability Act project. So the grounds for denial are been really curtailed and circumscribed. I've heard all over South Bay concerns, and I get them because I'm a South Bay resident, about the state coming in, taking a lot of local control. We hear it all over. We hear it in Manhattan Beach. We hear it in Hermosa Beach. We hear it everywhere. We see a lot of developments in Torrance, that are SDBL projects, and there is a change in some of the, landscape. You do see it, but it is the law, and we've got SB 330 came through, and the legislature came up with at least 30 admonitions because they've been seeing a housing crisis in the state since 1979. I think the first legislative description or, basically designation of housing crisis is over 42 years old. So on this case, it is a Housing Accountability Act case. That means that a denial or a reduction in density cannot be imposed without a finding of a specific adverse impact to the public health and safety that's supported by a preponderance of evidence. That's a really lofty evidentiary standard. The legislature said we intend that this arise infrequently. And so it's clear what the call is from the legislature. While I get the conflict between the local planning prerogatives and the state, I totally get it. I love Redondo Beach too, grew up around here. This is where we are, and I think if you're gonna have a developer come in and be that project, that's a Housing Accountability Act project, Jason's your guy because he's local and he has not exploited to, the outside envelope of everything he could have. And we're seeing projects come in where they could be state density bonus law, they could be builder's remedy projects that are could be much larger than what he is presenting. So I just want you to be mindful of that, mindful of the guardrails. And if you have any questions about that, I'm sure that Mr. Kettles could also answer those, and Antonio as well. But I just wanted to make sure I raised those before we go further into deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
So Commissioner Godek has suggested, and I'm in agreement, that Holly Osborne brought up some specific questions that the architect could address. And I think in this line of answering concerns of the public, it probably would make sense for us to hear from him if he'd like to make some comments based on those.
Dan Withy, Malcolm Architects. I think what happened, and I can't speak to it exactly, but when she said it was 4.5 baths, and it wasn't, the half bath wasn't there. I think that happened during the transition when we cut back the footage and we changed the buildings. and we modified from 6 bedrooms to 5 bedrooms, and blah, blah. And I think it just was a typo in terms of the draftsman didn't pick it up in the summary. The small bedroom will have to be code compliant when it ever gets built. We will make it big enough to be code compliant. I don't know how we missed, how it got that small, but it has to be a certain size minimum in the end. So that's all I can say. I didn't really scrutinize it that closely, but I know we made a big transition when we changed the buildings. When we modified, we lost all that footage, and a lot of lines got changed. And in the computer, sometimes it doesn't get picked up, and I apologize for that.
But what is the code compliance for the size of the bedroom?
I think it is. I think it's 77 square feet or something like that. It's very small. Some cities it's 10 by 10. Just their zoning laws say it. I don't think your city has that zoning law, but like in Torrance, I think it's 10 by 10 minimum. But there is a certain minimum that the code talks to. It'll have to meet that. They will all have to meet minimum that. Anything else?
I don't remember if there were other issues that she brought up.
Can I get a clarification?
Yeah.
One of the conditions in the ordinance says it meets building codes, is that right? So that would be covered under that condition?
Correct. It would, it's a condition in the resolution. It's a requirement anytime that they would have to come to for the plan check for to do construction. So it would have to comply with what the building code requires.
Okay. And the design review, is it the drawings that we're looking at, or is it the tables that say 4 bedrooms, 4.5 bath, or 5 bedrooms, 5.5 bath? Like, which supersedes which in the design review? Like,
You could specify in the resolution if you want to have it clarified that it's per the drawings, but must meet the building code. Or, it can be, it's not something where we would typically approve something and say it's going to have this many, bathrooms and the size of living room. That's not a typical approval. I know that the issue and concern and the adjustments that have been made is taking it from the 7-bedroom to a 5-bedroom. But I think with that, also reduce the size of the unit. So to meet all of those requirements of, the size of the bedroom and such, it's not like they could, go ahead and change what the number of bedrooms per unit. But if you wanted to just specify this many, not to exceed this 5-bedroom and have something that specifies that, or not to exceed this many of the units being, 5 bedrooms and nothing beyond 5 bedrooms, you could put something, a condition of that nature in there. But typically, as they start designing and doing the construction drawings, there's a little bit more detail that comes in and adjustments that get made. So you wouldn't want to necessarily lock in that it must be this exact floor plan.
okay, and that's another condition about planning director has the minor changes or minor.
Right. But if you have the restriction of, no unit can exceed 5 bedrooms and no more than so many 5-bedroom units, or even if you wanted to specify the number of each type or each size of bedroom, we can put that in there because that is what they're proposing.
Okay. Mr. Garcia looks like he's eagerly wanting to say something.
Commissioner Hensley, I just wanted to point out.
Commissioner Hensley, the building department is going to base it on the drawings and the dimensions on the drawings.
Okay, but the drawings as we have in our packet are currently insufficient. So that's for size, at least, of the bedroom.
Apparently we missed that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify
But they will be sufficient when they get permitted.
Right, Commissioner Hensley, I just wanted to point out that in the land use entitlement, the Planning Commission design review, there are criteria. They're mostly aesthetic based. So you're looking at the building design, the compatibility, the site layout, the consistency in the architectural style, things like whether there's windows and things like that that are on the front facade, those types of things are so it's mostly aesthetic or the exterior design concerns that you're looking at as part of the design review.
Okay, thank you. And maybe we want to hear from Holly, and I think that covered her points, but just.
I don't know. Would it be appropriate to ask Holly if we hit her points?
We can certainly inquire to members of the public.
You can approve, you could do a motion and second to request her to come back.
Do I have that motion?
Sure, yeah, I'd like to
Do I
hear
have a
from
second?
Ms. Osborne.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Motion carries. Holly, we'd like to hear if we've hit your concerns.
I had a very cynical comment in there, which I didn't write, but I can realize, I was thinking they didn't have any women review this, because no woman would want to rent a room where the bathroom, her bathroom, everybody had to traipse through her bedroom to get to it, okay? So now that was sexist. I left that out. But let me tell you, that just sticks out. I showed these to my sister and she said, good God. And the other thing she said, good God, is why would you want your kitchen 2 floors up so you have to carry your groceries every time you know, who wants that? These apartments are definitely only made for kids or, well, young people, young athletic people. So anyway, those were the 2 really yuck factors.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
Yuck factors.
Do you have any women on the team?
As to why the kitchens are up 2 floors is because we made a choice in the beginning, a long time ago, to put the living spaces up as high as possible. So there was views and more light. We think there's an advantage to that. Yes?
Consider installing a dumbwaiter?
You could. We've done it before in town. We put in elevators. We put in the space for elevators, and but this was not necessarily a senior project to start with. So we do a lot of 3-story townhomes that are just like this, that people don't seem to. I'm not going to buy one, but young person could.
You can't buy one. They're just rentals.
Well, I'm saying, but
Commissioner
I rent-
Boswell, why don't we?
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay. All right. Anything else on those concerns?
Well, we've also done a lot of 1-bedroom units that you have to go through the bedroom to get to the bathroom. Because they want the bathroom, is the amount of times you have guests is so small compared to the amount of times you want to use that bathroom, and you want an in-suite bathroom. You don't want to go outside to your living room, out into a hallway, and open the door to your bathroom while you're in your night clothes, right? So anyway, so it happens. Sometimes it works the other way. It's just different consideration, Maybe she doesn't want to do that, but maybe some people do.
Hensley, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just a confirmation. So what I heard is with individual bathroom, layout, that's more for the kind of communal or rental shared space. Or is that correct? Like that's maybe more preferred in that style? Is that what I heard? Okay. All right, thank you.
Generally speaking, 50% of all the bedrooms have their own private bathroom. The other 50 are shared with the community. So when you come in, you can use it, not have to go through a bathroom, or not have to go through a room, right? Number 2 was the garage parking that she had mentioned. We've worked with the planning staff to make sure that we're complying with all the current codes for parking requirements and the dimensions for the garage. That was one question.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Hensley? Okay. Commissioner Boswell, I believe you had something you wanted to ask.
Yeah, I think it's a little odd that the only upstairs bathroom, which is where everybody that's coming to visit is going to be eating dinner, watching a football game, whatever it is, it's going to have to go through one of the tenants' bedrooms in order to get there. So I guess that person has to keep it clean. I lived in a house in Hermosa Beach, a small 2-bedroom house. It had 2 bathrooms, both of them off of bedrooms. There was no other way. but it was just my wife and I living there. It wasn't like there were, 5 to 10 people living there. So I think there's certainly an ick factor, but how is that going to impact somebody who's decided to rent that? I think the impact is mainly going to be on the owner finding that prospective tenants aren't going to want to rent, which hopefully will also bring down the rental price. So I think there's pros and cons on this. And if this is what the owner thinks is going to be a viable and profitable project for them, and that they will find renters who have no problem with a pathway going through their bedrooms to get to a restroom, that's his decision. And I don't see where that's something that impacts the neighborhood, doesn't impact any kind of health issues, doesn't impact any reason why we should deny this project just because the bathroom is in an uncomfortable place for some people. Those people are not going to rent those apartments. And if they do, they're probably going to move pretty quickly as they run into, their friends complaining about, do I have to go through so-and-so's bedroom again to go to the bathroom? Can't I just go downstairs 2 floors and use yours? Whatever the case, it's really his problem solely. So I don't see it's an issue. The question that I did have is relating to the comment about the garage space. Is the garage space big enough for 2 cars, especially if one of them is let's say a big SUV and the other one is an even bigger SUV? I mean, what is the actual width of the
20 by 20
garages?
clear, and that's your code, and that's what we always make them.
So these are 20 feet wide?
Yeah.
Okay, and yet they appear to be 19 feet wide. Is that a
I don't know
typo?
where that, I think she's saying it's 19 foot, 11 and a half. We made them 21 feet wide.
So they're 21 feet?
Outside.
Yeah,
Outside dimension.
That doesn't matter, really.
It's the inside
It's
that
the interior
counts.
dimension.
The inside is 20.
Inside diameter. So is it a full 20 feet?
I think so. That's what we designed it for. It's supposed to be.
We get
I'm
something
saying is
definitive on
if the
that?
computer picks up something and it says 19 feet, 11 and a half inches, it's counting extra layers of drywall, extra layers of plywood. In the end, it's going to be 20 by 20. That's what.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Commissioner Boswell, if I could just respond real quick. We did take a close look at that when the plans came through. The parking spaces do comply with the minimum interior clearance, which is 18 by 19.
18 wide?
Right.
By 19 long?
Yes.
And these are actually 2 feet wider than they need to be?
Right.
And a foot longer?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure on all these figures because they're different no matter who, depending on who's talking.
The clarification, if I may, may I? I'm not sure if that's how I'm supposed to say it. Is that, so as Antonio had alluded to, that we're working on the entitlement for the overall aesthetic and exterior kind of design, approval and layout and the density and everything. And the next step will be, we're going to be working with planning, the building and safety, and all the drawings will have to comply with CBC and IBC regulations, as well as LA DBS's kind of LAR number requirements as well. And so that is a whole nother level of us doing plan check reviews in which the planning staff is working with them side by side. So though, we have about, 60 bathrooms, and one may not be fully flushed out, get it? That's some things that we work out in plan check. And so it's hard to get a project and then redesign a little bit and then have everything exactly right, having the plumbing exactly right, having structure exactly right, because it would take a lot of front end money to do that. So it's difficult. But the idea is that With working with the planning staff, they've given us very hard guidelines to be able to design the project from this stage. And then from this stage, we work with building and safety to make sure we fine tune and are code compliant from a fire life safety perspective as well.
Another question for Senior Planner Gardia. I had been told by another developer in explaining their project and how everyone would park in their garages because the city required that the garages be for parking and that there be additional storage space planned in addition. So is that, I don't know if that's true or not. It's what he told me. So is that a fact that these garage spaces are required to be available for parking and not storage?
Well, the first thing is that we do have a lockable storage requirement that's for each individual unit. I want to say it's 400 cubic feet of storage per unit so that you have a place to put away your decorations and things like that, or your surfboard or whatever it could be. So that's one of the standard requirements that we look for in the preliminary pass for these plans. And as the applicant explained, these are not full construction drawings. They're an architectural set of drawings. And we do take a look at certain things that are in our zoning code. We look for example, not only the width and depth of the parking lot, or the parking space, but also the height clearances to make sure that when the garage door is open, that there's a specific height above that. So those are the types of different things that we look at and we point out when they first come to us and do a first pass. That's one of the reasons why we actually went back and forth on the height, because the height, there's a particular way that we measure height. And so it missed the height by a little bit. And so we went back and forth on how that was to be adjusted, how that was to be measured, how that was to be shown on the plans. And so there's a back and forth that they go through with staff for that.
So,
when we have, because most of the things that we look at are for sale product, and we have reviewed their CCNRs for those types of projects. And in the CCNRs, there's usually a provision that the parking spaces be used for parking. And so that's usually enforced that way. But as far as if there's a municipal code requirement obligating somebody to use their parking garage for parking, that's a little bit more difficult to enforce.
Yeah, you'd have to open the garage doors and see if they're in there, or if it's a bunch of stuff stacked up. So
Yeah.
these, in your evaluation of these designs as they are, these garage spaces can accommodate that additional storage space without impacting the ability to park two normal cars in.
Right, it's usually over the hood storage that we require. And then most of the builders, they'll also build in space under the stairs to have a little cubby where they can store away things as well.
Is there an opportunity for the owner of the property to, is it legal for them to put something in the lease that garages can only be used for vehicle parking?
Well, I think maybe Greg might be able to, our council might be able to help with that question. If you could maybe, because it kind of delves a little bit outside of our zoning code standards.
Okay, I'm all ears.
Just have to hold your, let go. Not as long.
You just need to press hard.
There you go. Todd.
There we go. So it's interesting that at my first step at the plate, I get a hard fastball. So I have to confess that I haven't run across this issue before, although I certainly have no quibble with anything Mr. Gardea shared about how this is typically done with CCNRs. And to answer the question about a landlord, I suppose a landlord certainly could require that, but landlords require a lot of things that don't get enforced. Whether the commission could impose a restriction like that is not something I've researched. So I don't know the answer to that. But again, I wonder about the enforceability.
The main thing that I'm trying to get at here is, if he wanted to do that, is it legal for him to put that in a lease for his tenants, for his renters?
I would imagine so, that a landlord could say, there's a garage here, you can use it only for vehicles.
Okay, because I would think that a person who's told us so many times how much he loves Redondo would make sure that he could mitigate the disastrous parking situation that this development will create. And there's really not much you can do with it as far as adding more parking to this spot. This development is meticulously designed to take advantage of every square inch for an appropriate purpose. But then to find out your tenants are moving in and they're not even using the garages for parking, they've got some kind of t-shirt printing business going on in there. Or they're renting it out for, somebody else to store their vehicle there. Thus making the street parking that much bigger of a disaster for the people who have lived there their whole lives. So I would hope that Mr. Mueller would take that recommendation and say, that's easy to put a paragraph in there. And we have on-site property management to enforce that. So it would, I think, make the neighbors in the commission a lot more comfortable to know that the intended mitigations for parking are bolstered by this requirement of the tenants. I don't know if you want to comment on that, but that's my recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Boswell.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I don't see that being a problem. I would already recommend or require that the allocated parking would be used as parking, because that would be a function of like the overall business of the project. And so we have to make sure that everybody abides by the rules, and making sure that if the parking is required to be parked in the garages, that's where it's going to happen. So I don't see that being an issue because there would be a demand for parking for each unit. So they would want to park there.
Well, as we know, people all over the South Bay do not park in the garages that are intended for parking. That could happen here too. And with a clause, an enforced clause in your rental agreement, you will minimize that, in my opinion, if you want to do that. If you want to love Redondo.
I can commit to doing that, but I don't know how that works. Like, you can't tell me to do that. I don't know. I'm okay to do that. I mean, that's just it's like a given. I'm gonna do it. I have to do it. That's almost like a
That's
given.
what I want to hear. I'm
Yeah,
done.
yeah.
I'm done.
I can give you a gentleman's agreement that I'll do it. I don't know how.
Okay.
That's
All right.
I'm going to ask a question of Antonio Guardia. I don't see labeled on the site plan visitor parking spaces. And just for the public's, so the public knows that there is a requirement for multifamily developments in the city for visitor parking spaces under normal circumstances. And for 11 plus dwellings, which is the category this is, it's one space for every 3 dwellings. Was it just not labeled and it's there, or is it not there?
So Chair Gaddis, as I mentioned earlier, when they reconfigured the site plan and they added more parking spaces, there's a way to reassign the parking spaces where it would comply with the municipal code. And that includes those 10 guest parking spaces, which would be unassigned and usually open.
Yes.
But because this project falls under the state density bonus law, it's a per unit or per bedroom requirement, the parking requirement, and there is no guest parking or visitor parking that's required per the state standard.
Is that specified someplace? Because I was researching it today, looking through these briefs from law firms on it, and visitor parking was not mentioned in any of the ones I could find.
No, it's because the state code doesn't have a visitor parking space requirement.
Okay, so because it doesn't discuss visitor parking, we interpret that as superseding our visitor parking requirement?
That's correct.
Okay, that was my question. Who else has, okay, Commissioner Lamb.
I have actually 3 questions. The first one is for Senior Planner Gardia. Would it be correct to say that the surrounding multifamily residential units are 17 units per acre?
Well, the land use designation for them may be 17.5 dwelling units per acre, but there are many legal non-conforming properties that have been downzoned in the area. In particular, in the coastal zone, there were properties that were zoned as R5, R6, that were downzoned to R3A, and the density was much higher before. So it's, as far as the land use and zoning classification, yes, that would be correct for this site.
And for the properties adjacent to, I know that there are some that are under 17, there are single-family homes, or maybe 2 on a lots there, but in general, the multifamily units it would be fair to say that they're 17 units per acre on that block.
I don't know if it would be fair to say that, because
Maybe
there's
that's
other
the wrong word.
properties that exceed that density. And so while there are some that are below the 17.5 dwelling units per acre, there are properties that exceed that as well. And they're legal non-conforming properties.
And they're non-conforming. Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. I have another question on, it's table 4 of it's the vehicle miles traveled. Let's see, right, table 4, memorandum, Catalina Village VMT analysis. There was a statement earlier that, and I think this was one that Mr. Gardia made, and that was that there are adverse effects of option 2 and 3 on the table. And I'm just curious as to what you meant by adverse effects.
So what I meant by that is that we were very careful in that these are options that we looked at and we reversed engineered to be under a trip threshold. These are not CEQA alternatives and we can't consider these alternatives because all of the options would result in adverse impacts to the historic resources. And it's a topic, or it's not an alternative that we looked at as part of this project. Complete removal of those the buildings, or substantial removal of the buildings.
So they're, right, okay, so the adverse impact to the historical buildings, from what you're saying, is that it would reduce the size, even though the size is going to be reduced anyway, it will reduce the size to a significant threshold, is that correct?
No.
No, I'm sorry.
Let me try and phrase this differently. When we looked at reverse engineering the vehicle miles traveled trip threshold,
yes,
this is very specific traffic impact. We were looking at projects that fell below the 110 daily trips. This is how we ended up with these different options. These aren't viable options under CEQA, and they're not alternatives that we would consider because they would have other adverse impacts. Is that?
Yeah, and the question was, and if you can't answer the question, I'm okay with that, but the question was, what are those adverse impacts?
Yeah, so one of the categories for evaluating CEQA is historic resources or cultural resources. So in those, that reverse engineered, what would no longer have the VMT impacts are going to likely, they are going to have impacts on the historic resources, because they would either remove them completely or remove one or more of the buildings to accomplish that project. So when they evaluated it, like for example, one was the VMT would no longer, it would be screened out if it was just the residential and no commercial. But with that, you would no longer have those historic resources, and there has to be mitigation for those impacts. And it's just that those were not evaluated to that degree because those were not, options for the viable project. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so it seems certainly option one would remove the historical resource. So that would be a no-go, right? The next one, reduce it significantly. And then that's option two. And then option three would be one is removed. So that would not meet criteria, right? And then, so the assumption here is that for option two, because it adversely impacts the historical resources, even though the building is still there, it's reduced into a sort of a significant threshold. Is that correct? It wouldn't eliminate the historical resource.
It may not eliminate that historic resource, but it would impact the historic district. So it was designated as a historic district. And so it's not just the individual buildings. And the thing is, you'd be eliminating probably most of the buildings and only keeping one in those other alternatives.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have one other question. And this would be for council. Mr. Schoenfeld mentioned moments ago that occupancy is not our, discussing occupancy is not our purview. Am I correct?
Yes, I think throughout some of the deliberations, we've been skirting on the border of certain areas that aren't in the purview of the Planning Commission. I think Antonia had said pretty well in prior hearings that discussions about who is going to be renting these units or how they're going to be using the rooms, shared or otherwise, these can violate the discrimination in housing laws of, among other laws, Government Code 65008, which puts pretty strict prohibitions on local governments from not doing that. Also, I think, I just wanted to highlight, and of course, your city attorney can qualify, but and I think Antonio's focusing the commission to the design elements that are exterior. That's the purview of the commission. And the reason I think it's important for us is we can get bogged down and lost in some weeds that will lead to conclusions that aren't necessarily supportable by law or that could lead to appeals. And that was my reason for saying it. And of course, would welcome you to ask your staff as well to see what they say about my comment on that.
Thank you very much.
But I'm here if you need me to answer more questions.
Thank you so much.
Commission,
So the question for you, council, would be, is what Mr. Schoenfeld said correct? Is the discussion of occupancy out of our purview and perhaps does or does not relate to any impacts to the surrounding residents in terms of transportation, for example?
Well, to the extent there's a concern about whether individuals are going to be married or single at the property, that is that is outside the group's purview.
No, I'm referring to numbers.
He does.
the number of people living in any particular unit, that's,
Or the apartment as a whole, the building as a whole.
that strikes me as more of a public health issue, as opposed to something that this body would have to put into its conditions. I think a useful way to look at what's before the commission is to look at the draft resolutions that are in the packet that identify what the legal standards are for each document that you're being asked to approve, whether it's the conditional use permit, certification of the IR, the parking variance, et cetera. And each one of these draft documents has the standards that this commission is supposed to apply to the facts at hand. I think that's a good guide to kind of channel the inquiry. As a general proposition, as Mr. Gardea has said, for example, the external appearance, the bulk, the massing, that is within the purview of this body. What happens on the interior of the structure, not so much.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Hensley.
I had a question on Commissioner Lamb's previous point on the historic part of it. Isn't one of the things that we're asked to do, or is that something the Preservation Commission already did, was finding of historic significance? I thought that's one of the things to do, the historic parking variance was to make a, and I forget the word, but, so isn't that before us? So how can we?
The designation of the historic district was done by the Historic Preservation Commission.
Okay, so that's done and finished.
That is, yeah, that is completed.
Okay.
The variance itself is, although their purview was to make a recommendation on that, it is your determination, and you are the body that rules on the variance.
On the historic parking variance.
On the parking variance.
Got it. Okay. Okay, just want to clarify that. And I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
If I may. Okay, so let's go right to the purview of the Planning Commission, not straying outside it. So we heard earlier from the applicant, the underlying zoning of this project is R3. Is that correct?
I said R2, but it is R3.
Okay, just clarifying, make sure.
R3A.
R3, okay. And this is a density bonus project, meaning that because they're providing units, rental units below market rate, as outlined, that in state law, they're able to get certain, I don't want to mess this up, concessions and waivers. Okay, okay.
Concessions, incentives, and waivers.
Okay, so looking at the land use entitlement matrix in the staff report, the concessions of the density bonus are lot consolidation, changing the zoning from R3 to mixed use, and stories, because otherwise it'd be limited to 2 stories, they want to go to 3. And then the one waiver they're requesting is a 30-foot height limit. They want to go above that and just a little bit, if I heard correctly.
That's correct. Those were the 3 areas where the project fell outside of the code.
Okay.
And so they were identified early on, and the applicant said, well, we'll apply for a waiver or a concession on these items.
Okay. And so I see concessions and I see waivers. What was the third one you said?
Incentives.
Incentives. So there's no incentive? I don't see one listed.
Usually it's incentives are in financial incentives.
Okay.
So those are a little bit different. But when we're looking at concessions, we're looking at development standards and land uses. When we're looking at waivers, we're looking specifically at waivers of development standard. In this particular case, it was the height that was identified.
Okay.
And that enables them to get that 3rd story.
Okay, and it's 30 feet. Could you remind me what is the height as measured?
Well, there was portions of it that if I remember correctly, were over, I want to say 2 to, I think at the highest point, there was one that was close to 4 feet extra.
Okay.
Above the 30 feet. Maybe perhaps the architect could remind us, but it was called out in the drawings.
Okay.
Early on in one of the other presentations that I had, I showed you the where those where those guardrails or the parapets exceeded that height.
Okay.
That's really what it was necessary for, because they had those roof decks and needed the 42-inch guardrails.
Okay. So in the concessions and the waivers allowed by the state density bonus law, where does the historic parking variance come into those concessions and waivers? I don't see it listed as a concession. It's not a waiver.
It's not. That falls outside of the concessions and waivers.
Okay.
The historic variance is in our municipal code, and that's an incentive for adaptive reuse of potentially historic properties and properties in historic districts.
Okay. And what does the California state law, since that's what we're governed by, let me read it, Government Code 65000 through 66301. Yeah. What does it say about historic parking variances? Are they automatic by right? Are they a fourth concession? Can they, what does state law say about that?
Commissioner Hensley, are you quoting the state density bonus law?
Yeah.
Because I'm not looking at that.
Okay.
I don't think that it addresses historic variances at all, because the historic variances are in the Redondo Beach Municipal Code.
Okay.
It's a local incentive that's provided. It's not a state incentive.
Okay, but it's not an incentive for density bonus, it's an incentive for historic preservation.
Right, that's a local incentive.
Okay.
And it's, the state has enabling legislation for the local municipality to adopt variances and modifications to development standards. In particular, they, in cases like this where there's a historic property and you want to enable the adaptive reuse of these. And furthermore, they also have specific building code provisions that allow the adaptive reuse of buildings that would kind of fall outside of the more recent building code.
Okay, and to be clear, the historic parking variance is for the non-residential, so just for the commercial uses, right? This is not residential parking, this is not anything to do with the housing, this is on the commercial side. They're short commercial parking, right?
Absolutely, strictly for the non-residential portion of this project, and it's only for those uses that are more intense than what was previously there. And that comes into play because these are, technically these are non-conforming structures, non-conforming properties.
Okay.
And so something like this would come before the commission anyways. But when they're looking to adaptively reuse these, they're also making structural changes to it. They're adding something that is more intense than what is there. As I mentioned before, with the coffee shop, the dry cleaners, the coffee shop, those are parked at the standard retail rate, which is $1 to $2.50. The bars and lounges have a parking ratio that's almost, I want to say 5 times greater than that. And so when you intensify the use, when you have the outdoor dining area that requires more parking, because there's no outdoor dining now, that's what triggers the need for a variance for parking.
Okay. That'll be on time.
Does anybody else have in line here to ask some
Thank you, Bill.
questions?
Okay, yeah, a couple more questions. So that's what makes this project kind of confusing. And again, this is our 3rd meeting on it and we're still like
absolutely
digesting and understanding, and these don't come before us very often, either density bonus law projects or historic parking variances. So
it's a very complicated
not something we deal with frequently.
And it's hard to disentangle them.
Yes. And so that's already like the land use entitlement matrix in the staff report. It makes it much clearer. Why didn't they just ask for a 4th concession? Because they changed the zoning to mixed use so that they can have this commercial and residential. Why didn't they just get a 4th concession for parking?
Because the parking, this particular variance is not directly related to the residential portion of the project.
Okay.
If for some reason they couldn't comply with the parking requirements, then they could have asked for a variance. So let me try and give you a different example. The parking's a difficult one because it's actually in the state code.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the non-residential portion of the project, if it's not directly related to the density bonus, it's not because the units somehow are deficient in parking. So we have to find a different vehicle to address that. And the variance is the way to do it. In this case, we're using it's because of the adaptive reuse of those structures that is triggering the need for additional parking. It's these specific uses that trigger it. Okay. And again, if you do want to try and disentangle the land use entitlements a little bit, the bar lounge, the tasting room, and the outdoor dining are both conditionally permitted uses. Those could be extracted out, and the variance for parking, the historic variance, that could be taken out as well from the density bonus project and be looked at independently. And so there's different findings that are made for that. Okay. The findings for the density bonus, anything that's directly related to the density bonus project, I think that the applicant's counsel had addressed that very accurately. Yeah. Denial has to be based on public health and safety standards. That's a very high bar. I had mentioned that before, and it's worth reiterating again. Yep. That's a different standard. It's a different approach to that specific part of to that entitlement. Okay. Which is different than the variance, okay, the historic variance, and the conditional use permits.
So the second time I heard about have a specific, significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable adverse impact on public health and safety or the physical environment. But in the staff report, that's one of the three reasons. The other two listed does not result in cost reductions, or the waiver and concessions are contrary to state or federal law. Is that, so there's three reasons, even though I've heard the one reason twice, is that right?
Right. Okay. I think
that's clear, but okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for allowing extra time.
All right.
I got it.
So I have some questions for council along that line. And this is just because this is a public hearing and there are members of the public who are either watching now or, will watch this in the future to try to figure out, okay, how the heck did this happen, right? And just to be clear, do we as a commission have to adopt a statement of overriding considerations?
No.
Okay. Do we have to grant the concessions such as mixed-use zoning, lot consolidation, waiver of the two-story limit, the height restrictions, that is the concessions, waivers, incentives, do we have to grant those?
Strictly speaking, no, but to deny them, you need to make certain findings, which are articulated by Mr. Gurdea.
Okay. So those are all at the discretion of the, but with having to find findings, that is, on that.
That's correct.
In terms of the statement of overriding considerations, that can simply be denied.
You could deny that. That's correct.
All right. That's great. Who else has questions? Commissioner Lamb?
So does, this would be to Mr. Garcia, or let's start here. Does this project as an apartment building, is that correct? Multifamily apartments, is that how we would describe these? And do they require a business license?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the management company would typically take out the business license.
And is there an ADA requirement?
Depending on the type of unit, there has to be access. So for example, that was one of the issues that I raised with the adaptive reuse of the lodge building, that because they're stacked units, you have to have elevator access. That's one of the things that the applicant addressed early on.
So for the other units?
The other units are townhouse style units. They don't necessarily require ADA access. If you notice on the site plan, you'll see the one handicap parking space that's underneath the lodge building, and that's the reason for that. But I'd asked for the architect to address the ADA standards, so sometimes they're more they deal with it more on a day-to-day basis. That's something that it's in the, I think they're usually through plan check that's caught, but they could probably answer that question.
So let me just clarify what you just said. I said apartment building or apartments, but they're
rentals.
really apartment rentals, but they're individual town, I think it's 17 of them are townhouse, or more than 17 is townhouses.
Yeah.
Correct? And those are not considered apartments, they're considered townhouses, is that correct?
They're
Townhouse rentals?
they are considered apartments. They're rentals.
They are
I think it's
considered apartments.
Yeah, it's the building style. And again, because this is dealing more with like federal standards, federal ADA standards, and the CBC, that's a little bit outside of my wheelhouse. Although I know a little bit about that, like I said, that maybe the architect could explain that in more precise terms.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Yeah, I think the difference is the townhomes is a style and it's exempt. The upper floors are exempt from ADA fair housing. 10% of the units, 10% of the townhomes have to have access at the ground floor, which means they only have to have a half bath at the ground floor. That's adaptable. So it's a little bigger bathroom. All of the commercial has to meet the ADA requirements. That's federal. The Fair Housing Act controls the residential. And so the stack flats, if there's an elevator, all of them have to be adaptable. The stack flats in the one building. If they don't have an elevator, the ground floor has to have, the ground floor unit has to be adaptable.
The ground floor, and I think you've done that, is that correct? The
Yeah.
ground floor unit?
So, as far as I know, we meet all the requirements. We do this all the time, so it's become a bigger and bigger thing in the world of construction.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. That answers my
okay.
question. Okay. There was. On the garage, just again, a covenant would do for the garage. Jason, is that correct? For use of the garage for cars only, you could do a covenant? Is that correct?
Right, I mean, I would imagine that and please correct me if I misspeak, but in the resolution, it could state that the parking spaces are solely only used for parking, not for ancillary uses, not for anything else other than parking. I mean, but from an operations standpoint, I could put that in the leases as well. I don't know how to answer that exactly. And I asked Michael, he also.
You could do it as a condition.
If the commission wants to go there, I think they could admonish or recommend, but I don't know that they can necessarily enforce in the commission how the garage spaces are used. And I think you heard Jason, expressing good faith that he would be doing that. But I think again, this is probably outside the purview of the commission to mandate this or require it as a condition.
We do have, if I may, we do have a requirement in the Redondo Beach Municipal Code. I'll have to look it up specifically. That does require, the use of parking is required for vehicles only. So we do already have that in the zoning code.
So if
It'd end up being a covenant then, right? That would give you the freedom to do the covenant.
Well, presumably, but I think also the project would be presumed to comply with zoning code and law in general. So it would seem to me it would be surplusage to put that as a condition because we're going to have to comply with municipal code anyway.
Yeah, because we're going to be complying with law And that could be administered through building inspector violations. And so if anybody were to use their garages as storage, anybody could call, inspector would come and give a violation, like a ticket. So that's how I'm imagining.
I mean, there's certainly, it would be a point of enforcement when it comes to the zoning code. If there were a covenant requirement in the lease agreement, then it's not something where, we have to go through a process of gaining access and going through that review process. Because at this point, we are not proactively going and checking everybody's garage. That would probably be a 10-person job every year. So I think that it would be beneficial if the applicant were to do that. I think to that point of, the recommend for that part of it, but just knowing that our zoning code does, we could even have that, if you're putting that condition in, it could be that the zoning code does require the use of parking is for vehicles, and we recommend that the CCNRs have this in it.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamb.
Mr. Chair, Michael Schonefeld on behalf of applicant, and I just want to say, can I just request time later to make a couple points that were raised by staff that I think we need to make on the record at your convenience, because I don't want to interrupt the deliberation stream right now.
I think probably right now would probably be a good time to do that.
Okay, I wanted to, I think staff's done a remarkable job, and but there are a couple points I just want to make a registered disagreement. On the statement of overriding considerations, the question was asked whether you could decline to adopt one. Declining to adopt the statement of overriding conditions would be obviously denying the project. So whereas CEQA under the Housing Accountability Act must be complied with respect to mitigating or addressing impacts. To use a traffic impact as your basis for denying the project would turn the Housing Accountability Act into a dead letter. So the bases for denial are the Housing Accountability Act bases, not the CEQA bases. You can mitigate with CEQA and you're required to, but to deny on a traffic impact, that's not a specific adverse impact to the public health or safety. It's not something that would be supportable in a court of review on that. The other thing, we've always considered this to be a mixed-use project, which, by the way, under the Housing Accountability Act, they define housing projects to include mixed use. So we don't necessarily agree that you can extract the two, commercial from the residential. They're an integrated project, a mixed-use project. And that's significant with respect to such things as we reserved the right all the way along to say that if we used an MU zone as our incentive, we get the benefits of the MU zone. That's why it's an incentive. But the other incentives at staff's request were for R3. So we used up, in our opinion, R3 incentives on an R3 scenario that we didn't feel we were required to do in the law. We had a right to actually enjoy the MU zoning. That would be, I think, for the stories and other things, that would have allowed us, under our interpretation, to free up an incentive for instance, commercial parking. And since commercial parking is a part of a mixed-use project, an integral part, it would be still within the purviews of the state density bonus law. The whole project would be embraced by that. So that, I just want to make our position on the record. I know that Antonio, Mr. Kettles might disagree with us, but that is the position that we continue to take. Thanks.
Council, did he just tell us we don't have any decision to make up here?
Well, I respectfully disagree with Mr. Schonefeld about the scope of the commission's discretion. As laid out in your packet, you have discretion to make a number of decisions, including on CEQA and including on the finding of statement of overriding considerations. You can certify that as recommended in the packet, or you can say, we're not going to. I believe that's within your discretion.
All right. If nobody else has questions, I have a couple.
Go.
All right. for the applicant. Do you intend on charging the tenants separately for parking?
No.
Okay, so the parking, if somebody is a renter and has a unit, they get the parking space.
Right.
Okay. Secondly, in the report that you submitted is a Lynn Scott Law and Greenspan Engineers report. On page 9, it states, while the project will provide sufficient vehicle parking on site related to the residential component, and it trails off on another point. It brought to mind that at the first hearing, I asked you the question of whether you expected any residential spillover parking into the local neighborhood. And I believe you responded, I asked you how many spaces it would take out of the neighborhood of spillover from the residents of this. And I believe your answer was 0. Am I correct?
At that moment, I was guessing 0, yes.
Okay. Is it a different number now, your expectation?
This is a number that we did not calculate because of our requirement and request was to do a parking study on the commercial use only because we're parked per the residential code per state and city requirements. And so before we administered and commissioned the traffic and or parking study, we asked a very clear question: what is the scope of this parking study? And it was confirmed that it was for the commercial use only because the variance for the parking is only connected to the commercial use, in which we went ahead and we commissioned that parking study. And we found that there is ample parking to be absorbed on the adjacent parking, street parking, which is in front and adjacent to the project. So that was something we did not study because our residential project is parked per the state and city code.
Okay, let me ask the question again. You submitted a report from Lynn Scott's Law and Greenspan Engineers that has the statement in, while the project will provide sufficient vehicle parking on site related to the residential component.
Right.
And so that is a statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's consistent with what I believe you said in that first meeting when I asked you how many spillover residential, how much will it take up in the neighborhood from the residential?
Right.
How many spaces is that going to take up in the neighborhood? What's your estimate of the number? And you said 0. And I had a different number. I did my own calculation. And so those two, neither of us are traffic engineers or parking engineers and stuff. So it's a matter of expectations.
Right, right.
So what is your expectation today? Is it the same?
It is the same. I'm not a traffic or parking engineer, but I do rely on state law and local law for engineers that have researched this from general plan, EIRs, et cetera. And so if they feel that it's sufficient to park the units and provide a law that we follow, that's what I'll follow, because I think that that is what they're saying will provide 0 spillage.
Okay, so if that is your expectation that there will be 0 spillage into the surrounding neighborhood, would you have a problem with the surrounding neighborhood having overnight parking by permit only, and the residents of your project will not be entitled to have those permits?
That is an interesting question. I could say on one hand, yeah, that sounds like I could put my money where my mouth is, but I can also, on the other hand, say that that's discrimination towards the people that are living here also. So I don't know which is right. Do you have an opinion on that?
Well, I think you're right about the putting the money where your mouth is, that if that is your expectation, and your experts make that statement in a document you've submitted, then you shouldn't have any objection to it whatsoever, right?
I don't have an objection to it. I do have a little bit of hesitation because that is something I've never heard before. I'll consider it.
Because
I don't think it's a bad idea.
Okay.
I think it's, if the calculations are correct and we're parked per code for the residential portion of this project, and we're looking for a variance for the commercial, like, it seems logical. So I see there's logic. I'll have to think about it, not for a long time, but just
Yeah,
for a little bit.
because I'm probably going to propose that as being a condition of approval of this project.
Yeah, I like the train of thought of that, though. That's very clever of you. This is the first time I heard about it, so it's pretty good. So I'll consider it. I think it's not a bad idea.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, who else has a question?
So I do have a question.
Okay, Commissioner Lamb.
Someone could go before me.
Oh, you had a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're okay.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Godek.
Yeah, so I guess this horse has left the barn, but I just wanted to get on record about the historic designation. I'm really disappointed that I didn't get involved in the process sooner. I think the logic behind the designation is flawed. I think the significance of the district is too broad, meaning the nexus between the buildings is too weak to actually form a meaningful district. Because there's intervening buildings, there's a lack of association. The dates of construction span 40 years. So I really regret that actually got that designation. With regard especially to the Dirty Laundry Vintage Clothing Shop, what are you planning on doing with that building? Right, but like what sort of upgrades are you planning on making to that building to get it?
That's for the applicant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're looking to, for the building for the blacksmith shop, right? Where the vintage.
Yeah,
So
what
we're
sort of
preserving
upgrades?
the interior structure. We're going to be preserving the old pulleys from the old blacksmith shop. And then we're going to be fortifying the facades. Because right now, I think it's like old replaced, like corrugated aluminum that's been painted over. It's pretty.
It's awful.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, it's awful.
It looks terrible.
It's
And
in terrible
so-
shape. It's been significantly altered.
Yeah, and so Pam's here, but with the risk of misspeaking a little bit, what we've seen is that like the actual overall structure is what she found significant. The planners thought that all the old like hardware was significant. So the structure inside is really cool. All the pulleys, we've located spots to use it. And so we're going to take off the facade, put on like a wood facade that's more like, I think it's like reclaimed wood style. And we have renderings of it. And then we're going to fortify the roofs as well, because there's kind of like they're old. So really it's more the interior structure and the pulleys that we're preserving. And then we're going to have roll-up doors that kind of allow for an indoor-outdoor experience for folks to be able to have their gourmet burgers and their drinks and go out to the kind of courtyard there. We're going to be improving the lighting quality for the exterior as well as the interior. We're going to be, complying with new Title 24 for like, heating and cooling in there. We have a lot of art. Oh, that's something I totally forgot. I had an art presentation that's in your packet, but I've identified the different locations of the art canvases of specifically where the lifeguard tower was facing the wrong way.
Yep.
That's one of them.
Yeah.
And then like kind of like the entry to the courtyard is the second one, which will be kind of like a iron kind of beautiful wrought iron design of like bicyclists, because we're trying to embrace the 2.3 mile. And the third canvas will be on the two-story building there. It'll be like a marine biology theme, and then also have the bike theme, and then also have kind of like an old historic railroad theme. So.
Okay. Confusing a little bit though, because it's being called a historic district, which usually the outside of the buildings matter way more than what's on the inside. Usually with historic districts, it's like, relationship to other buildings, massing, that sort of thing. So to say that really the significance of it is all the stuff that's in the inside, then why isn't it individually eligible?
Right, I think that what was the consensus was for the, the majority of it was the uses of the historical uses, because it's a commercial district. because it's outzoned right now. So if there was to be demoed, there would be no more commercial on that street, on that specific location. So one of the main objectives was to keep the commercial uses. Number two was there were certain character defining features that Pam specifically called out, which was like the overhang on the kind of like Jefferson kind of looking building on that facade, the coffee shop, not Jeffersonian, like the cartoon Jefferson, that's what.
I'm with you.
And then it was also the facade for the two-story building that she actually looked at pictures from the 1920s and she realized that the facade was actually altered. So she's actually reclaiming that facade to its true kind of character, creating protection on the overhang for the porte cochere for the Jefferson building, I guess. And then the third one was really the pulleys and like the structure, because the facade has already been kind of altered in a bad way. And so for that building specifically.
So has there been any sort of structural analysis? Because sometimes once you start poking around with old buildings, things start falling apart, crumbling. So has there been an analysis to show that that the work you're proposing is feasible on this building? I'm just concerned that you're going to start messing around with it and then it's going to be like, oops, it's in terrible shape. We're just going to have to demo the whole thing.
No, we have worked with the architects, with our historical preservation architects, as well as the city. And we've done forensic demolition, which just means like they're spot checking certain locations. So they like spot check the wall, spot check the floor, spot check the foundation, spot checked a lot of different locations. And we did that in unison with 32 borings across the site when we're doing our soils and remediation analysis as well. And so we have a pretty good understanding of the site. We also have as-built drawings that we've completed with certified surveyors as well. And I use Inglenkirk Engineers, which is one of the top national structural engineers that I've used over the last 20 years. And so them, along with Withy Malcolm Architects, with Dan's firm, have walked the sites many times, along with the staff, along with our forensics, demolition surveyors, and with Pam O'Connor, who was not a yes gal along the way. So there was a lot of detail put into it, and a lot of requirements by Stacy as well, getting through the process before we even came to present to you guys. And, before we presented to historical preservation.
By the way, I meant to start with thanking you for being responsive. I know we've made a lot of demands on you over the last few meetings, and you guys have really done a good job of kind of pulling your stuff together and getting us what we're looking for. So I meant to start out by saying I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. When I started this project, I had short hair and no beard. I hope I answered your question.
All right, Commissioner Lamb.
So this would be for Senior Planner Gardia. Thank you. The location of the proposed Catalina development is located in the coastal zone, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And it is governed by the Coastal Act and the Redondo Beach LCP.
That's correct.
Okay. The Coastal Act the Coastal Act is concerned with maximizing on-street parking, maximizing off-street parking, views, and access to the coast. And our local LCP is the implementing ordinance for the Coastal Act. Am I correct?
Generally speaking, you're on the right track, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
I mean, it's not precisely that, but go ahead.
Okay. So the local coastal program has parking standards that are different from the than the city's standards. Is that correct? Or how do they differ? How do they differ?
So we have in our code, so the local coastal program is more of like a more comprehensive plan. And then we do have a local implementing ordinance, which is 10-5 of our ordinances. 10-2 is everything inland that's not in the coastal zone. 10-5 covers the coastal zone. As far as the parking regulations, at one point we had adopted parking regulations for each of those zones. Those for that revised it, changed the dimensions, allowed for compact spaces and such. But the coastal regulations were not certified by the Coastal Commission, so those are not effective. So the parking standards for the inland, what we call the inland ordinance versus the coastal ordinance, are different.
Okay.
But they are our standards. They are our regulations.
So the local coastal standards are different from the inland standards.
Correct.
And how do they differ?
Mainly dimensions. So when we adopted the regulations, we were looking at a standard of, I believe it was 8.5 feet by the 20 feet. Is that right, 20?
Yeah, so let me chime in here.
Yeah.
So typically what happens is that when we do zoning code revisions, so there's the inland and then there's the coastal zone, and they mirror one another. And for the most part, as far as the residential parking standards, the inland and coastal mirror one another. They're the same standard. There's a few exceptions in that there's restrictions on curb cuts in the coastal zone that are not in the inland zoning code. There's also some differences in the non-residential and the commercial standards because of the reasons that Brandy had mentioned, that we had a code change that wasn't certified and it lapsed, and now it reverts back to the prior standard, where we were intending to not only modify the sizes to allow compact spaces, but also enable a process whereas shared parking or overlap parking could be done administratively through an administrative use permit. So that all went away. But that's the main difference in when we look at the area that's east of PCH and west of PCH. And it's unfortunate because sometimes someone's looking at PCH and they're like, well, I can do it over here, but I can't do it over there, or I have to follow this other process over here. And so that's, it's unfortunately we are caught in that kind of dichotomy between the two, areas of the city. And essentially we have two different parking codes for those.
Right. So, and the local code is different from, and the LCP code, parking regulations, are different from the density bonus regulations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the density, that the LCP parking standards take precedence over the density bonus standards. Am I correct?
No, that's incorrect.
And why is that incorrect?
Because in the state density bonus law, it overrides the local codes. So it says whatever is, well, I'd have to go back and see which is the least restrictive of the two. But generally speaking, because the residential parking standards mirror one another, the inland and the coastal mirror, so they're essentially the same. And they haven't really been changed. The state code, when I looked at the parking, the state standard required less parking spaces, so it was the more permissive of the two. And so that's the one that supersedes.
So what about the lawsuit, the density bonus lawsuit, Cal-Nel Gardens versus the city of Los Angeles? Are you familiar with that?
You're talking about the Venice lawsuit?
Yes, the Venice.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Lamb, I am familiar with the case.
Yes.
And you'll find that what the legislature did after that Cal-Nel Gardens case came down is they got pretty frantic and they adopted an amendment to the state density bonus law that requires harmonization so that the state density bonus law objectives can still be achieved in the coastal zone. The other thing that's different about Cal-Nel from your case is you also have a Housing Accountability Act issue here, which is even more stringent, even more urgent than the state density bonus law is. And one thing at Cal-Nel, that was a Housing Accountability Act project, but they didn't appeal. The developer didn't appeal that, and so the Court of Appeal didn't hear that end of it. But what we're seeing now is that there is a case that came out called California Renters, a city of San Mateo, that basically holds that the Housing Accountability Act standards, which have to be tied to objective, written, codified objective standards. That's objective means that if you had two reasonable people disagreeing about it, it's no longer objective. Any standard that's not objective cannot be used as a basis for denial of the Housing Accountability Act case. So Cal-Nel, one was superseded by subsequent legislation. So it's not a case that's, and then the second one is it doesn't address I think the more pertinent issue here, which is the Housing Accountability Act, which is in play.
So my understanding is that Bloom's legislation, that there's been no further court cases in regards to what harmonizing actually means. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge yet, yes. I think there will be some.
And when you talk about the Housing Accountability Act, I'm not actually sure what you're referring to. Are you referring to RENA?
No, the RENA's coming out of the housing element law, that's 65550 of the government code. You are held to RENA, of course, as you know, and you just had your housing element certified by the HCD under RENA. Housing Accountability Act is coming out of a different part of the government called 65589.5. And that comes down to, for housing projects, it circumscribes the level of discretion to deny those projects if they're consistent with the general plan, the LCP, with the city's objective standards. In this case, this is a consistent project, so it is an HAA project. I say HAA shorthand for Housing Accountability Act. And there's been so much put into that act, and SB 330 you may have heard of, it came down in 2019. It added teeth to the HAA, the Housing Accountability Act, to do such things as to grandfather, what kinds of ordinances and policies would apply to a project as of the date of a preliminary application being submitted. And then those laws govern no matter what changes in between. Then there was the preponderance of evidence standard that basically states that not only do you have this really lofty threshold for denial for specific adverse impacts to the public health and safety, that's not enough. It has to be tied to objective standards, not ones that are just sort of, made up or that are cited that aren't part of the objective written standards. But also, it's the burden of proof is on the city, not the applicant. The city to bring a preponderance of evidence to support that. Now, in this case, there's nothing in the record at all to make that finding. And while Mr. Chair suggested I might have said that he has no discretion, yes, there's a level of discretion, but it has to be within that high bar of the Housing Accountability Act standards. I just definitively disagree with Mr. Kettles about CEQA. You cannot use CEQA to overturn the Housing Accountability Act. Otherwise, the statute would mean nothing in the state of California. There's also a case that came out that's instructive, if you'll permit me. It's called Sequoia Hills Homeowners Association v. City of Oakland, 1993 case, 23 Cal. 4th 704, pinpoint site to page 717. basically saying that since the Housing Accountability Act prevents a city council from requiring a reduction in the density of a project, the city could not even consider doing it, so reducing density in furtherance of CEQA. The other, there's also cases coming out, they're talking about this notion of CEQA laundering, that denials can be too easily laundered through CEQA to circumvent the Housing Accountability Act, and the courts are not going in the direction of that. They're trying to make sure that this act is enforceable and effective so that the legislature doesn't have to keep adding more teeth to it, which it's been doing, for ever since that act was adopted.
So going back to the LCP,
Yeah.
right? That still stands. The Coastal Act takes precedence over the density bonus law. Am I correct?
Well, you've seen that the enactment of the amendment to the state density bonus law doesn't say that. It says the two acts need to be harmonized so that their objectives can be achieved. That means they need to be harmonized. That doesn't mean one supersedes the other. It means they have to be balanced so that they both achieve their goals.
But that balance hasn't been determined yet. That's at the local, that balance is determined at the local level. Is that correct?
Well, it's a state law, so ultimately all of these decisions are made at the local level, but with appropriate, constraints in the wake of SB 330 and these other housing laws.
And I think what you're saying about the Housing Accountability Act is that there has to be measurable,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly.
Okay. Even though the LCP takes precedence, are balanced, shall we say?
Well, that we know is the case with state density bonus law. We don't have, the Housing Accountability Act is what they call a super statute. Okay, so is state density bonus law, but super statute. So in the wake of California renters case, I can get you the site, I don't have it handy. There is a savings clause for CEQA and Coastal Act in the Housing Accountability Act, but that's not for denial standards, that's for mitigation standards. So for instance, if there is a conflict with a subjective local coastal LCP criterion, that cannot be a basis for denial under the Housing Accountability Act, because it has to be objective. And there's lots of subjective standards in an LCP. There's character, like is it in keeping with the character? That's subjective as a matter of law. But it doesn't preclude, certain mitigation. Like let's say that there was a housing project that was near a wetlands area, there would have to be mitigation under the Coastal Act for that, but you can't deny it because of that. Do you see the difference? I think there's two things we know cities have to do. They have to engage their CEQA obligations and they have to look at the Coastal Act and their LCP. But we also know that the Housing Accountability Act threshold for denial is so high that neither of those acts can be used as some sort of way to lower that bar back down to make a denial easier. Everything else short of that, the city has to do, to comply with the law.
I'm skeptical of that last statement.
Okay. Well, the law is the law. We know what what it says, and we know what the courts of appeal are starting to say about this.
Right. I think
it's important to note that it's a risky proposition, I think, to get into any area of denial under the Housing Accountability Act just because of
I think what I'm skeptical about is the statement that the Housing Accountability Act disallows the concerns of the Coastal Act for access.
Oh, no, access is fine. Access, and like I said, there's no reason a city cannot impose mitigation conditions based on Coastal Act or conditions of approval based. But if it gets to a point where it's a denial, that's different. Okay. And I just want to get the citation. It's California Renters Legal Advocacy and Education Fund v. City of San Mateo. It's a 2021 case, 68 Cal Up 5th, 820. This is where the Court of Appeal said, You can't deny a project without objective written, standards that were codified and written. So bear that in mind. But access conditions, things that are reasonable under the coastal act,
And
sure.
can be measured.
Yes, exactly. And I think that's how you harmonize the two. That goes for state density bonus law, for CEQA, and for coastal act.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have other questions?
I actually have another question.
Commissioner Goodnight.
So go ahead.
The commissioners are very generous with me. Thank you. I really appreciate your allowing me to continue to talk during your deliberations. Thank you. I wanted to say that there was a fairly recent Attorney General opinion that came out that did opine on this notion of precluding some residents from getting their parking permits, and it concluded you couldn't discriminate among residents. We'd be happy to supply the AG's opinion. I think it was from 2016, so fairly recent. The question was asked of the AG, and she delivered an AG's opinion. Those AG's opinions are very, they're like citing to a court case. They're very persuasive and if not binding on the city council's determinations. I just want you to be aware of that.
Did you want to say something?
I do.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Lamb.
Okay, Mr. Schoenfeld.
Stop sitting down.
I feel like a Catholic mass getting up and down. Yeah.
So we're talking about, when we're talking about access, we're talking about, and you spoke earlier about adequate objective data, correct?
Standards.
Standards.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to add to that objective data. Okay. So one of the challenges in regards to access is understanding the correct amount of, or the accurate occupancy numbers for your project. How can access issues be determined without accurate information about occupancy?
Well, Commissioner Lamb, I think there's a difference between getting accurate information about occupancy and then somehow regulating a project based upon the occupancy. So I think perhaps you're in maybe that fine line zone, but I think with respect to questions about how, these units will be rented, I don't think I think they're legitimate for some considerations you may have on access, sure. But I think with respect to regulating a project's design or imposing conditions that will require a certain kind of occupancy or a denial because you have concerns about how people will rent these, that's where it's starting to bleed into, I think, a discrimination issue as defined by the government code about housing. They're very careful, the legislation has been extremely careful to make that a sacrosanct area that local governments can't get involved in. But with respect to your considerations about coastal issues, to the extent I would think that it would govern a reasonable interpretation of that would be one thing. I do know with respect to parking in this project, the tolerances are so tight as it is because of the way it was designed that it could be very problematic for the project if there were certain parking requirements imposed on it, because parking was one of the things that really cut down to the bone of what could fit on this site and still keep your legacy historical uses in place, which
Right.
could
So,
be really
Mr.
nice.
Schoenfeld, the numbers of individuals who would be renting apartments, let's say an X number, right? And the and the project is providing 50% of that X minus 50 for parking, right? Right?
Yeah.
Then the other 50% is parking on the street, and depending on the 50% or more, right? Because the residents don't have an accurate number for how many residents will be parking on the street. Correct? We don't have and by not providing with an accurate number, you're depriving, or the project is depriving the residents of making a correct assessment, right?
Well, it could be, and your concern that there could be issues that could arise that way, but the parking is a state density bonus law issue, right? The way the ratios are is a non-discretionary approval. So where you're perfectly, within your rights to discuss it and to explore this. There are certain areas that beyond which you can't go just because of the way the legislature has set up as I call it, the guardrails or the parameters of discretion. And as Antonio has astutely said, these parking ratios in the state density bonus law are not a matter of discretion, and they're a matter of right. And that's just the way the law was written.
But you're butting up against the access issue from the Coastal Act, which takes precedence.
Well, the question I would have to you, Commissioner Lamb, is what would be your proposed remedy on the access? If your remedy is intruding upon state density bonus law rights, I think you've got an issue there. If there's some reasonable other kinds of mitigation, I haven't heard that yet deliberated here, but we need to, I think, make sure that we are careful to see where the lines of delineation are on the state density bonus law. And that's just...
And where the harmonizing is.
Well, yes, and again, this is a delicate balance between what is within your purview to harmonize and what is within state law to, comply with.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Godek.
So I understand, I have a very limited understanding, but what I think I understand about market rate housing is that there are two ways to devise the rate. Either it's based on incomes or rents in the area. Have you determined how you're going to determine your market rate?
We're going to, typically the property manager will just put the apartment for lease, and then it'll field applications. And then what'll happen is who's qualified and who's leased it, there's not like a prescriptive number that we're leasing it to. There's not a minimum or maximum.
No, but how is the rate of the rental rate going to be established? What people are going to be...
By demand.
But so if
So for instance, if we have one apartment that's for rent for $4,000 and there's 5 applicants, they all get a credit check, they all get a background check, they get the references check, and we say, okay, put your best and final offer on this apartment.
So you're going to be bidding them? If there's going to be like a little bit of a bidding process for them if there's more than one person interested?
Right, there's like, for instance, if you go to look to rent a house, there's usually like 7 people that are looking to rent that house. And a lot of the time, if the rent is $5,000, they'll say, I'll put $5,500 so I can get that lease.
Okay.
Because there's a very high demand for housing in this area because there's no supply.
So my understanding of market rate is that it is based on the rate of other
Area, yes,
in the
correct.
area.
Yeah.
But then it can also be established as a function of income, like 30%. There's times when market rate and affordable are almost identical because they're like 30% of income.
Right.
And I'm wondering, it sounds like you're not going to be using that formula. You're going to be using the formula of surrounding rentals in the area.
Right, it'll be off of demand, like the rentals, but then The affordable units will be using the very low income, which
Okay.
is based on the county, LA County, which is much lower than sorry. So the 15% that we're setting aside for the very low affordable will have to comply with the very low income standards from LA County. And then the market rate units will be based off of demand,
Right.
the surrounding areas.
And so I notice of the units that you're creating, there are 18 5-bedroom units, of which 1 is dedicated affordable, 4 4-bedroom, which 0 are affordable, and 8 2-bedroom, of which 3 are affordable units. And I'm wondering why you dedicated most of the affordable units to just the 2-bedroom instead of having more of the bigger units be affordable. Because I know they're all units are measured, but it would be nice to see more affordable apartments.
Right. I believe we worked with the staff on utilizing the locations and spreading it out throughout the project. You know, the projects that are on the podium, those are loft units and they have ocean views, which are quite nice. So it's kind of like subjective. It's like, what do you think is better? Is it a townhome or is it a loft with the ocean view, or is it one that has a rooftop deck? And so I didn't identify them originally, and we worked with the planning staff to balance it out throughout the site. And so that was kind of what was the final kind of matrix there.
If I may, just when we are working with a project that requires affordable housing, we work with our housing department or division under the community services department, and they have a typical standard contract. A lot of times, and I've seen this in affordable housing throughout my career, is the larger bedroom units. You know, it's usually you're going to need to have a certain size of household, and typically, if you get beyond a 2-bedroom, it's a little bit more difficult to find the qualifying household that can locate there. So it's a certain size of household that, so if you had you know, the 5-bedroom unit may be a larger household, but the 2-bedroom unit is a very standard household size for affordable housing.
Does that still apply when each unit is rented out individually, though? Like, this is going to be each different.
They would have to actually qualify. It would be the entire household's income. So they'd have to, if it were, you know, 2 individuals, all of the income from all of the individuals in the household has to be included in that consideration.
I'm confused on how that's going to work, though. Like, if you've got, so there is the 1 5-bedroom place that's going to be affordable. So all 5 of those people's combined incomes are going to have to be below a certain threshold?
Let me step in here for a second. So the units that we're setting aside for affordable will be required to be 1 tenant for the entire unit. So 1 family or one lease. So the roommate pairing option will not be allowed in that location.
So roommate pairing is not allowed in the affordable units?
Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense.
And to Brandy's point is, when we worked with the standards in the matrix for these cities, housing coordinator to identify which affordable units would qualify and which were the probable ones they wanted us to select and reserve. So of the 15%, those are the ones that were selected. So prior, I didn't identify them. So.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Do we have any public comments? Questions, comments? Assertions?
If there's anyone on Zoom for additional public comment, go ahead and raise your hand. Is there anyone in the audience in the meantime? And we didn't receive any additional comments.
All right.
No,
Questions
no
from
Zoom.
up here? All right, Commissioner Hensley.
Okay, I'd like to talk about the environmental impact report, if I could. I know in the 3 meetings we've had so far, we haven't talked about it so much. So, and that's one of the things in this project is we have to make a statement of overriding, I always forget the word. Considerations. Thank you. So we looked at all the impacts that this project may have, and that started with the scoping meeting and notification of EIR and notice of to the public. And we looked at light impacts to the neighbors. We looked at, I don't know, maybe tell me all the things that the EIR looked at and which areas, and not an exclusive list, but or exhaustive list, but just what sorts of things were looked at in the EIR.
Yeah, we'll bring
So
up our
we have
consultant.
Suzanne from Rincon Consultants, and I'm sure she can describe some of those impact areas that we looked at. I think it's a list of 15 different areas or more, but there's many of them that we don't look at, and then there's some that we do look at more carefully that may require mitigation to lessen the potential impact to a less than significant level.
Okay.
Good evening. As Antonio said, my name is Suzanne Huerta. I'm with Rincon Consultants. So with the initial study, it starts off at us looking at all 20 issue areas. From there, what we call screen out based on, so looking at, obviously there's not going to be impacts to mineral resources or agricultural resources or some of even the thresholds within, such as issue areas such as biological resources. So we screen those out, and so the EIR focused on, I want to say 8 sections, but the main ones that came out of that are looking at the cultural resources section, obviously for the historic impacts. We included some mitigation measures there. The other big one was obviously the hazards and hazardous materials because of the contamination. So we included mitigation measures there we looked at what they were proposing to do for cleanup, and our site assessment folks did a little bit more peer review and decided to include additional measures for additional cleanup. We looked at some basic, we looked at geology and soils, that we have some basic measures for paleontological resources and archaeological resources. When it comes to construction, we make sure that there's monitoring so that in case there's any resources that are unknown, that there may be, that we cover that, in case during grading that they don't impact these potential resources. We looked at noise. Noise is always a big one. So we included some measures there particularly for construction, to make sure that they minimize the impacts during the construction period. And then I think those were the big ones. Those are the big ones that had actually included mitigation measures.
Okay. And of all the things that was looked at in this report, only one of them had could not be mitigated.
Transportation, right.
Transportation, and that's vehicle miles traveled?
Correct.
Okay. Is this the first time that Redondo Beach has used vehicle miles traveled as the significance factor for an environmental impact report?
It came into, VMT was required in 2020. So this is, I believe there have been first.
This is the first project that it was not screened out for our VMT.
Okay. So it has been screened out in the past, but this is the first one that was not screened out.
There may have been smaller projects or projects that would fall under just a categorical exemption. Okay. So with this is the first one that was really truly about the VMT was being evaluated.
Okay. And so of all the things that were looked at, that was the only thing that registered as a significant impact, and it could not be mitigated. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So if I want to ask about mitigation or the details, is that still you or?
Sure. Yeah, that's me.
So when I look at this project, it's an infill project. It's a housing density in a already dense place. seems like the kind of thing that the state of California wants to do, but I was a little surprised that the one thing that was impacted was vehicle miles traveled, which seems like an infill project should reduce or improve or not have an impact. So could I get a little explanation on why something that, you know, an infill project, the only impact it has is to transportation and vehicle miles traveled?
If I may on that one, this project, if it had been strictly the residential, it would have met the screening criteria and would not have required the evaluation and the EIR. It's the commercial component of it that triggered the EIR to be conducted.
Sorry, 1 second.
And with mixed use, our VMT requirements state that if one part of the project, even if one part of the project screened out, if there's another part of the project that is not, then the entire project has to be evaluated.
Okay, so that was in the revised memorandum we received from Fair and Pierce about if the resident or if the commercial went to 0, that the net external daily vehicle trips was 0? Okay. Maybe my next questions are on this report, if I could.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Am I okay on time?
Yes, unless there, anybody else? No, go for it.
Okay. Try not to belabor the point. Hi, good evening. Thank you again. I know you've been here before and you're always very helpful to help us through these complex things. So one of the things we asked for at the last meeting was there was some confusion about bedroom numbers and how many residents and those kind of things. And we were all a little confused on what impact they might have because those changes were made after the EIR was complete, right? So I looked through the memorandum and there's a lot of references and math, and I'll get to that in a second. But then tonight I just heard that, you know, basically it's the commercial that's driving the vehicle miles traveled. So, but when I looked at this report, it seems like that the VMT per capita is over the impact threshold, but it looks like it's driven by the residential. So maybe if you could clarify, I'm slightly confused by that.
When we look at the city's screening criteria for VMT, we break up the city into different zones.
Okay.
And for a residential project, for example, we look at the zone that that project is located in, and we look at the average VMT for that zone. So if we look at just the average for the zone that this project is in, it's below the city's significance threshold. So if this was just a purely residential project, it would screen on those grounds. But that's different than looking at the VMT that would be generated by the project itself. So when we actually analyze the VMT that would be generated by this project, not the average for the zone, we did find an impact.
That's interesting. So it's not that residential doesn't drive VMT, it's that the city screening criteria basically excludes it because of there's so much VMT generated around it. Is that
Exactly.
is
Yeah.
that
If a project is in a low VMT zone, state guidance says that we can presume that it would have a less than significant impact.
But doesn't the data in this project show that that assumption is not good?
It's not always borne out, but on average, that tends to be the case.
Okay, in the future, I may look at those screening criteria again. I know the city council decided that and that's their purview, but okay, so we got to look at it because it didn't get screened out. And when this project was here last time, it was 130 bedrooms. I saw there was some confusion in the report of exactly how many bedrooms were there.
That's correct. We updated the analysis that was performed for the EIR, and then we also looked at the revised 122 bedrooms.
Okay, and so when I looked through, and then today the project is proposed as 122 bedrooms. So when I look through this report, it seems like that, you know, the numbers that we get are, you know, the city of Redondo Beach average house is 3 bedrooms. I saw that in the report. And that, you know, the number of trips generated per dwelling is from another study. Let me clarify here. So I see the Southern California Association of Governments Regional Transportation Plan model for the average person trip rate. Okay. So that gives you the trips per capita. And then there's another study that showed for below market housing, how many trips that generates. Is that
correct? Yes. So we use a different rate for market rate versus affordable.
Okay, but that study was the city of Los Angeles, right? Because Redondo Beach didn't have any such data.
That's correct, yes.
is there anything to say that that study applies to Redondo Beach, or that like, that the city of Los Angeles seems like it has much more transportation options, much more
Yeah, it's
things
just
that the city of Redondo doesn't?
It's the best data that we had available.
Right.
If we had data that was specific to Redondo Beach, we would have used that.
Okay, and is it because the city is not big enough to generate that data, or we choose not to generate it, or some other company generates it and they haven't done it for this area, or what's the?
Studies haven't been commissioned for trip generation at affordable housing sites.
Okay, so after all those changes and all the calculations, it's basically the threat, we're still over the impact threshold with the proposed project. And I know that in this report that was done in today's agenda packet, it had those three options, but they're not really options. You're just kind of like looking at what that would be.
Right.
But in the EIR, they did study alternative 3, which basically said if you increase the below market rate housing, that you could improve the vehicle miles traveled of the project. Is that
also correct?
Okay.
Yes.
When it comes to EIR and CEQA, if we can't mitigate something completely, can we improve it? Like, can we make it better, or like, is that a goal?
Have to mitigate to the extent feasible.
Okay.
If you can't mitigate beyond that, then you can't mitigate beyond that.
Okay. And I'll try to wrap it up. Okay, one other question.
This is good.
Yeah, one other question. So in the project, what we have before of is 30 units on the project, but in the analysis, it showed 41 units, right?
Right.
And I had a question there is like, is it because of this project's peculiar leasing, I forget what they called it already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I apologize. I forgot the term that he used, but leasing individual bedrooms, basically. Is it because of that you basically assigned more units to this project? Or is it any project that had 5 bedrooms, because the average in Redondo is 3 bedrooms, would get the same treatment as this project?
Right. We wanted to make sure that we were doing a conservative analysis. So because a lot of the units had more than 3 bedrooms, in the original proposal, we had units with 6 bedrooms, 7 bedrooms, and that's atypical for the city. So we wanted to make sure that we were being conservative, so we increased the unit count for the analysis.
Okay, but today they're at maximum 5 bedrooms. So I guess my question is, if this was a standard 5-bedroom house, would you still, divide by 3 basically and call it more than 1 unit like you did here?
Well, primarily we wanted to be consistent with the original analysis that we did so that we could have an apples to apples comparison. And if we had done it differently, then we wouldn't have had that.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that the project as it sits today without 6 or 7 bedrooms may not have the same conservative application that the original calculation did? Is that what I heard?
No, we still did. We still.
Well, I know you did to do
developed
apples
that
to apples, but.
Equivalency factor so that we're still analyzing a higher number of units, right? There's still 30 units being proposed. With this revised bedroom count, we analyzed it as 41 units. Previously, we looked at 44 units. So it's still higher than the 30 that are proposed.
But the result was the same because it's basically a per capita number?
Exactly, yeah. So if you look at table 3 of the memo that we prepared, the total VMT goes down by about 6.5%. But we're not just looking at the total VMT. That's not how the significance threshold is set. It's on a per head basis. So VMT goes down, but so does the population. So you have the numerator and the denominator of your division are both being reduced by about the same percentage. So the result is the same.
Okay, and if this project was kind of what I'll say standard 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom offerings, would you have calculated at 30 units? And
yes,
the 2.4 residents per unit that you have in your calculation?
Right.
Okay, so it would not have had this thing, but you didn't do that calculation, or we don't have that data today, right? Like we don't know that number or I know we didn't ask you for it, so I don't know, but I didn't expect it, but I'm just saying we don't have it, right? Like it's not something we're looking at.
Based on the results that we've already calculated, I would also expect that to be the same.
Okay, because you're reducing the VMT and the population.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your time and again, explaining this to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the time.
Okay. Good.
Yes, please. May I?
Yes, Commissioner Barrett.
So I did, thank you, Chair Gaddis. I did have a question for Senior Planner Guardia. And this is with respect to the proposed resolution in the agenda packet, and in particular, item 13C, which is on page 196. And if you could take a moment to turn to that and let me know when you have that up.
Taking a while to get there, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem, page 196, if you are there.
No, it's just taking a while to get there.
No problem. Well, if,
But you can ask the question. I can see if I can anticipate maybe the response back.
Sure. And so as is clear from today's meeting, it is unclear where this committee may go and whether or not it will approve this project, and if so, under what conditions. But if the committee was to adopt the resolution, and again, going to section 13C, which states the historic variance, referring to the historic parking variance, will not adversely impact property within the neighborhood. And so that's a finding for the, for us, for the Planning Commission to determine. And so my question is, underneath that finding, there's a discussion of the historic parking variance. And I wanted to know, is there more that could or should be included in there to support that finding, that the historic variance will not adversely impact property within the neighborhood? Perhaps including, and I thought Commissioner Hensley and others did a great job speaking to the LLG parking study, but perhaps including in their reference to the LLG parking study and the findings. So with that, I'll turn it over to you and give you an opportunity to speak to that.
Yes, absolutely. That would be the appropriate for you to cite that as a finding of fact, that you are looking at the evidence that was provided in the parking study and you're using that to support your decision. That would be the appropriate thing to do, yes.
Okay, and if we were to do that, would we insert that by interlineation? Would it be something we do here on the record tonight?
Yeah, you could just add more text to that finding. You can include that the commission has taken into consideration the parking demand study prepared by the applicant and accepted by the city as complete, and use that as part of your findings to support the variance, the historic variance application.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from that? Nope. Commissioner Hensley.
Am I really the only one?
Please.
Other people can go.
Yeah, I asked, so.
Okay. Okay, I have more questions. My favorite topic, outdoor living space. Thank you for no audible sigh.
Love that.
Oh, it's cool.
Yeah, so I know that you put it in the revised packet. 1 second.
Yes, Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, this was the blue folder item. So If I understand it correctly, the project as proposed meets the outdoor living space requirement?
That's correct.
So it's not a waiver that under the housing?
No, this is one of the items that we had talked about in one of the previous hearings when we looked at the project and looked at the particular constraints with the adaptive reuse of the lodge building in particular and what they were using that ground floor space for. We accepted that as a recreation room, as a common area where you would have the tenants use that as kind of an amenity. So we felt it was equivalent to, for all intents and purposes, to a rec room. So that's the reason why we had not called that out as a area where a variance or a concession or waiver would be necessary.
Okay. Could we see a picture of that? I think page 368 of the packet has the only picture I can see of that room. But. Yeah, this is listed as a recreational room, lunch room, and in the building code, it does say that interior recreation rooms do qualify as outdoor living space.
I'm not sure.
That would be a recreation room.
Perhaps we can have the applicant elaborate on what you're seeing on the
People are going to protest.
on this slide here.
But that's not the, sorry, not 360, 368?
That was just kind of the outdoor living or the outdoor tasting room idea. That was preliminary conceptual ideas.
Yeah, this one. Like, yeah. To the right.
There we go.
Yeah. So that on the, what I'm looking at in the middle of the screen is the recreation room, lunch room. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm looking at desks, a kitchenette, more desks, and I'm not sure if that square with an X is a shower. I don't know what
That's
that
an
is.
elevator.
Oh, an elevator. Okay.
For ADA, yeah.
Okay, and the in the summary page, it if we read the code, it says interior recreation rooms shall be furnished and maintained with indoor recreational facilities and/or equipment such as gymnastic equipment, sauna baths, and game tables, which are accessible to all tenants within the development. So game tables, which are accessible to all tenants within the development, is underlined. So is there presumed to be game tables in there that are not shown on the drawing?
Yeah, so we're thinking about it more of like a digital rec room where folks can game there, they can play Wii there, they can have lunch there, they can bring their friends there. There's also kind of a lunchroom in the back as well. And the sidewalk's pretty generous in the front, so they can also kind of like be an indoor-outdoor there as well. There's also a rec room on the top as well, so it has a different kind of flavor to it on the
I thought there was residences above this space.
Yeah, but on the right.
Oh, the deck. That's
So
the recreation, or that's
this elevator connects up top to the residence on the south. So it has a rec room that connects to the outdoor living space also. So there are two different types. There's the type that we have at the top, and we also have this kind of like digital rec room as well.
Yep, yeah, the top is what's listed on here as the common roof deck, and it's quite nice, looks good. Okay, so one other question I have then is on the page there, it says that location, dimension, and design of public interior recreation rooms. It says recreation rooms shall qualify if they are located immediately adjacent to a public space that qualifies as outdoor living space under the provisions of this section, such as an exterior court or pool, and have minimum dimensions of 20 by 20. Is this recreation room located immediately adjacent to a public space? This is in A, it's highlighted in red in the blue folder project summary sheet.
A public space.
Yeah.
This isn't directly adjacent to a public space. It is in proximity to the outdoor living space or the common amenity space, but again, there's certain constraints with the place of where the what they can do with the rehab of this building.
Yeah.
That it would be physically impossible almost to put this next to a large outdoor space.
But that is what the code requires. It says that recreation rooms shall qualify if they are located immediately adjacent to a public space that qualifies as outdoor living space. And then they give a bunch of examples, which are just examples, and I get that but they don't have to put it here. They choose to put it here,
Yes.
right? Like they can have their space anywhere, and same thing I said at the last meeting. Like I get that legally they could come and ask for a waiver and not meet it, but to say that they meet it when it clearly, in my opinion, does not is not correct. And then to get the waiver, they have to show that they need that waiver for the cost and the project to be financially viable. So.
Well, the same section for the outdoor living space also goes on to state the areas that would be prohibited from qualifying as outdoor living space, and it calls out some very specific, like utility rooms and things like that.
Yeah.
And this is obviously not one of those things. It kind of falls in sort of a gray area, and that's the reason why we went ahead and accepted it at face value. That this is would be a commonly used amenity. The original design was a little bit different than this, but it essentially serves the same purpose.
Yeah, I get it. I like it. I think it was originally proposed as like a shared workspace, and people can work there and do all kinds of things, and remote work. And I think it's a fantastic space. I have no problem with the use of it or anything. It's just, in my opinion, not. Interior recreation room is defined in the code and doesn't meet the requirement of outdoor living space, again, in my opinion. So that's one, but that's
What's the definition of the public space, right? It's space that is shared by the folks that are renting this apartment. And so if that's the definition, if I could be wrong, then that common corridor is public space. The rec room is essentially public space. Also, that elevator is a direct corridor to the upstairs corridor that connects to the recreational room.
Yeah.
That is to the south as well.
Yeah, the deck is.
So it's connected by corridors also.
Yeah.
So therefore, I would say that that's adjacent too, because it's connected by corridors and it's not separated by a habitable space.
Yeah, again, the code doesn't define it as communal space. It doesn't define it as shared space. It's very clear. It gives us examples, which are not an exhaustive list, but also gives us a purpose of outdoor living space. And then it says immediately adjacent. So you're close, but not immediate. So yeah, that's one. And the reason I don't want to say the word bring up this topic frequently is because I feel that it's it's for the benefit of the residents, and it's not always well adhered to strictly. So I wish the code said something different. It doesn't. So I got to go with the code that exists today. And but I am a stickler for meeting in my opinion, what the code says. So I have one other question. Common open space, counting toward outdoor living space, listed a roof lounge, but I didn't see that in the drawings. So I understand common roof deck. You showed it in that picture over there, but it additionally lists a roof lounge. I was wondering if you could show me what that is.
I think, if I could find it here. It's this lounge right here.
Give me like a bigger zoom shot. I don't know where I am in the project, or where's the.
So there's surface parking there, and there's a podium, and then there's 4 units below. And then 3 of the units, I believe, are loft units. 1 is a flat, and where we're reserving additional recreational room on that top of that rooftop deck there.
So it's so it's a room next to the roof deck.
Yes. Okay. Right, to have indoor, outdoor. The idea was to have indoor, outdoor capability there with the corridor that connects to the rec room down below. So people can interchangeably, enjoy that outdoor, living space.
And is that, the reason is that's kind of 100%, there's no roof deck discount of the calculation, is that because it's a recreation room on the roof? Is that how it's being considered? Okay. Okay, and then one other question is, there's 2 units listed here, Unit I and J, that don't have any outdoor living space on their residence. Every other residence has at least a little bit. And I think we talked before, that's because it's the historic building is being, okay.
Right, it's because we're in it, because that's the primary front facade of that 2-story building, in which we had to preserve that facade, in which units J and I, that was kind of the catalyst of, okay, well, let's provide them outdoor living space. Let's provide them some outdoor living space on the rooftop deck that has ocean breeze and also the game room down below. Otherwise, we would have provided it in the unit.
Okay.
But we can't demo the front, so.
Yeah. Okay, I had one other question, if you don't mind if I ask.
Yeah.
On the historic parking variance, is there a reason, and again, the state housing law doesn't say anything about commercial parking, and so that's why you're going with this historic parking variance for the commercial space. Is there a reason you didn't do like underground parking and just meet it and then get your housing bonus as housing? Like, is there a reason there's not underground parking? Not that I'm opposing such a...
No, that's okay. I recall the question coming up prior, and it's just not feasible for this size of project. You know, there's a lot that has happened to this project. Not to bore you with the details over 4 years, but when we put the project under contract, we didn't know it had, you know, contaminated soils. So that was a huge hit for us, requiring, you know, certain levels of historical preservation, in which we had larger buildings. We had larger historical buildings, and we had to keep cutting them down because of parking, right? So that was like the push and pull. And so we were trying to figure out a way to create a calculus in order to preserve as much of the commercial as possible, provide as much parking as possible, and still accommodate for the affordable units. And what happened was that Panhandle lot has been redesigned like 4 times. Like, we originally had it as an office space up there, and we got redesigned to, you know, a lot of different variations. And so this has to also do with the way that we're doing our soils remediation. And so with that, we're demoing the buildings. I think it's like 50% on one, and then, you know, 30 and 30 per the requirements. Okay. And so in order for us to do subterranean parking, it makes it financially unfeasible.
Okay, so the historic parking variance allows you the financial feasibility for this project, right? And this project is basically mixed use. That's the zone you've chosen. Is that?
Can you ask the question?
Yeah, the historic parking variance allows you to park less than is required for the commercial.
Right.
And basically doing subterranean parking is not financially feasible. So the only way you can make it feasible is by having the historic parking variance.
Right, or demoing more of the commercial, or keeping the uses the same.
Okay, but you have to keep the buildings because they are your historic.
Right.
Right, you've already been deemed historic by the.
Right. Okay. So the first meeting I had with the city 4 years ago, they said, if you work to preserve this, there's a strategy that we can, there's mechanisms to give incentives. One of them is the parking variance. Like, I like the idea of keeping the retail. And so what we did is, instead of building 30 large units, we preserved the historical. The issue was the parking for the historical, you know, use is very intense. So we had to keep resizing it in order to find an equilibrium. And so this is the equilibrium after 4 years.
Okay.
So that was something it wasn't proposed by me. It was brought to the table as an incentive to, you know, preserve the historical preservation portion of this project, in which, when I came to the table, there was a lot of failed attempts on the site. 99% of them were to demo all the commercial buildings. And me and Aaron Jones didn't agree with that approach. And we thought that the highest and best use for this site were to preserve some of the historical commercial uses, so that 1,100 units that are across the street could go somewhere nice to have breakfast and coffee in the morning or have a nice lunch right there. So that progressed into doing the historical preservation variance for the parking. And then we used SB 1818 to allow for the affordable housing. So that was kind of the two strategies that were recommended to me.
And you mentioned Aaron Jones. Who's that?
Aaron Jones is the original senior planner. They worked on the original conceptual drawings.
Brandy.
So that's how long I've been working on this project.
Okay, got it.
So, but he was very insightful and very helpful. And, but Antonio and Stacey were also there as well.
Okay.
And so I've been taking direction and updating this plan along the way. So.
Okay, thank you. And I'll end on a high note. I think that the project itself is nice. I think that the affordable housing is great. I think the city is greatly lacking it, and I do like that. I think that it's good to reuse these things, and I think that, you know, you have done the best job you can do with this site. So, you know, I do want to give you a lot of credit for. And then the last credit is just having to go through 4 of these meetings. You should get the most credit.
With a sense of humor.
And always with a smile on your face. They're not easy.
Oh, I love this project. So
Yeah, and just personally, I understand it. And it's not easy for us either. We're trying to wrap our brains around all this stuff that is not our full-time job, right? This is our dedication. So, you know, but I do want to say thank you for that and to answer all our questions. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Do we have any other questions? Sheila? No? Anyone else? Do we have any public comment, questions, anything? Anyone still with us out there?
Is there anyone on Zoom? Raise your hand for public comment. No other e-comments have come in.
All right.
So we do have one raised hand. She did speak earlier, so it was.
They're allowed to speak multiple times on agenda items, right? No?
Commission can approve.
Okay.
But then we have
Same as
to
you- The same as you approved for Holly, motion
Okay,
second
so motion to
approve,
extend? Okay. Do we have a
allowing
motion
that
to extend?
hear
person
again from, who is it?
Motion to extend.
It's Amy Hudson.
Okay, sure. I'll make a motion to hear again from Ms. Hudson.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say no. Motion carries.
Okay, Amy, go ahead and unmute, and you'll have another 3 minutes.
Hi, my computer might die soon because I've been on this call for a really long time. But, you know,
Welcome to the club.
I've heard all of what Mr. Miller has to say. And, you know, I think in general, the concern is the fact that this co-housing is unproven in the South Bay. I'm going to live directly adjacent to it. You know, I love my home. I love my neighborhood. I love the block of my street. I don't want to see it changed by his lofty ambition of having this WeWork style, we live rental unit outside my home. I don't want to live next door, like I said before, to a modern day fraternity house. I deserve, to have a quiet home. I live here. I have a teenage daughter. I chose to live here because she can walk to Redondo Union High School. His housing development is not going to attract families. I'm just extremely frustrated by it. Also, I'm concerned for my neighbors and the fact that they're going to lose their parking. And I saw his response to the suggestion that we change this block into permit parking, of which his residents wouldn't be allowed to park on. And that was extremely telling that is their intent, that they will come and park on the street. They've seen the open spots, and that is what's going to happen. And it's going to negatively impact my neighborhood. I appreciate the fact that there are laws and order enacted by Sacramento and other things at play here that we can't exactly determine our fate. But I really hope that everybody on the Planning Commission, and I do believe with your due diligence, are asking all the great questions and moving forward to do best for those of us that live on the street. And, apathy and stress and whatever means that a lot of people aren't going to come in here and say a lot. But I bet you if this gets built and does impact the neighborhood the way it seems that it would, myself and others included will decide to reside elsewhere. So thank you for holding on to this late night, and I appreciate all of your consideration.
Thank you. Anything else?
In the audience?
To the prior person's comment, I want to reference an opinion of the Office of the Attorney General, number 14304, April 14th, 2016, that is specifically addresses parking schemes for residents, right, for the record, and does not allow for any discrimination amongst residents based on the type of dwelling they live in.
Do you mind giving us your name for the record?
Ravi Kumar.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or anything?
And no one else on Zoom, and no additional e-comments.
All right. So I guess at this point, it's a matter of motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
What? Did you have it?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Wait.
never mind.
No, don't close it.
Sorry, yeah, I don't want to reopen it.
Okay.
Sorry, I was looking at the blue folder items. Can I ask a question about one of the blue folder items? We got some comments in on the project and the EAR, and I know basically what I heard was EIR commenting is closed. I thought at the EIR public hearing that we're allowed to take comments or allowed to address them. Do we want to? I don't know. I know it came in today. And then the second part of that question is whether we do or not. Some of the comments are on the level of service and the vehicle capacity and those kinds of things. And like, that's not CEQA, that's general plan and level of service. So if you wanted to comment on those at all, basically what I read in the comment is the city is underestimating the vehicle traffic for level of service and for VMT and the EIR. So,
Yeah, so the Commissioner Hensley, we are still accepting comment on the EIR and the project in general. Even though the comment period closed, the final EIR has a response to comments, and so we've completed that, and so that's what's before you tonight. But in terms of the localized transportation analysis and impact that was included as a separate blue folder item at Chair Gaddis's request, we did take a look at that. We took a look at a slew of intersections and the volumes and the trip distribution. And again, found that there was not a significant impact per our general plan and circulation element. So we have looked at that, and that's a pretty standard item that we request whenever there is a vehicle miles traveled transportation assessment. We always ask that they do both, the localized and the VMT for the CEQA purposes, one for CEQA purposes, one for general plan purposes.
okay. And the general plan, if I understand it correctly, is basically that an impact would be a 10% increase in an intersection, or if it's a level F, it has to be improved above grade F. Is that?
Would you happen to recall with that? Yeah, there's different thresholds, there's different metrics that we use for the intersections and the percentages depending on the what the levels of service are, depending on whether it's an F or a C or a B or an A. And so, but that was all taken a look at. There was a pretty long report that was prepared for that.
I see the report, and Blue folder comment is basically that we didn't anticipate, or Catalina has more traffic.
Yeah. Has substantially sufficient capacity to handle the traffic from this project.
Okay. Okay. That was my question.
Okay, well, I have a question about that same subject now that it's been brought up. So these studies were apparently done a while ago, or over a year ago, right?
Yes.
Something like that, right? So had the level of service, and just for people in the audience, it's a count of car trips that a residential development will generate. So if you have an intersection with 20,000 cars going through it a day, and people have to wait through a couple of cycles of lights in order to get through the intersection, that would be a rated F intersection. And so, for example, we have the intersection of Redondo and Pacific Coast Highway, which is a high E intersection. So at some point, it's going to be tipped over into the F category. So hypothetically, or inevitably, what would occur, the next project, even if it has these bonus densities and state mandated stuff like this, what would happen if that project were determined to push that intersection into an F, which I believe it is an F today, but I live near there, so.
Typically, what happens is that, well, in the past, when all of this was under kind of CEQA purposes, there would have to be mitigation measures. And so something similar would have to occur where there would be some fair share contribution towards improvements. There could be some different ways to, for lack of a better word, mitigate that impact. But largely, it would be doing things like signal synchronization and adopting TDM measures, doing other intersection improvements to try and ease the flow of traffic. But that's not it's, again, it kind of falls, it's outside of CEQA now. There's different measures, there's different ways to approach those types of impacts. And they're more in the realm of the Public Works Department than they are with us. We always work collaboratively with them to figure out what is the appropriate measure to reduce those impacts or address those impacts.
Okay, so at no point would that kind of impact, which, impacts everybody goes through that intersection every day, at no point would that impact affect, say, the density of a project, or the approved density of the project. It'll never come up as a decision again saying that, okay, it flips this intersection to an F, therefore we're not going to build this 5,000 unit project that feeds traffic into that intersection. That decision will never occur.
I don't know if that's, I'm not sure what hypothetical situation that is that you're thinking about. It could occur with a large enough project, but I don't know. I wouldn't, that's not my area of expertise.
But I mean, that impact itself is not enough to basically push back on a development in terms of its density.
That's a separate,
I don't think it would address the, it's not the environmental impacts of the project, but what it may require a larger project like that to have to do some improvements, roadway improvements.
Pay for a flyover, say, of PCH over Redondo.
I haven't seen the plans for that hypothetical project, but yeah.
Yeah, but basically that's it. I mean, the only mitigation is going to be to not have an intersection there, to have PCH fly over Redondo, right?
Well, and it wouldn't be mitigation, it would just be roadway improvements.
Right.
Or system improvements.
System improvements. And again, typically there's like a fair share contribution towards those improvements, because it's cumulative. It's not just one project that adds to that. And there's accelerators that they work into models that kind of look at development over longer periods of time. And so that's kind of.
So it's death by 1,000 cuts, really, wasn't it?
You could say that, I guess.
Okay. All right. I'm done with my questions. Are there any others? Okay. Do I have a motion to close public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing?
Do I have a second?
Second?
All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those against, say no.
I could always
All right.
reopen it.
Motion. Motion is carried. Motion carries. The public hearing is closed. Okay, who wants to start this part of the discussion? Any changes to?
I'd like to say something.
Okay.
So for me, it's been a little bit frustrating because we've had 3 reports that we were asked to study and read and understand. And that's the vehicle mile travel, the parking study, and the traffic study. And basically, all of these rely on this normal house in Redondo Beach that has 2.4 residents. So then you do the mathematical equation and you come up with this number. But that's not what this project is. So I'm going to give a little analogy and I'll make it very quick. In science, in medical science, when we do a study, it's really, really important that the data reflect what it is that we're studying or the question that we're asking. So if I want to know, for example, if this treatment is working with rotator cuff surgery, I'm not going to go look at a study based on knees and say, okay, that's how I'm going to treat my patient's rotator cuff. So in these situations, we have all of this is based on this 2.4 per household, but that's not what this project is. So for me, it's all very, very frustrating because you can have in these 30 units, you can have 150 people. So that messes with the parking study, that messes with the traffic study, and that messes with the VMT. The other thing that I want to say is the VMT, we're getting kind of lost in this equation of what the VMT is. We're talking about how long does a person stay in the car, or how far do they go, and how often do they go. But what we're missing on that, the reason that we're talking about VMT very clearly is burning fossil fuel. So the reason that VMT is an issue, this isn't the traffic study, this is the vehicle per mile. And what it's saying is that the more people are in the car, the more fossil fuel we burn and the more global warming we have. So I think we're missing in all of this. So what we're adding to by acting as though the VMT is a 2.4, when in actuality, we don't know what the number is of this building. We have no idea. Jason or Mr. Muller has made it very clear. This is where people will come and they will rent an apartment with people they don't necessarily know in a common living area. It could be 3 bedrooms and you could literally get 8 people. But that particular unit only has 2 parking spaces. So we have to just act as though that's just perfectly fine because 2.4 per family in Redondo Beach. And it makes no sense to me. It's not the way we conduct statistics in science at all. And it's the studies that we've been asked to read and agree upon are inaccurate. Thank you.
Any other comments? Well, I would like to propose that this idea the applicant and I discussed be added as a condition to this project. I understand it's very complicated in terms of how that would be executed. But of course, the proviso to the whole thing will be that if the city council decides that they're just not going to do this, because I understand it involves a vote of the council, it involves a survey of the residents affected in the neighborhoods. If they decide not to do that and they don't want to go forward with it, then this condition naturally by that effect would not bear fruit. But if they do take it up, then they're going to go through the procedures to implement that as part of the condition. But if they decide not to, then it ceases to become an operative condition. Does that make sense?
I think for like the reiteration of what that condition would be.
It is that the surrounding neighborhood, 4 blocks in every direction, the street parking becomes, for overnight, is permitted street parking. And that the residents can obtain those at, if not free, a nominal charge, with proof of their residences, that is, in the normal fashion, a phone bill, or something like that. And that the residents of this particular project are not entitled to obtain those permits.
Would it be if the surrounding neighborhood is designated as a preferential parking for that? Is that?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
and the
Okay.
city council would initiate that.
Right.
I'm sorry, am I?
No, I want to add to that.
Okay, yeah, okay, friendly amendment, yeah.
Well, just an explanation. I believe that those permits are, the permit area is created by address. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean,
Right?
yeah, I mean, it's
So-
itemized as address, yes.
Right. So instead of not permitting those residents, you would, that the permitted area would exclude
This address.
that address, or would include only, right? Would include only the other, right? Either way.
It would, huh?
6, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah, that's sort of an implementation, but it sounds to me like a good one. As a complete amateur at this kind of thing.
Right, the
It has a good
focus on the
sound to it.
geographical area and not the project itself.
If it could work that way, sure.
Can you, Commissioner Lamb, I think you had really good language with that. Can you?
Can you say it slowly?
So the permit is designated per geographical area,
Address, you said, right?
address, location, geographic location.
Address would be better.
Street,
Specific
by
addresses.
street, or specific addresses.
Yeah. Within a geographic zone.
Within a geographic zone. I think collectively, we've come up with the right language, right?
But not,
But not any specific project.
But not including the
But not
address
included
of
the
this
subject
project.
site.
Subject site. The address of the subject site.
That might be illegal, I don't know.
Addresses of the subject site. Would that work?
Yes.
I did add, just so you know, I started drafting just from our conversations in the public hearing. a couple of additional things. One was regarding that, that the required parking spaces are restricted to use for vehicle parking per Redondo Beach Municipal Code. And the Planning Commission recommends that the applicant have a condition to the same in the CC&Rs for the development, and that no residential unit will exceed 5 bedrooms, and the mixed units will be restricted to the proposed, and I put the proposed unit mix in there. So so as you're seeing this, I just wanted to clarify that, and hopefully I got the language. If you want to tweak the language of 62, please feel free.
And Brandy, if I could also add that you also included the additional language in, under the finding for the variance that cited the traffic study.
That was, I think, page 16. My apologies for scrolling. Don't mean to dizzy everyone.
What's the alternative?
Hold on. That was Commissioner Barrett had made the recommendation to add in the findings that the Planning Commission consider the conclusions of the parking study prepared by Lynn Scott Law and Greenspan Engineers and submitted by the applicant to determine that this historic variance will not adversely impact property within the neighborhood and historic district. It's up to you on what you end up deciding. I'm just adding the things that we have discussed.
Commissioner Lamb, do you have anything to add?
I will in a moment.
I would just say, perhaps the language that I discussed earlier with Senior Planner Gardia would be in the alternative to the permit parking. Because if we're doing permit parking or as part of this, then that seems to suggest that there is an adverse impact on the neighborhood, perhaps. So something to consider.
I think you could have both. I think you could have both. I think one's not exclusive of the other. And you're relying on that.
Is it necessary?
I think it's prudent to include that.
Okay.
And it actually helps create the nexus for the condition as well.
Okay.
I just was I'm putting here a suggestion that the resident, just to add in this, that the residential component of the project meets the required parking.
Yeah, well, and stated by the applicant's submission that it's sufficient for, the parking is sufficient for the residential component. So it not only meets the state mandated criteria, but is asserted to be sufficient.
Right. It's probably better placed in the whereas, but it's fine as well. Or in the findings.
So when may I speak? Please. When we talk about sufficient parking on site, right? That has been said, that there is sufficient parking on site. What data do we have?
No, this is an assertion by the applicant.
Okay.
That's all there is to it.
We don't have any data. Is that correct?
I assume that if it's in a report by this august consultant who prepared this report and analysis, that they must have data. But as it is, it's an assertion.
It's an assertion.
Because we haven't seen the data. So, I mean, we're just relying on the expertise as we have on many things in these reports, right?
They had the data in the parking.
Pardon me?
They had the parking data in the report. Is that the parking you're talking about?
No, it's the residential parking.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's part of the state law. So
Yeah,
how
I was
can
just
we-
gonna say, I think sufficient means just that it meets the standard.
No, actually, well, it isn't worded that way at all. So, but we can leave it rest at that. We don't have to go really into depth on that. We're not trying to tell anyone that the on-site is sufficient. It's been asserted to be sufficient. Okay,
What this would determine is that the residential component of the project meets the required off-street parking. I could put standards.
Okay.
state says it's cool.
Applicant says it's cool. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want me to put that down?
Yeah. A little thumbs up emoji, you know?
Okay.
Okay.
Jason?
Go ahead.
This is our time to deliberate. I'm seeing conditions being made and generally leads to, project approval. And I'm slightly stuck on the, basically historic parking variance being a fourth concession that the housing density law doesn't allow. Like, they only get 3 concessions and they've used them, however they chose to use them. And the historic parking variance is a fourth concession. It's what make this project go, like, right? And so I'm stuck on that. Like, I don't like the historic part of it, but that's not for me to decide. Like, that's been decided, okay, right? But I'm stuck. So I'm wondering, for those commissioners that are not stuck, what will, like, it's creative, it's inventive, it's a way around, but it's a monetary incentive to build the project, which is a concession. And state law says they get 3 concessions for this amount of below market, and
Is there a limit to the number of concessions?
3.
3.
So they couldn't provide more below market and get a 4th. That's what I asked, and that's what was confirmed. So I'm a little stuck on, and it's not
Something to say about that?
Yeah.
Well, it may be, and then fortunately, we have our great staff here with us to discuss, but it may be that there are 2 separate issues. One is the residential development and the bonus density law that applies there, and the concessions and waivers and what have you they get. A separate issue may be the historic parking variance, completely separate. And that's for us to
Yeah, the first to decide, yeah.
That's for us to decide, and that was part of the issue that we discussed earlier about whether this granting of a historic parking variance would have an adverse impact on the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the point that I think we were looking at. But
Okay, and I think for me, the fact that they're using the historic, one of the historic buildings for residential, so that ties it into me. And then number 2 is the zoning has changed to mixed use. That's one project, right? That's one thing. And again, it's inventive, it's creative, but it's just, this project does not financially make sense if they don't get that historic parking variance. So, the residential doesn't go, the nothing goes, right? And again, they've changed this to mixed use. So, but is that how in your mind you just separate those 2 things? Like,
Me personally, I have been separating it, but I think you're making some very good points. Yet it may be just kind of what it is at this point. I mean, they've been crafted to be 2 separate developments, the residential development and the commercial development, and what is, as Commissioner Godek referred to, had been already decided before it came to us as being a historic district. So that's kind of how it's been set up in my mind. I'm not saying that's the only way or the correct.
This is our chance. This is the only chance we get to talk about it, right? Just for everyone's clarification. We can't talk about this. We don't know where anyone else is. We can't share our opinions beforehand. We don't talk about this except for whatever ex parte we have disclosed. So, this is our chance to hash it out.
Well,
so that's 2.
Yeah, I would just say that.
Wrong mind eye.
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of good points, and I'm glad we're putting a lot of effort into it. And I know the applicant and his counsel and others who are here with us appreciate it. I really do like the idea raised by Chair Gaddis about the permit parking, and it seems to have received a positive reception from the applicant. And so that may be a way to kind of allay any concerns about the parking and what have you. So,
is that what you're referring to?
No, yeah. No, my concern is not parking per se. Like, I think the residential is parked to code. I have no problem with that. I think normally a historic parking variance is like, this building is so historical and it's out of conformance and whatever, and it's so important that I don't care about parking. Look, it's historic. I want to keep it. I'm not going to enforce parking on it. That may or may not apply here, but Yeah, and again, I could separate them in my mind, but I feel the project has put them together, so. But I won't belabor the point if I'm the only one, but it's also like a precedent setting, you know what I mean? Like, if this project can get a fourth concession in my mind, if I call it that, future projects can, right? And what if we don't love that as much and we're gonna get this whole Housing Accountability Act stuff thrown at us every time? You know, and all that.
You can count on that.
Yeah, and I can also guarantee that whatever decision we come to tonight, someone's gonna be unhappy with, and it's gonna be appealed.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
so.
that's inevitable too.
Yeah, can I ask, and this isn't I know public hearing is closed, but was the Preservation Commission's decision appealed? Or what is the status of their decision?
Yeah, there is a pending appeal, but it's going to be based on the determination of what is decided by the Planning Commission on the project.
But they appealed the historic parking variance, which is what we're considering tonight, or the historic designation, which we don't weigh in on?
I have to look at
The applicant submitted an appeal of the Preservation Commission decision, so that would be on hold depending upon what the determination is tonight.
Right?
Right.
Why would he do that?
The decision was in their favor,
That's correct.
and they're appealing a decision that was in their favor.
In the event.
Yes.
Right? In the event that the project would be denied.
I get it.
But they can only appeal what the Preservation Commission decided, right? Like,
Well, they're probably,
At
I'm
this
just,
point, that's the only decision that's been made for them to appeal.
because if they can't do the project, then they don't want this, probably.
yeah, but they could appeal our
historic
decision. Like that.
designation, because then it ties their hands on bulldozing the whole thing, right? I would imagine.
Oh.
That's just conjecture.
Oh.
All right, well,
Right? Am I right?
I'm gonna de-conjecture. I'll make a motion to reopen the public hearing.
No, no.
I'd like to hear from the applicant. I didn't know.
You can talk to him offline afterwards. It's not going to impact, I mean, it's there, it exists.
Yeah.
I have another question.
Okay.
Related to the permits, to the parking permits. So this question is for council. The way that this is written, so it's two parts. The way that this is written, is it, in your opinion, is it enforceable? And two, is it implementable?
Which one are you talking about?
The permit,
Oh.
Scheme number 62.
yeah. Yeah. Is there any legal barrier to?
To recommend. So that and $1.50 gets you on the bus.
Okay, you're on.
So I like the fact that it's framed in terms of if the council does this, right?
If the,
Number 62, if the surrounding neighborhood is designated as preferential parking by the city council per the code. So essentially, as I read this, you're making a recommendation to, well, you're making a recommendation based on if the council does something. So it's up to the council to decide whether, in fact, setting up this parking district is legal. One. Two, if it's a policy they want to adopt. So with those two conditions, I think this is fine. You're not, the Planning Commission isn't making an action, it's making recommendation if something happens.
so in your mind, if the city council created that parking district, what would, is there any legal barrier to implementation if they were to do that?
So implementation is sort of a practical, in one sense, a practical question. I'm not going to address that. I'm just going to focus on, is this legal or not? I haven't looked into this much, but I understand that there are some potential concerns. I understand that perhaps anyone can get a parking permit from the city right now, whether they live here or not. And so there could be a concern about somehow excluding this community from being able to get a parking permit.
If I may.
Go ahead.
Yeah. In looking at the code section on that, there are certain criteria that the city council would have to determine are met in order to designate that geographic area as a preferential parking district. So they can establish it, but they have to show their reasoning for that criteria. That would be for them to make that determination on that. So it's hard for us to say because they're going to have, the city attorney is going to review it and evaluate it and see if it meets the criteria.
Right. Thank you very much. My comment on this is, I don't think it has much potency to address any sort of parking issue that will occur.
If it were implemented?
That's correct.
Why?
I think there would be too many opportunities for loopholes.
Do we have, we have, the city of Redondo Beach has such areas set up.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
That's correct. But this idea of excluding, I think it was brought up earlier by, forgive me, I forgot his name, but he brought up the.
Well, it's a matter of setting it, because you're setting a geographic area, and that where these things are set up, they're set up this way. It's like, okay, this area here, the neighbors here don't get it, the businesses there don't get it. This is a designated area for these parking permits.
What would preclude that address, the project address, from at some future point, right, going to the city and applying for a permit? There would be
They
nothing.
can, but that would then have to be a decision of the council to make that change.
Is that correct?
Yeah, they would have to amend the preferential parking zone.
And that's a council?
The city council determines if something is a preferential parking zone, and there are certain criteria for that to be met. And they would have to do that evaluation to establish that preferential parking zone. For example, the Esplanade, there's a section of the Esplanade that has a preferential parking zone. Only, I believe in that one, it's only those properties that are, front that particular street. So that may be how they end up making their determination. I think that's why you have that flexibility of geographical location, addresses. But they would have to make that determination. Once they've established the zone, they establish it, I believe by resolution, they would have to amend it and have the same criteria and findings, to amend it if they were going to add something or subtract something additional.
Okay, and would it be a public hearing?
It would be a public meeting. I don't know if I'd have to look at the code. That's a city council determination.
Noticed? Right.
I don't know. I don't know if that requires that.
Go ahead.
So on that subject, to expand it, you were saying that on the Esplanade, it's the properties that are on the Esplanade that are the addresses that are on, actually on the
I'm not
Esplanade.
100%. I said it may be that it was based on that, yeah. And I don't,
then never mind,
I don't want to go too much into the
So-
question and answer. I'm just trying to give you what the code.
Okay, so what if they created one of these restricted permit parking zones on the street behind them? It's Broadway, right?
That's what we're talking about.
Which would be just for people with addresses on Broadway. And then another zone on Catalina that would just be for the addresses of the Catalina Village. They would have their own, they would be able to park on Catalina in that short block. And that would be just for them in the evening hours.
It's possible. You're
So
getting
is
too
it
granular on
possible,
this.
is it possible that, that this would work better if Catalina Village also had some kind of a restricted parking area?
I think that
for
would
their
be-
overflow parking?
I think that would be a determination. That's a question for you as planning commission. All I can say is city council would determine where they would want to have preferential parking zones and what they would want to include. This is making a recommendation from Planning Commission about designating. If you wanted to change what this is, you let me know and agree as a body and we'll revise it.
Doug, leave it alone.
I have another
Don't
question.
touch it. Don't touch it. Okay.
And this preferential parking zone, what's the is it 24 hours or is it?
No, it's overnight.
Overnight, so
Yeah.
from.
Do we have it in there
There may be,
overnight?
there may be other restrictions that they put in there. It would be based on that criteria.
And council will figure it out.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other conditions, questions, any ideas, thoughts?
Just in general, about the project.
Sure.
Okay, so I do have some conditions. Hours of the coffee shop, 7 to 10, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Do we, yeah, I thought in the earlier discussion, it was sort of, because they're sharing an outdoor space, that there was going to be a certain hours for the coffee shop, and they use the outdoor space, and then they stop using it, and the brewery, but that hasn't been,
Are you just saying what the coffee shop hours would be?
That was in the parking study. I'm sorry? The coffee shop hours, 7 a.m. to 10. And the reason I am bringing that up is because the Catalina Coffee operated successfully up to 10 o'clock at night.
wasn't there an issue though that
There's,
they share an outdoor dining space with the brewery?
So number 15 of conditions, it says the outdoor dining area shall be managed, operated, and maintained as an integral part of the adjacent food service establishments. The hours of operation for the outdoor dining area shall be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. in order to be complementary to the businesses, but shall not negatively impact residential uses. There shall be no cooking or food preparation done outside of the buildings.
But that's both the brewery and the coffee shop, right?
The outdoor dining area can be utilized by both. I believe that the testimony previously had been on the higher peak hours for each are going to be different. And then we also have down here that the hours of operation for the tasting room would be from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
So my understanding, my reading of the documents, the conditions, is that that there was a shared parking model so that the coffee shop would be closing at 4, and the tasting room would come, I think the parking would, there was some parking adjustment because of that. So I guess my question is, now I'm seeing that the hours of operation of the tasting room, which also I would like to modify, but what are the hours? What is your understanding, or others, what are your understanding of the hours of the coffee shop? And based on what we know, the interests of the community, right? Shouldn't the coffee shop be open from 6 to 10? Sure.
I mean, are you going to mandate that a coffee shop stay open for certain hours? Or are you just saying allowing it to?
Allowing it.
Okay.
Allowing it. Haven't we done this before? Allow?
Seems like it. Yeah, we did on another one,
Coffee
right?
house.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So we,
The snack shop on Aviation.
The wine storage place.
The wine storage place, right.
I think we made that one 24, didn't we? Yeah, we did.
Did we?
Yeah. So you're just saying that
Allow it
to run during that time?
Because we're
Well, we have
talking
that for the
about
tasting
meeting
room,
the
so-
need of the of the residents.
I have no objection to that. Does anybody object to that?
No.
Okay.
Except it says hours of operation for the tasting room shall be from 10 a.m. to, that seems,
Now, wait.
that
I'm talking
seems,
about
yeah,
the coffee shop.
dictatorial, doesn't it? I mean, really?
The coffee
Are we
shop.
forcing them to open a tasting room at 10 in the morning? How about allowed hours of operation for the, how about that? Put the word allowed in there, the allowed hours of the tasting room.
I would reduce it to
Oh,
9.
wait. Oh, you're changing a different one. I was looking at 19.
19 shall be allowed.
The allowed hours.
Be allowed.
Okay. And the allowed hours, you could put on allowed hours for the coffee shop would be 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Right?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, okay, so that would be a new, right? It would be a new condition. And I would change your allowed hours of operation for the tasting room to mimic Manhattan Beaches, which is 10 to 9.
Now you've crossed the line.
Remember, there's residential right around there, right?
6 to 10.
They like beer too.
They do like beer. All right, you can take a vote if you wish.
Does anybody second that one?
What are the hours now?
Right now it's
tasting room?
10 to 10, and she's saying take it from 10 to 9, the tasting room.
These are all young people. They're going to be up way past 10.
All right, okay, here's another one. No live music on the premises.
There's a live entertainment shall be subject to the city's entertainment permit requirement.
That's not good enough, Sheila.
And I'm going to say no live music on the premises.
They've got live entertainment at the golf shop down the street, the bordering property.
Just so you know, the city's entertainment permit is approved by the city council, and it's on a case-by-case basis. So it's not just a open, they can always have live music. They have to go and apply for specifically when they would have live music.
No outdoor live music on the premises.
What else would it be?
Is anybody else in favor of that?
Again, I'm thinking about the residents.
Sorry, Sheila.
I'm thinking about the residents. All right.
Any other really mean-spirited ideas for restrictions here?
Skateboarding.
No skateboarding. No, skateboarding. You
No
can do
smiles,
that.
no
Right.
smiling allowed.
All right. Covenant for cars in the garage.
Definitely.
Do I have any takers for this? Covenants.
Cars have to be in the garage.
Right.
No, they have outdoor.
Garages must be used for vehicles only.
Yeah, there's the requirement we have, I put that the project shall adhere to the Redondo Beach Municipal Code, put the section restricting the use of required parking spaces to vehicle parking. The Planning Commission recommends that the applicant have a condition to the same in the CC and Rs for the development.
Okay. Let's see, I'm looking at gym lights, conditions. Commercial parking should be expanded to meet the reasonable demand at peak hours of each business.
Gosh, how do you do that? though?
Yeah, you're gonna put more parking.
I think that's important because we only have 8 spots.
Only 8
And we know
spots.
that the Catalina Coffee was always filled and that was a huge parking lot, so.
Well, they claim there are 9 spaces on the street out in front, right? Street parking. I'm not saying, listen, I'm describing their assertion. I'm not advocating anything, right? But didn't they say, isn't it in the report that they say there are 9 street parking spots?
I think so, yeah.
Now, in some places in the city, they restrict those to being like 30 minutes or something like that to encourage those spaces to be used for the commercial right there. So that's just one method I'm describing of increasing the parking available for that particular business, right? Nobody's gonna park there for 30 minutes unless they're patronizing the business, right?
They're going to a brew store for a brewery for 30 minutes?
Well, maybe certain hours, coffee hours. I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out. You can drink a beer in 30 minutes, can you?
I can, yes.
30 beers in 30 minutes.
No, it's just one idea about, I don't know how you expand parking. How do you expand parking for the business?
By decreasing the size of the residential units.
I don't know. Okay, that's, I don't know how that works. Well,
You don't have enough places to park and you have to have 30 units or a million bedrooms. I don't even know. I can't remember the number anymore. 100 and whatever.
122.
122 bedrooms. That's where the parking is.
Yeah, I just don't know.
So
I don't know.
I'm going to come back to that. There was a concern about, in these units, there was a concern about the safety, that there is there's only one way to get out in case of a fire, right? And I wonder if you could speak to that.
Just so you know, the project would have to comply with the fire code, and it would be evaluated during the plan check process. It also requires sprinkler systems, so that addresses, instead of, requiring all these additional accesses, the fire code may have other requirements, and sprinkler systems is one of them. So there is a requirement in this that they have to meet the requirements of building and other departments through the plan check process, which the building would capture any fire department comments on the fire code.
So this goes to this idea again that these units are atypical multifamily housing units, right? For which we don't have code for, correct?
No, we would have building code. The building code would require whatever they have for ingress, egress, fire code. So the fire code isn't limited to the number of bedrooms that or the size of a unit. It would have to be very specific, like what the requirement will be for each of those units.
So let me just, and I won't belabor this, but these are atypical units. I think we can all agree to that.
Yeah, but would they have the same fire code for a hotel as for this?
They have a fire code, and it will be looking at multifamily residential, and they'll have the requirements of that based on the size of the units.
Yeah, so if you're concerned with every room having multiple people in it or something like that, a hotel's the same thing. So the Crown Plaza is subject to the same fire code.
Yes, but it's a different fire code.
I think it's a different.
I don't think it is the same.
No, she didn't say that it was the same fire code.
What I said was you'll be addressing it as multifamily rather than a commercial hotel, but I'm not the fire official.
Right.
I'm just telling you there is a fire code that they will have to comply with that addresses the safety and health of.
And those are under conditions 23, 24, and 25.
Yeah, if I may, I don't know why I feel like I hear what you say. I think what Commissioner Lamb is trying to say is that this is more like a dormitory, so it should follow like dormitory fire codes, not multifamily residential fire codes, due to the unique use and nature of this project, I think is what she's trying to say.
We have that fire code.
I am
get that
not the
right?
fire official. There's a fire code that will address what
Multi-family.
occupancy can be allowed in a unit, and what the requirements will be for that.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yes,
So
Commissioner
I'm scrolling through the conditions, and I seem to remember, I think at the first meeting, that I had asked that we condition that the affordable units go to market rate via attrition rather than just after 40 years. And I don't see it in there anymore.
Do you have which,
I did not add that in.
do you have which conditions address the affordable housing in the 40 years? Is it in there?
I didn't remember that until like 5 minutes ago.
That's okay. I'm sorry, I'm talking to staff just so that rather than me scroll through and everybody have to get dizzy with it. I'll add it. It's just,
Okay.
I want to make sure, like, if we can put it where affordable housing's
right.
addressed, if it's
Yep, that makes
addressed in
sense.
another section, that'd be great. Okay.
I don't remember seeing any conditions related to the affordable housing when I was scrolling through. But I might have missed
That
them.
may be that the requirement for the deed restriction is in the state density bonus law.
I would like to point something out.
Yes.
Don't distract. Hold on.
Are we in the middle of something?
Is this about the affordable housing thing she's writing right now?
No.
We're just following the state
Okay.
density bonus law and the housing agreement.
The affordable housing for the project will remain affordable through the required deed restriction timeframe or through attrition after the affordable timeframe deed restriction has expired.
Looks good.
Commissioner Godek, did you want an or? I thought you wanted a, not the first part. Because the first part says through the required deed restriction timeframe. So after 40 years,
Right.
or through attrition after the timeframe. But I think you're trying to say.
I'm saying I don't want anybody kicked out just because the 40-year time frame has come and gone. If there's somebody living there, I want them to be able to stay there until they leave on their own.
Whichever is later.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
That works. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Lamb, you had something.
I want to point something out, and this does relate to the commercial parking. So on the memorandum regarding the Catalina Village parking study, this parking study examined the existing conditions in the neighborhood adjacent to the project. And it also looked at the projected conditions of the commercial aspect, the commercial need of, the parking needs of the commercial part of the project. And then it came to a conclusion about how many parking spaces would be available in the adjacent area. What it didn't do is it didn't look at the overflow parking for the project that would be included, that would naturally be in the adjacent area at the simultaneously, right? So now that we've established, right, potentially, that there'll be permitted parking only, and we don't know the time of that, but it's likely to be overnight, which would be 6 to 6.
Well, we'll see. I mean, this is all yet to be determined
Okay.
by the council.
The city council may choose not to do it.
Or they may choose to do overnight, or they may choose to do 24 hours a day.
They may choose to do 24 hours a day. Okay.
Curves are red.
Either way, there's going to be overflow parking. A need to accommodate the overflow parking that was not studied in this document.
You're correct.
Right? And what is that the question that we haven't been able to address is, what is the overflow parking? What is the number there? Because we can't get to a commitment to the occupancy. Now, the state standard for occupancy, the standard that they're held to statewide is 2+1 per bedroom. So it's going to be either 1 per room, right? Right, so that would be 122, right? Or 305, right? 122 occupancy, actually, it's greater than that. Okay, so we're looking at a relatively large number of potential overflow parking. But because we can't get an occupancy number, right, we don't know what that is. I'm just pointing this out.
I think it's important.
We know.
Those are a
I'm
lot
just
of
pointing it out.
cars in an already overparked area.
And we have the Coastal Act and the LCP, right, that says the coastal zone is very important for visitor access. So we have this unknown X, right, of number of parking spaces that are going to be taken up by the project and depriving visitors of access to the coast.
Right?
Okay, and by approving this project, as it stands, we are acknowledging that the Coastal Act and the LCP view on access doesn't matter.
And it does matter, right?
That's what we're saying. That we're saying that this project is more important than public access to our coast. That's it.
Does the
I agree
Coastal
with you,
Commission
Shiv.
review this project?
No.
No, it's you have a coastal development permit as part of this application. It's under the city's jurisdiction.
Mic drop.
No, I agree. I agree. And I think that argument is actually with vehicle miles.
If you're not going to vote for it, why are you working on the condition?
Is she working on the condition?
On the hours and stuff.
Yeah, she was working.
Was
like-
there a condition attached to that?
No,
No,
what's the
I'm
hours
saying,
of operation if she's not
If you're for the
voting on it,
project,
why are
then
you?
put in your conditions you want, and if you're not for the
Oh,
project.
no,
then-
I'm not for denying it. No,
Okay, then
No,
it's
no.
just the,
no, size. It's the size. It's the size.
Okay.
And the.
So what do we do about the size, Sheila?
yeah, what do we do about the
I mean,
parking?
Commissioner Lamb.
So let me come back to that.
Okay.
Okay, so let me get my notes.
Should we stay on parking? Does anybody else? Do you have parking comments?
I just inserted a condition.
Oh, okay.
So, it's the best I could think of, under the circumstances, under the constraints. Because supposedly, because it has this state mandated bonus density, we're not supposed to be able to reject the project on that basis. Suppose,
Parking,
yeah, parking's not a criteria. Am I
but
correct?
it is in the coastal zone.
It is in the coastal
Yeah,
zone.
and we're in the coastal zone. So that kind of throws out that argument then.
There was a long debate earlier tonight about that.
No, we are in the coastal zone.
We are in the coastal zone.
And people come from 5 miles away to park there to go to the pier and to the beach, and they won't have a place to park. And that directly is against, is not in line with the Coastal Act. It requires that people be able to go to the beach and our pier, all recreation.
I agree, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Parking studies showed that there's still available spots on the street. And every day except street sweeping, there's enough capacity to,
But that's not,
But that didn't include it did not include
The residential.
the overflow,
yeah, the overflow, the underpark.
the
The
underpart.
amount that it's underparked, it doesn't include
Residential?
that. That's
Yes.
122 spaces to 305 underparked. Or minus the 70.
I'm not sure where you're going to park 305 cars for 30 units.
Exactly, exactly. That's the point.
Yeah, I don't foresee 305 cars.
How many people,
That would be the range.
but we have individuals that it's not a typical family. You don't have 2 adults and a child with, 2 cars. You don't have that situation. You have maybe 10 individuals in a, I would say hotel, in a common area. I would venture to guess that they'll all have cars. They are going to have to park somewhere, and there are no places to park on Catalina. There are no places. There are very few places on Broadway.
I would imagine if I was looking for a rental and some bedroom was available, but there was no parking, and I had a car, I probably would not rent that place. I would go find a place that has parking if I owned a car. I would not agree to live with 4 other people if everybody had cars and there's 2 spots. Like, you're just signing yourself up for no fun. So that's me personally.
Well, that's you personally, but I can tell you my son, who lives on Catalina in a rental, spends a lot of time looking for parking, so it's a problem.
So I think the permit parking scheme is an interesting idea.
It's not a scheme.
Excuse the language.
Kind of a scheme.
Leave my condition alone, if you please.
I think it's an interesting idea, but I don't think it's sufficient. And here's the situation, right? We're called upon sort of at the regional and the local level to address VMT and as well as access to the coast, right? We're charged with acknowledging the value and importance of those documents, those acts by the state of California.
Yes.
And if we allow a development such as this, a project, to and ignore the act and ignore the VMT, we're saying that we don't value those, right? That we don't value access to the coast. And you've asked earlier for a solution to that. The solution is to reduce the project. So how would we reduce the project so that all the parking could be on the site?
Designate a specified number of bedrooms, I think.
So what does the law allow for us to do?
You would eliminate the commercial.
Yeah.
That would reduce your VMT, but then it goes to your historic buildings.
Well,
How would you do it? I think the community values the commercial. I think they do. I think the community values the commercial. The community highly values those parking spaces, right? And there's the Coastal Act. We've said that we value the coast, that we value allowing visitors to come to the coast. So the question is what do we need to do to get all the parking, minimum 122 cars, how do we get all of those on this site?
2 levels of subterranean parking,
There we go.
yeah,
which is already financially infeasible.
well, plenty of homes are being built with subterranean, plenty of commercial buildings are being built with subterranean, and that's the cost of building the project to make it fit into a neighborhood that's already underparked. So if that's your goal.
The water table or anything like that, it could be a real nightmare to do underground parking.
Yeah.
Have they ever talked about the water table being too high?
Because they never planned the dig.
I thought the whole,
It's a
I
lot
thought the
higher
whole
than
excuse,
the
the whole,
pure parking structure.
No, all
I thought the whole
villages
argument
underground.
was that it was polluted ground. They didn't want to dig around in it.
Well, they are
They're gonna have to dig around, they're gonna do a dig and haul.
So they're gonna dig all this polluted soil out and replace it with good dirt, or maybe they could replace it with underground parking.
But there's a difference between remediating some soil and taking 20 feet down for underground parking.
So
Those are not the same.
So the other issue is how do we do this with ensuring that we have the kind of data that shows the impact, right? We have to have clear, measurable data showing that it's an impact. And I think it's the housing, Mr. Schoenfeld used a term, right? We have to come within those guidelines as well. How do we do that? One proposal is to reduce the number of units. If we went down to 15 units, 15 5-bedroom units, you'd have 75 occupants.
Bedrooms.
Well, you'd have, right. Okay, so you could do,
Everyone sleeps alone.
You could do 30 enclosed, parking stalls, which is called for by the LCP, is 2 per unit enclosed. One could be in a common, one could be in a adjacent, okay? And you could have 45 surface parking or commercial, actually, commercial parking.
Did you talk to the applicant about this?
I did not.
That's not our job, is it?
Just one thing to consider is,
Yes.
there's one thing about imposing a condition, and there's another thing about completely changing what the project is. So just bear that in mind, because they have proposed a project, they have made modifications based on your feedback that where they have a comfort level, just, there's gonna be some level of what's the project that you're reviewing, and you actually, if you approve something that was a completely different project, that's not the project that was reviewed.
What does it do then if that's what we did? Does that just go on to city council then? Is how that goes? If we wanted to shrink the project down to accommodate the parking, how does that work? Because we don't have them again to see what they would come forward with. So does that go on to city council?
I think ultimately, you haven't seen what that project looks like. If you're talking about a 15-unit project, which is half of this, you have no idea what that looks like, what their concessions that would, if there would be any concessions, because none of that is part of what, that is not what they've proposed or has been evaluated for CEQA. Because you wouldn't
So
have,
what
you
does
wouldn't
that
have,
mean?
you wouldn't have
What does-
plans, you wouldn't have plans that you're proposing to adopt. You wouldn't have what the layout of that,
Right.
the whole development is if you reduced it, the number of units to a significant amount.
Right. So what does that mean, actually, that we don't know? If we reduce the project, and as you say, right, we wouldn't know what the project looked like. But what does that actually mean?
You have a project that's been proposed that's before you. It has all of these components, including 30 units, certain sizes and such. There may be conditions as have put forward on this, but changing the project is not approving the project that's proposed.
Okay, so,
changing it to that significant, where it's not just a condition.
Right.
Based on what the development that they've
Right.
proposed is.
right. So if we would project forward, if we could project forward, if we proposed a project that significantly reduced the number of units so that it wasn't the same project, right? What would happen next? If we did that, right? If this body took that action, what would be the next step that would happen?
I can't speak for others. I will react to whatever is submitted to the Community Development Department.
It'll be an appeal to the council, basically.
Okay.
Well, isn't that, and then they would either, the council would then take up the 15 units that Sheila's recommending.
No, I think we would have to deny the project, and then they would have to go back to the drawing board and bring a new project back that was only 15 units.
We'll figure something out that would deal with the.
Randy?
I don't know. I don't know, there are so many hypotheticals that I don't know and can't assume
Which trail to run down, huh?
what will be done by the applicant or by the city council. I can't say.
But it is an option. It would just be, because it seems kind of strange that we're even discussing all these things if we can't actually bring some of these things back into the parking, the vehicles mile traveled into an acceptable level. I mean, this is all for naught then, it seems.
I would say the point of the density bonus law and it needing to be a viable project, and the applicant, if the applicant is able to show that whatever you haven't looked at the project and done a pro forma of it, if you reduce it significantly to say that that will be a viable project. It may be for addressing the issues and concerns that you have, but it won't have been evaluated to determine if that's a viable project per the density bonus law. Just putting that out there. And it won't have been evaluated for CEQA because we don't know what that project exactly would look like.
So essentially, that's rejection of the project.
It is, but you're making, if you make that determination, it's going to go through similar process, yes.
Now, if it's appealed to the council, so there's one more hearing left, right? An appeal to the council. Even if the council rejects the project, I mean, it's run out of hearings, right? I mean, all of a sudden they're at the end of the line. Does that mean automatic, the project goes forward automatically? Is that the way it works? The law?
I don't know.
We have a legal expert here.
If you disapprove the project, an appeal is made to the city council, and the city council upholds the commission's denial, then the project is denied. It can't go forward.
Okay.
But is the council going to have just one meeting to make a determination on this project either way?
If I were to be advising the council, I'd recommend them to decide at one hearing.
And if they didn't?
Then the city is exposed to liability.
Exposed to what?
To liability for exceeding the 5-meeting
So that's on
limit
the
on
city council then. So is the basic situation here that we just don't have enough information to make a decision? Is that the bottom line here from the things you've been saying? We don't know how many people are going to be living there, and they won't tell us. So that's the basis for not having the ability to make decisions on all the other issues that we're concerned about: parking, vehicle miles per trip, coastal access, et cetera, right?
Correct.
Well, it's closed, but
It's closed.
if only we had a number.
So,
Let's reopen it.
If I may.
I wouldn't.
Okay. It strikes me as a little strange that the driving of the lack of parking is the commercial, and that's what's getting the historic parking variance.
That's the only thing they examined in that report. That doesn't mean anything.
But if it's parked to state law, we can't, I can't say they have to park more residential because state law has taken into account. I don't like it, I don't agree with it, but they've exceeded the requirement of parking for residential. So,
No, that's only if it's a normal house. It's not. They're not going to have.
Exceeded the requirement, but not the reality.
Right.
Right.
So we know that. We know there's going to be more than 2 people per unit.
yeah. So, again, I think it's the density bonus law. If we don't support the project, then based on substantial evidence, findings would need to be made that demonstrate how the requested waiver and concessions don't result in cost reductions, have a specific, significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable adverse impact upon public health and safety or the physical environment, which is a high threshold, or the waiver and concessions are contrary to state or federal law. So what would the resolution findings say?
So in terms of the findings for the health and safety, right? So because we don't know the number of occupants, right? We don't actually know how many, what the overflow is, and we don't know the VMT. Now, health is one of the health and safety. Okay, so put that to one side. The other is the contrary to state and local law. That's where the Coastal Act comes in, right? The Coastal Act, and I think this is where the crux is who decides, right, how to balance these two competing laws, right? How do you balance the two competing laws? And it doesn't, because we don't know, we can only surmise, right, what the overflow is. We can't know because we're not told, right? Is the overflow reasonable, right? Is 51 to 300, is that a balance, right? That
Big question mark. That's a lot that we don't know, and that's significant to the neighbors in that area, and it's
significant to the neighbors in the area.
Going to the beach, it's significant.
Right. And it ties into the access issue, right? And that access issue is in the law.
And important, that's why we have it.
If I could just interject for a moment, I want to remind the commission that the health and safety standards in the State Law Housing Act are quite strict.
Okay.
And so health and safety, it's got to be, very, very specific. And the legal implications, where you say it's against state law, it's got to be very, very specific. And I understand there's been some articulation about the policy of the Coastal Act.
Yes.
Favoring coastal access. I'm not confident that just saying that is going to be enough to meet that. There's got to be a statute or some rule about coastal access that says you can't accommodate this dwelling here because we've got to preserve X number of parking spaces.
Well, I think that's the question, isn't it?
Well, my point is that is a question, and it's for the commission to resolve that. But I'm just telling you that.
Yeah.
If you're going to say there are negative health and safety impacts related to the housing, you got to make some really strong findings, and I haven't heard it yet.
Yeah.
You do have, the commission has more flexibility with respect to the historic parking variance, because that is not a matter of state law, that is a matter of local law. And to make the findings that it either satisfies the requirements of city law with respect to the historic parking variance or doesn't, it would be easier for the commission to make the requisite findings.
So I think you're suggesting that the issue related to the Coastal Act versus the density bonus, I think I was hearing you say you weren't confident that that was a strong argument.
I don't think he said that.
In short, that's right. I haven't heard the kind of health and safety proposed
Threshold.
findings that would meet this really high standard to surmount the Housing Act issues.
Right. Right. And would you remind me what that Housing Act name is again?
So there's a Housing Accountability Act.
The Housing Accountability Act, right.
I think we're talking about the density bonus law.
And then there's the density bonus law, which is a separate.
That's the one with those 3 reasons, and that's the one that has the high bar for specific, significant
Right.
health and safety.
What are the SBs? The SBs? SB 10, SB 330?
Okay. 330 is not Housing Accountability Act, and 330 is not.
Okay, so just for a point of clarification, the density bonus is the one that requires the highest threshold?
So the density bonus has these high standards. For example, there are 3 concessions that have been identified. There's the mixed use zoning. I think there's an extra story, and there's a third one, I can't remember it. Were the commission to deny those concessions, they would need to find that it's either health and safety standards which is a very high bar. There's a conflict with state or local law. And then there's a third standard, I'd have to look it up, but.
Doesn't result in cost reductions.
Exactly,
result in
thank you.
cost reduction.
Doesn't,
Say that
Okay.
slowly. What was that again?
Doesn't result in cost reductions.
Oh, yeah, right.
for the provision of the affordable housing. And so those are pretty high standards to meet. So
So the state and local law, doesn't that reference the
State, federal law.
state, federal law? The state law is the Coastal Act. So if it violates the Coastal Act by the fact that it doesn't maximize on-site parking, right? Isn't that what we're talking about here? Is that it's that the conflict between these two?
well, the policy of the Coastal Act that favors coastal access is a general policy along with other policies in the Coastal Act. It's not what I would regard as, I haven't seen anything that says, because of the Coastal Act, there's this rule that says you can't allow multifamily development within a mile of the beach because it's going to take up all the parking. I haven't seen that kind of specific statute, specific regulation that you could point to say, see, there's our negative impact on health and safety. Instead, what you have is just a general policy favoring coastal access. And what that means to you may mean something different to somebody else. Someone else might say, more affordable housing near the beach, that's encouraging coastal access. So I'm not seeing something yet regarding coastal access that the commission could point to justify a denial of one of the concessions. Again, the flexibility that this commission has more flexibility focusing on other aspects of the project. For example, the historic parking variance.
Right. But if the historical variance were denied, what would that do to the project?
Well, that's up to the applicant, but the commercial uses as proposed those cannot go forward. Without the parking variance, those commercial uses are not going to go forward.
So no coffee shop and no tasting.
The existing uses would be existing non-conforming, and they would be obviously reduced as far as their square footage, but they wouldn't be adding square footage. So those particular uses could continue. But it's not going to provide, and the thing is, we'd have to look at whether or not the coffee shop because it's not in use. We'd have to just verify, with the parking with that. So we'd have to evaluate what use, if the parking would accommodate the existing uses. I think that we could do the pre-existing non-conforming for the existing uses, and that's it. But it goes back to the point of, that it'll be up to the applicant because they'll have to determine if that's something that's financially viable for this project.
Right, right. Thank you so much for your time.
Any other thoughts on this?
We're kind of at a dead end here, aren't we?
Along those same lines, we are supposed to, let's see the exact wording for the vehicle miles traveled. We're supposed to, in the, hold on 1 second. Well, basically, we're supposed to okay the fact that it's significant and in the statement of overriding consideration. And the importance of that in today's climate issue and all of that is really important. And I'm not sure that we've put enough time into that, because it's important that we don't continue to increase greenhouse gases and all of that. And that's what that's for. It's not a traffic study. It's specifically about the air quality. But we're talking about it like it's traffic. It's not. It's about air quality. So does anybody have
Just to be clear, greenhouse gas emissions is another category under the environmental review. It just correlates with VMT, but it's not that VMT is studying the greenhouse gas emissions.
But when I looked it up on all of the California websites regarding why do we use VMT? Why is it important? It all has to do with fossil fuel, all of it. It doesn't have to do with anything else. It's not.
Agreed. I'm just pointing out that there is a separate category for evaluating greenhouse gas emissions in the CEQA process, in the environmental checklist.
So why are we using it in our information then? What's the point of having the report?
You're right. They're tied together, and that's why the state went to VMT over level of service. The point being is it's still also evaluated, greenhouse gas emissions is, because they're looking at the total project for greenhouse gas emissions, not just those for the VMT.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious there's not going to be a lot from a residential building there, and I get that. But that was I got a little honorary planning department, reading so much, trying to figure out why is this even important? And that is why it's important. That's why we're talking about it. We're talking about, emissions, car emissions and greenhouse gases and burning fossil fuels. And they don't talk about anything else when you talk about VMT, but for whatever reason, we don't talk about that in the report, or we don't, I think it's something that we have to consider, that's important today, especially today with our temperatures and everything. I can't in good conscience just forget about it and say, well, it's significant and we're just going to have to go along with it. But I don't think that's right. That's not, because that's what we're supposed to be doing tonight, is being okay with that. And I'm not okay with that.
So is that a basis of rejection of the POD project? Or does that not meet the bar?
So we had Mr. Schoenfeld and I disagree on the amount of discretion that this body has. The Housing Accountability Act acknowledges that a project subject to CEQA must still comply with CEQA.
Right.
Mr. Schoenfeld's taken the position that you can condition a project, but you cannot deny it. And Mr. Schoenfeld cited some cases, and I don't think that they're on point. This is a pretty unique situation, right? But it's a legal question, right, about what the risk is to the city, were the city to deny the project based on CEQA, notwithstanding the Housing Accountability Act. Okay? It's an unknown, I would say. The curious thing about the vehicle miles traveled is that it's only an issue because of the commercial.
Right.
Because under our thresholds, if it's residential only, it would not be an issue. And I do want to point that out to the commission because I think it's important that you understand. The only reason why you're being invited to make this statement of overriding considerations is because of the commercial component to this project, not the residential.
Right. And go ahead.
I was just I'm not sure quite where I'm going with this. I'm trying to respond to the chair's question, which is, under the law, I think you can deny the project under CEQA and say, we're not going to make this finding of overriding considerations. There's a risk of a legal challenge to that, and the law is not clear how that would shake out at the end.
Okay.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay.
But we could put in a condition, require a condition that would mitigate this parking issue, if we could think of one.
Well, vehicle miles traveled is different from parking. If there was a condition you could put in that would resolve the vehicle miles traveled issue, then
what would that be?
What would that be?
Well, in the report that we have, which actually was why I asked, I wanted to know what would bring it into out of significant, right? And that was why I asked for it. So it wasn't just as a, I mean, I really wanted to seriously get out of the significant findings. And we have a chart here with 3 options that would decrease the vehicle mile travel, which is important to me. As an ecologist, it's very important to me. So we could do, one is to just get rid of commercial, like you're saying, just get rid of it. And I guess kind of with Matthew, I'm not particularly attached to the historic nature of that building. As a kid, I was in all the historic buildings and I know what they are. So when you take those 4 buildings and you just completely, other than the old laundromat and dry cleaners and coffee shop, everything else just has a facade on it. So which is now the clothing building, why don't we say, what did it look like 100 years ago and build it back to what it looked like 100 years ago? You might have me more excited about it, but to put horizontal boards on it is just a modern facade on an old building, and you keep a couple of gadgets. But what we're doing then is we're giving them freedom to not have any parking, to have 8 parking spaces. And that is not good for the people that live in that area or the people that need to go to the beach. It doesn't look particularly historic to me. And so we're giving up a lot. It almost seems kind of gimmicky to me.
We're not tasked with deciding historical significance.
No, but we are on the parking. We are on the parking.
So then
I'm just saying, we're going to pretend that these buildings are historic. Okay, I'll give you Catalina coffee, it is, okay, that's it. And then they don't have to park it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, trust me, I saw all those old buildings go down. I wish we had this 50 years ago. But we don't. We didn't, and now we're throwing something in there that just seems far-fetched.
Disingenuous.
Yeah.
A question for council. If we were to deny the SOC, what would be the path forward for the current resolution? How would we, how would this work? Do we just, how would we do a resolution if we were to deny the SOC?
So I feel like this is a staff question. I think I'll let Brandy answer this.
So what is it that you're looking to, are you denying the outright, everything? Are you denying just the parking variance? Are you denying, it would depend. I mean, that I'm looking at the resolution for that possibility. You may have findings for plenty of other things, and those things could move forward. But if you said we find this for the parking variance, we find this for the conditional use permit, it really is going to depend on what you are looking at having as your determination.
Right. Okay, so. So the findings, the statement of overriding considerations, by denying that, we're saying that the VTM, vehicle miles, VMT, matters, and it and so we okay, if we're going to say that the vehicle miles traveled matters, that we don't agree that we should ignore them, what else do we need?
So you'd certify the environmental impact report as prepared, and
Okay.
you'd acknowledge that it is found that the vehicle miles traveled are a significant impact that it cannot be mitigated in the project as proposed. And you're declining to make a statement of overriding considerations, that there are other concerns about historic and housing. Those concerns don't rise above this environmental impact of vehicle miles traveled. That's what the resolution would say.
Okay, and then, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, again, though, there are these, the CEQA analysis was done with respect to the project as a whole, the residential and the commercial. The historic parking variance is aimed at the commercial. And while it's part of the entire project, I believe that finding against the historic parking variance would be perhaps easier to be upheld
Okay,
in the event of a challenge.
okay. And the outcome, okay. Okay, so we are all new at this, right? And it's clear.
We have other jobs.
And it's clear that we care about the environment, we care about the city. So forgive me if and it's late. Forgive me if I don't know all the language that needs to be used. So I am going to rely on you to be helpful. So my proposal to this group, maybe an informal, we've done this before, I think Matthew, you've done this as sort of an informal take on this.
That's good.
Um,
Who's for the project?
Or who's interested in denying the variance?
Denying the historical?
The historical variance.
So I'm torn on that because even though it's the commercial that brought the VMT into the picture, I just don't see this as being something a lot of people are going to drive to. I think this is going to be a very neighborhood serving place.
Except for the Catalina Coffee Shop, they had a huge parking lot and it was filled. And they were parked on the street. So, yeah, it was always full.
But is this going to be?
Because it could be.
Is
You're not gonna have
this coffee shop going to be as big as
people aren't
Catalina
gonna go
Coffee
there.
Company was? Aren't they cutting
No.
off like half the building?
More than that.
So
Down
it's
to
gonna,
like-
it's not gonna be serving as many people as Catalina Coffee Company used to serve. It's gonna be serving much smaller.
And because of the parking, a lot of people from out of the area aren't even going to be able to go there because there's nowhere for them to park. So it's basically a coffee kitchen for the residents, same as the tasting room.
We
I
also
mean,
have-
I think we determined that in the first meeting, that these are basically communal living rooms for the fact that you jammed, 15 people in a 5-bedroom apartment. They're going to want to get out and go outside and have a cup of coffee or down a few beers. So I don't think these are going to be something people are going to drive from North Redondo to go to. They could drive by 5 other coffee shops to get to a place where it turns out they can't even park. They might bike there and then wait a half hour for a coffee. The capacity to produce coffee in this place is greatly reduced from Catalina Coffee. So I don't think it's going to, I agree, I don't think it's going to be something people drive to more than once. It doesn't mean 1,000 people who live in the neighborhood won't walk there.
Except for no one walks down there. Well, then I guess the question is, the other informal question is that who supports the project just as a whole? As it is, as it stands, with all these unknowns, can we pass
can't,
that?
how can anyone even be able to make that decision when we have these huge unknowns? We have no idea what the impact on the neighborhood will be parking wise. We have no idea what the impact on any kind of crowding,
So,
be it vehicle, bike, people standing on the sidewalk drinking coffee in large groups. We don't know because we don't know how big the groups are. We don't know how many people are going to be living there. And I'm not sure they can even give us an accurate number considering the way that the leasing is supposed to work, the tech leasing. People can basically rent a room or a part of a room. And then how far does that go? How many people will they allow per room? I mean, I've seen these co-living places that are built out with 2 bunk beds in one room. So maybe there'll be 4 people, maybe there'll be 20 people living in a 5-bedroom apartment. And what if one of them doesn't have a car? It's not going to impact anything. If none of them had cars, that would be great. But we've already addressed you can't just rent to a certain class of people. It's discriminatory. And they have no interest except in the affordable units of keeping it down to 1 family. So we have a business model that has just collided with all of the things that we would like to see this property be, but it can't be, and we can't figure out how to make a decision because we have limited information based on the business model. If this was just regular apartments, and we could say, yeah, 2.4, then we could figure out the number ourselves, but we can't. This is an entirely new kind of mass living facility.
So then we pass it on to city council and have them figure it out? They bring more information to city council?
We kick the spud down the road.
I mean, and then they bring more information to city council because city council will have the same questions. And so it would be hard for them to.
If the end result is that they figure out a way to make this work, then that's all that's really important. Whether we do it or the city council does it, doesn't really matter. But it has to work for them. Obviously, it has to be a successful business. It has to work for the people who live next door and the street behind and the street behind that, because they don't have anywhere to park except the street. And it has to work for visitors to our community or even within our community that are too far to walk to the beach to be able to get access to the coast. So there's all these aspects of this project that are just confounding.
Yeah.
How can we possibly make a decision? And yet, if we don't, that basically kills the project, right?
Well, no, it sends it off to city council and then hopefully they will.
And they'll have
bring to the
one
city
try to do
council.
that. And they'll have one day to do it. And if they can't, then it kills the project, right?
I think it's the opposite. If they can't, then it's automatically approved.
Is it? Is that it? Did I get that
No,
backwards?
no.
No, it's
No, it's
that it's automatically.
Not,
It's not an automatic approval.
They go to
No.
a second city council meeting, the city council creates a liability for itself, right? Which they're not going to want to
Council will
do.
make a decision.
Yeah. So I guess if they can't make a decision, they'll just shoot it down. Because they don't want, they won't want to create, they won't
Well, I
want
would
to
hope
put themselves in
that-
legal jeopardy.
that everybody would, that there would be more information available so that they could make a legitimate decision.
If they can get the information that we can't, then that works.
I mean, I know there's other models, I suppose. I mean, I suppose in Venice, there are these tech apartments. I mean, the
There's
information must
co-living,
be out there.
co-working,
You didn't get it.
co-homeless,
I
at the
think
bus
there is.
stop, and there's co-everything in Venice.
Yeah, but
We do not really want to be Venice now, do we?
Okay, but we didn't get that information, so it's very difficult for us to make a decision on information that we didn't get.
Well, we can't that's the point, we can't make a decision.
Yeah, we're supposed to be
We
working
cannot
for
say
the
yes
public.
to something that we're going in blind to.
Our job as us, 7 of us, is to represent the 70,000 people in our city, 70 plus. And I don't have enough information.
I agree with you.
But I've been asking since the first meeting in April, what is this? How many people live here? And we're in our 4th meeting and we still don't know. I mean, that's not the way this is supposed to work.
So it's really on them for not having provided this information, and it's on them for trying to tell us that we have no business knowing that information. So it's really on them.
Because of density, bonus density, I mean, because of state requirements. However, the state isn't talking about tech buildings when they say this. They're talking about, they're not talking about a hotel. This is basically short-term living.
Well, we don't know how long they're going to live there, but we do know there's going to be a lot of them.
Can I clarify, what exact information are you guys seeking
How many people are going to be living there?
for each
In
house,
the
the total 30 units?
However you want to break it up is fine. What's the total? How many cars are we expecting?
There's 120 very small bedrooms.
Very small.
I don't have a good answer. I got what the VMT tells us. If each household has 2.4 people, it's 98 people, I think it said.
But how can we use that when we know Mr. Jason has told us it's not that?
Yeah.
So why would we use 2.4 when he's been very clear from meeting number 1, it's not that?
It's 2.4 people per 3 bedrooms. So it's not 2.4 per house. Like, that's how they got to their 41 units, because the average is 3 bedrooms that turn it into 41 units, 2.4 per 3 bedroom. So it's, almost one per bedroom. That's like at 98 for 122.
Why don't we just use a hypothetical just as a decision tool? Let's say one person per bedroom, just as a hypothetical tool. 122 people, 122 cars. So let's just, for a second, just so that we know how this works as a decision criteria, so that we'll posit this straw man, as it were, that it's 122 people, 122 cars. What happens?
Well, they parked what, 70?
71,
71.
So
50-something.
I don't think every bedroom will
51,
have
which
one
is the
person.
number I
don't
said
think
at the
every
first
one person
meeting.
will have a car.
Yeah.
I don't think every one bedroom will have one person. I don't think every one person will have one car.
I'm not saying.
I know, it's just for discussion, but I'm just saying, like.
So you're saying we can't do that? We can't do
Well,
what
that's a
Rob
number to
just
put out there, but do I think there'll be 50 extra cars on the street? Personally, I don't. But again, that's just my.
Okay. But the thing is, I think that you're gonna have bedrooms with two people in them. And I think the chances of having very many empty bedrooms probably diminished.
Right.
Because of the cost, right?
Expensive.
And so.
Well, because somebody can log on and book that room.
Right.
You know, it might be vacant today, but it's booked tomorrow.
Right. And how many people, these are presumably successful, for the most part, professionals or, heirs and heiresses, right? Because it's going to be pretty expensive, right? So this is an expensive place to live. So these people have to be making money somehow, whether they inherited it or not. And how many, in Los Angeles, most people who are producing a high income own a motor vehicle, right?
Yeah, but also, Rob, why would somebody that's making good income live in a situation like that? I mean, that's just not even realistic.
25 years old.
There's an apartment building in New York City called Normandy Court. I think it's like 91st in New York or something like that.
Oh, there.
But it's where all the college students move right after graduation and get their jobs in Wall Street and Madison Avenue and stuff like that. And they cram into these 2-bedroom apartments, 4 people or more into these 2-bedroom apartments. And they live there perhaps a year or two. And then they find themselves, other apartments, girlfriends, boyfriends, and they scatter around the area. But so this is not an unknown phenomenon.
Here.
So
Here it might be.
Yeah, but
Could be worse here.
let's say there's 122 cars parked for 71, you have 50 extra cars. What is your finding in return to the state density bonus law that 50 extra cars is what?
Is what? What?
Well, I mean, to deny the density, and again, I'm not in favor, but for different reasons, but what finding would be made, if that's your concern? Or even if you don't know how many residents.
It isn't my concern. I'm just positing it as one scenario, because you got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
You can't just say, I don't know. You start with a scenario, and it could be higher, it could be lower, and that may change your decision depending. But let's start with that scenario and say, okay, what's the impact of this scenario? And then you decide, well, what are the chances? What are the probability? Let's take that and assume it's a median, right? And then build your standard normal distribution around that, right? Because we know it's not going to be 30 people living in this building, right? And we know it's not going to be 300 people living in this building, right? We're highly confident that those are, outside of the two standard deviations from where it's going to be. And you build your decision, your decision as to what this is, or the impacts, not whether to do it or not, but what will it look like? What will the world look like once this many people are there and this many cars are there, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I have a question if I could get some help. So my particular issue with this is with the historic parking variance and the fact that it basically, to me, acts like a fourth concession. And so my problem with the project, with the waiver and concessions are contrary to state law. The state law is the housing density bonus law because it only allows you 3 concessions. And because this parking variance is being used to make this monetarily feasible, as was testified to, that to me acts like a fourth concession, which state law does not allow. So is that, like, that's my problem with this. And I get that some people can separate this and some people, and it'd be one thing if this lot over here was commercial and these lot over here was residential, but they're using the residential, I mean, the commercial space to get their number of units on this whole lot, and they've changed it to mixed use. So that's why, you know, I can't separate those two things. So, you know, nowhere in state law does it say you can have a fourth concession. And to me, this, they call it a historic parking variance, but for this project to be viable, they need this variance. And that's the purpose of a concession in my mind. So
I understand your concern. The law is a mosaic.
Yeah.
And state law gives them 3 concessions. But it doesn't say the city can't give them more concessions on top of that. And that's where the tool that's been put in front of the commission is the historic parking variance.
Yeah.
That's the tool after all these years of work and back and forth on how's this project going to move forward. This is the tool that's been put before you to accomplish that.
So you can have more than 3.
You can. There's nothing in state law saying city can't give you a 4th.
What does the state law say? It's saying you get 3. Is it you get at least 3?
No, it's a formula. So you get 1 if you do this much affordable, 2 if you do this much, 3 if you do.
But they've done the amount for 3. And that's my thing, is this feels like a 4th. Like, and I get it, it's creative, I get that it solves their problem, but it's just, it's not not what I think state law says, is that they get 3 for this amount of affordable housing. And if there was a state law that said for the 4th you provide more, you know, below market housing, then that would be fine. You know, I could get behind that, but that's what I think. So
yeah. So let me just briefly respond to that. I think the nature of state law provides a floor as far as supporting affordable housing. It does not prevent any locality from going beyond that.
But it doesn't require any locality to go beyond
That's true.
that. Okay.
That's true.
But they have. They've already given us the 4th.
I know.
Right? In effect, the fourth has already been granted because it started with, you know, we got the 3 that were mandated by the state according to the formula, and this is a 4th that the city can grant, which it apparently has.
No, that's for us to decide. We grant the historic parking variance.
So
That's right. The Historic Preservation Commission just created the district and recommends the approval of the variance.
Planning Commission has to then agree that that's an allowable additional condition.
Correct.
Okay.
So let me see if I can offer something. So if there are those that may be in favor of the project, and in my opinion, there's a 4th concession, in my mind, and again, this is not a requirement, but you know, that basically means more affordable housing is required if you're going to get a 4th concession. The other thing is that, but we saw in the report in alternative 3, if they go 57% affordable housing, you've mitigated your VMT impact. I don't think they can go that far. We've heard testimony that that's infeasible of the project, but maybe whatever they got to get to their 3rd, maybe we up it, you know, and then we've mitigated the VMT, but we've not reduced it below the level of significance. But, you know, we've heard we can mitigate, right? We haven't changed the number of units. We've just changed the amount of affordable. So I think they have 4 right now, and that's 15% of very, very low, or very low.
Very, very low.
Can I get a confirmation? 4 units, very low?
It's very low. Yeah.
And that's for, and that's 15% of the project?
That's 4.
Okay.
I believe that might be correct. It's 4 of the 22 that's allowed under the base density.
Okay, so we'd be looking at 5, up by 1 or 2, 6, like.
Oh, that's 1, at least 2.
Yeah. So instead of 26 market rate and 4 affordable, it'd be 24 market rate and 6 affordable. So I don't have the number, and we can't ask the expert because we've closed the public hearing and no one, for some reason, wants to reopen it. Even though that's my second favorite thing to do. Adjourning. So it's an option to us if we want to ask, but maybe we, approve the project with 24, because again, based on the trip data, below market generates less VMT than market rate. So we have not reduced their density. We have not, denied their project. They're still going to exceed for VMT and still have to make a statement of overriding conditions, but we've heard we can mitigate. We just can't deny. So, I'd like to know what appetite exists for that kind of path.
Well, what about another option of having 3 very low and 3 low? There's the 2 different categories, right? So 6 affordable units,
but
and 3 of them be for very low income and 3 of them be for just low income, which would allow them to collect a little more rent on those 3 units. Make it.
I'm gonna have to remind me of the density bonus calculations, but I think for low, they'd have to do more units to even get the 3 concessions they had.
In 4.
Yeah. So, yeah, we can play with those numbers and figure out something. But
What is the threshold? She's just asking, I mean,
the threshold of
number of affordable, are we really talking the right
I'll-
numbers?
Well, alternative 3 said 57% of the units need to be affordable, and that 17 of the 30, yeah. But I think we've heard from the applicant that is infeasible, and I personally agree. So, because again, these are 40-year, 17 of the 30 units would have to be below market rate
In order to get rid of the.
in order to mitigate the VMT to below levels of significance. So again,
Like a sequel person.
you can't even spell CEQA. So, yeah, we can mitigate it, but we can't eliminate it. So that may get me past my opinion, 4th concession. If we just condition it, and if they're unhappy or they don't like it, they can go appeal it, right? Like we've approved it. And again, I don't know where everyone else is, and I only thought of this because we're sitting here spinning our wheels. So let's see where we can,
I think it's a good idea.
come together. And if they're unhappy, they can go appeal it, right? If they're happy with it, then they can have their project. So I'd like to come to some sort of decision.
Me too.
Yeah.
But we don't even know if that makes any difference. I
Well,
mean, so we could do that, and it's still significant, so what good did?
Well, but it went from this level over the threshold to this level. And it's not a big impact, I'm saying, but
And that would make me more comfortable with the statement of overriding considerations, which says that you have minimized the impact to the maximum extent feasible. So that would make me feel better about that.
it doesn't help your parking.
No, I think number of vehicles goes down
It does,
when you
yeah.
have
Affordable.
low income. That's what the research says. Who knows whether that's in reality, we don't know. And these are going to be high end, so these are going to be high end, low income. So they may have cars,
Well,
who knows?
You want to,
Any thoughts? Well, like I said, I'm not gonna belabor the point if no one is on board, but
So-
what?
So adding another or 2
That's what that.
affordable units
After midnight
makes
enthusiasm.
you
is a lot
happy.
different.
happy birthday, Brandy.
Happy birthday, Brandy.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Brandy.
Isn't this just how you wanted to spend your birthday?
She's like, if you really like me.
Okay, so let me pause for a second. Okay. If we were to add a condition of additional affordable housing, basically making the finding that, we can either do it to mitigate the VMT to the extent feasible, or, as a condition of the historic parking variance, are there any foreseeable problems we should be aware of, or is that something that you want to opine on?
So from a legal perspective, right, that's what I bring to the table here. I think it would have to be framed as you're still making a statement of overriding considerations, but with the condition that some of the, however many, market rate units that were proposed would be changed to affordable, low, very low, whatever it is, as a way to reduce the VMT, even if it doesn't go below the threshold of significance. So that's how I would frame it.
Okay.
It doesn't mean it's bulletproof. I don't want to make any promises, but I just, that's how I would frame it.
Okay. It's after midnight. Nobody wants to. We'll try one more time. Anyone want to hear from the applicant? See what he thinks? It won't take much time.
Does anybody second it?
What are you saying?
To reopen the public hearing, to hear from the
Commissioner Barron, are you
applicant about these
seconding that?
changes, whether they.
I am.
Commissioner Barron, you've.
All right, so I'll make a motion to reopen the public hearing. I'd like to hear from the applicant again.
I second that.
Okay, let's take a roll call vote on this.
Lamb,
Yes.
Hensley,
Yes.
Hazelton,
Yes.
Godek,
Yes.
Boswell,
Yes.
Barrett,
Yes.
Chair Gaddis.
Yes.
Thanks. Could we hear from the, Mr. Mueller again? Hi. So, yeah, let me.
Oh, look, light's still there.
Thank you for the questions and thoughtful, creative strategies to find a resolution. Appreciate that. If we were in an open forum, I could have answered a lot of questions you guys had.
Yeah.
So there's gonna be one person per bedroom maximum on these places. This project, I've got to be transparent, is pretty stressed. Like, the landowner wants too much money for his land. The construction price has gone up 45%. Interest rates have gone up 120 basis points. And it's there, but it's not like, we're just like going to be swimming in like gold coins, like, Donald Duck or Scrooge McDuck or DuckTales, whatever, I forget that one.
Okay.
And so with the 4 affordable units, what I try to do is use Redondo Beach AMI. And it's just not in the code. I can't do it.
Yeah.
So I have to use Los Angeles County, which is way lower. And so it really hurts the. And so one thing I would like to bring up, sorry guys, it's a little late. So I've been up super early with the kids. So with the 3 incentives and the MU and the mixed use, I have an MU zone, right? And so that doesn't require me to have an extra story. It doesn't require me to use all, my concessions up. And so I could literally use one for the parking variance, right? And so with where we're at now, I can consider, and I'm thinking without my financial team behind me, I'm just like, in the spirit of agreement, in the spirit of bringing everybody's collective ideas together, like the restricted parking, like that, like I'm willing to provide one additional moderate unit. Because moderate in the eyes of LA County is like very low to Redondo Beach. So there's a different scale. And so using the same nomenclature, that's kind of how the numbers pan out. In the future, I hope that we would update kind of our tables so they would match to Redondo Beach AMI, but that's, this small project can't solve, all the parking, problems in the area, all the, buildings that don't have parking, et cetera, so I'm doing my fair share. I don't think it's unreasonable to do that. I would like to invite Michael to talk.
With the permission of the chair and the commission, Michael Schoenfeld. Thank you. I think that in order to have two minds, which collectively are probably working like one did 3 hours ago, I think it's important to reserve the right, if you guys are going to vote for the extra unit, give us a right to object to it if we find out it doesn't pencil. Because the whole notion behind state density bonus law is to make projects pencil. And I thought the way you put it was good. This one is stressed. You heard about, we know what the interest rates are doing. We know what supply chains are doing. We know what, construction delays and costs are now doing in this very uncertain time. And I just think for Jason to come out here and say, yeah, I can do it without a qualifier would be putting him out way on a limb. I did want to say something. I think, I said to you, Commissioner Lamb, and I saw Commissioner Hensley nodding. We never agreed with the way staff allocated our incentives. And, no bad marks on staff. They did a fantastic job. We work well with them. They really just sterling people and great professionals. But there is a way also, and I don't know if it solves everyone's problems, but if we did get the benefits of that MU zone, which is an on-menu incentive in your own municipal code, and we asked for it, and we should get it. We should get what goes with it. That means we could have saved an incentive that we didn't need to waste on a third story, which is an R3 incentive, not an MU incentive. Yeah. And if we did the same, I think, what was the other one for lot consolidation? Lot consolidation. We wouldn't need to do a lot consolidation. We could have used one of those two for this parking. And then it would have been sort of what you're getting at, Commissioner Hensley, about. Yeah. It would have actually been within the ambit of the state density bonus law on its face. But I throw that out there. Why? Just because it's important to see the backstory on that. And I would suggest that maybe this commission and probably the city council has discretion to reallocate accordingly. I mean, that was a staff recommendation, but you guys have discretion to say, we're going to give them the benefits of the MU and apply one of those incentives to this historical parking. Now, Commissioner Hazeltine and Lamb, your considerations are weighty ones, and we all have to consider that. But I think that we just got to find a way to get to a decision that allows this project to actually proceed. That's all.
Can I just ask one thing? I think I just heard you say that the apartments are going to be limited to one person?
Right.
And that's unequivocal?
Yep.
Yeah. So that definitely helps firm up the numbers. There's not going to be 3 people living in any of the bedrooms or anything like that, so.
Well, for those apartments, right?
Right, and I had covered that in the last meeting as well, on record. And so I pretty much remember everything I've said to you guys since I met you. And so, even with the meetings individually, and so even down to like the art, right? And so I'm trying to show that I'm here and malleable, trying to build a project that makes sense for everybody. And I would challenge anybody to try to find the best possible solution for this project on their own. It is hard. You have to have a team, So.
Let's clarify what he just said. And I think before I understood it to be the affordable units would be 1 person per bedroom. Was that right?
No, all the units will only, there'll be a maximum requirement that,
Okay.
There is a maximum. There's no more than 1 occupant per bedroom.
Okay, for the entire
I think
project.
what somebody was referencing is IBC code allows for 2 occupants per bedroom, but that's IBC, that's International Building Code. That's something different. I'm not sure who referenced that, but that's not this.
No, there were, when we're talking about how the affordability was being determined you know.
Those,
Yeah, that, during that
those
discussion.
will not be shared units. Those will be, that would not be allowed on those 4 or 5 now. If I allow the 5th unit to be a moderate 5th unit for affordability, those 5 will be reserved for families.
Okay.
I'm sorry, should I say that again?
Well, yeah, I think there was a little piece missing.
If I had coffee or something. Okay, so the affordable, the 4 that we have now, I've always anticipated those to be reserved for families and not allow for the roommate pairing option.
Right.
And this would include the 5th.
Okay, wasn't at least one of them a 1-bedroom, right?
There's no one bedroom.
They're all like 2, 3, 4
All the
bedrooms.
affordable ones are multi-bedroom.
Oh, they're all, yeah.
Okay.
There's
They
3
were,
2-bedroom and 1 5-bedroom.
Yeah.
okay, they all were prescribed, or not prescribed, but I worked with their housing department. They told me which ones would qualify and which ones they wanted. So, and then 1 occupant per bedroom would be the maximum. And also the parking stalls would be required for parking. Any other clarifications?
So we'd be looking at 122 bedrooms, 122 maximum tenants.
Not necessarily, because there could be office uses there, people working from home. And I think that what I almost called you Professor Hensley, Commissioner Hensley was alluding to is that just because there's 122 bedrooms doesn't mean there's gonna be 122 cars. Because there's also young kids, young adults, babies, you know what I mean? Like people are taking care of senior, like there's so many like different, things that go into account. And so that's why these parking requirements are done. And so I'm not a parking expert, but I can imagine like, I didn't always have a car. I mean, I remember before college, after college, I didn't have a car. I didn't need a car. I worked kind of where I lived. So I'm hoping to answer your question. I know it's getting late. I'm rambling on.
That's okay.
Chair.
Well, 90% of residents in the South Bay have cars. So I think, I think that's unequivocal. But nonetheless, knowing the commitment to 1 person per bedroom, I think is a good step forward.
Absolutely.
That would be 71, you have 71 parking spaces. That would be 50 on the street, right? Coupled with the commercial, right? Coupled with some of the empty spots on the street and the permit, right? That's going to protect, the permit is going to protect the residents surrounding, right? So they're not going to be impacted by those 51 cars that are going to come on the street. So I think that's a much better scenario than what we were seeing before.
Right. Also, we're providing bus passes as well. There's a lot of different mitigations that the CEQA studies had recommended to us, so certain parking for like the people that work in the kind of retail components as well. And so we're also following and complying with those additional, also with the use of, Uber has been very popular, whether you like it or not, electric bikes are very popular right now. And it's like, the future is here. We got to accommodate for it. Like I'm trying to provide all the brand new uses and technology that's coming to us from all the top tier universities and urban planning institutes all around the country. And I'm trying to implement it in our beautiful city of Redondo Beach. And as you can see, I'm open. So I'm willing to provide 1 additional affordable, moderate unit.
Okay, can I ask a question about that? So in my mind, there's a certain number of units percentage you have to provide for each concession. That's kind of like in the state law. So currently it's 4 very low is what you had proposed. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. I guess my goal is, and the VMT study, as I heard earlier, or maybe at the last meeting, that it doesn't signify between any level of below income. It's just below market, and market is how the trips are treated. Getting a head nod, so that, okay, good. Yeah, I read. So could we basically do 3 very low and 2 low and 1 moderate? So you have 6, but you only have 3 very low. Does that make sense? Like kind of trading 1 very low and basically getting 2 more units to 6, but different mix. And I know you don't have your numbers guy, and I don't know what pencils, but I don't think 1 additional unit is not how and there's no law for this. This is.
No, I get it. No, we're talking
live,
shop.
like,
No, I got you. So like, I know without, running the numbers is that the additional unit's going to hurt a lot. And because it runs for 40 years, and it's a big hit in the pro forma. And so the whole incentive program is to help build affordable housing. The issue is that the metrics for the rents are broken.
Yeah.
And so that's why there's density provided and incentives provided. And so the more affordable units you build, you're pretty much giving them away for free at cost, at 0% return on cost. So it's unfinanceable, right? And so if you were to continue providing more affordable units, then the concessions and stuff should build to compensate for that loss. And I think that we're at a very thin equilibrium, and just a sneeze can make this project go into a hemorrhage. The only reason why I have my equity partners and debt partners is because I've been successful in working hard over the last 20 years. And my biggest investors are my old bosses and my professors from USC. Straight up. That's how you build a business, so I'm just only stating that because if it was another developer, it would probably not be feasible in this environment. They would have a lot of no's from the financial equity markets.
Okay.
Specific.
Yep, let me confirm. Commissioners, going from 4 to 5, is that sufficient? In my mind, it was 6, but that's just, again, this is.
I would have liked to have seen 6. That's prime real estate, and your market rent rates or your market rate rents are going to be pretty high.
Anyone else?
So moderate and market are almost like half. It's a huge difference.
Okay.
The word moderate sounds nice, but it's not. It's very low.
Isn't it 120?
Actual rents are very low.
Isn't it 120% of the median LA County wage?
AMI, yeah, but it's
okay.
it's of the county though, so it's different.
Okay.
I heard somebody back there.
Anyone? 5? Is that enough?
Better than 4.
Better than it is 25% more than 4.
Yeah.
And remember that I reduced 5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
I provided additional 10 parking spots inside.
Yeah, and again, the only reason this is the pathway is because you are getting this, again, in my mind, additional concession. So that's why we're doing this. And I understand that the city, gave you this pathway, and the city also enforced R3 zoning on you. And we got to go with what they tell us is the application of the law, so.
Right, and Mr. Kettles obviously has a lot more experience in SB 1818 and case law, along with Michael Schoenfeld. And so them, along with Antonio, have helped guide us towards a very, successful project that both sides could win, and there won't be any risk of any type of anything. And I don't like that we're saying that. I don't like that we're talking in that way. We should be talking like, do you like the project? Yeah. Do you like the design? Do you like that there's housing? Do you like that there's a small mixed use component to have neighborhood retail? That's where I'm coming from. Like the legal implications and kind of like that nuance, that's to protect economics and continued growth of sustainable growth for companies. But from my perspective, it's we're doing urban planning in unison with the city. And before we met you, we've been working with them for 4 years. So that's a long time. We're not shooting off the cuff or rolling the dice. So I hope that answered your question. I think that's the best I could do at this moment.
Okay.
So I'm sorry I can give you all of it, but at least half of it.
Would that one extra unit, would that be one of the 5-bedroom or the 4-bedroom or one of the remaining 2 bedrooms?
I'm going to leave that up to staff's representative for the housing department, whatever they kind of quantify. They're more qualified than I to make that determination.
So let me, okay, so it seems like, okay, all right, thank you. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. No one else wants to hear.
I'll second.
Sure.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no. Motion carries. Public hearing is now closed.
All right. Thoughts?
Motion open.
So you've negotiated a deal.
Yeah.
You want to make a motion to,
Yeah, so well, let me check. It seems like I didn't win over everybody.
no, not even close.
Not
Did
close.
you, did we want to go,
Things that were.
We wanna go through.
DMT.
did you want to go through the potential revisions to the resolution, and then you can determine if
Yeah,
that's.
well, let me, before we do that, I don't,
Yeah, you called out earlier, was there a particular thing that, I mean, as the conversation?
I'm good.
Okay.
Commissioner Boswell, Commissioner Barron,
What's your question?
Are you okay with one?
Are you okay with one additional below market? It would be a
That's as
moderate
good
rate.
as we're going to get.
There'll be 25 market rate, 5, 1 moderate, and 4 very low.
It would help with VMT a little bit because affordability. Not
So I'm
a whole
thinking
lot,
that you can almost give up a very low and have, 2 moderates or even 3 moderates.
Would they still qualify for the density bonus and all that if they did that?
3 below market?
Very low.
Oh, 3 very low, okay.
So we have
Thoughts?
4 very low and 1 moderate as it stands right now.
That's what the applicant
That's what
agreed
they've
to.
offered.
Yeah.
Okay. I've
We
got
could try
nothing,
something else.
I got
and then
nothing to add to that.
They're unhappy. So that would be acceptable? Okay. Not acceptable?
No.
Not acceptable? Okay.
It doesn't
We
change
have
the
a-
project that much, and that's why we can't love the project all of a sudden and pass it on just simply because it has one more
Yeah.
affordable unit. It doesn't, the project is still the project.
Yeah, and it's parked to state law, so there are 448 cars. They can take it up with our state legislatures. Like,
Right.
Yeah, we're really kind of a little bit boxed in by the state law, which is why there's a statewide initiative to change the California Constitution to make this impossible.
I don't like it. I think there should be exceptions in the coastal zone, but again, the commercials is driving the parking loss, right? So all they're gonna do is just scrape the commercial and say, okay, here's your project that meets state law.
But maybe the people that live in that area would be happier with just 30 apartment buildings
Maybe.
and not have the commercial so that there was parking on the place and that they weren't so put out. It really, there is a parking problem there.
But if these are historical landmark buildings, they can't just tear them down, right? They would have to
Well, they
first have
could.
that.
That's why they have an appeal against
Have an appeal of the.
So as I was,
Yeah.
as I was about to finish that sentence by saying unless they reverse that ruling.
Yeah,
Right.
they're poised.
Thanks for finishing my sentence.
Do
So,
you think those buildings are historical?
The Masons building is definitely historical, and the blacksmith shop is historical, but then so is the building that used to be the train station, and they're tearing that down. So what they've done with these buildings is they've previous owners or developers or whoever have altered these buildings so that they don't appear to be historical, but they are. They need to be restored back to, ideally restored back to their original appearance, but then it's not going to really look that good with a blacksmith shop and a mason's hangout. along with this pseudo Cape Cod looking thing.
Okay, well, let's keep moving forward.
So I think leaving it as a historical zone, probably better than not.
Okay, when it comes to conditions, I have a couple comments. I don't know where everyone else is. I want this project to meet the outdoor living space requirement. I don't think it currently does. To the extent feasible, later, I don't know, I'm very flexible to that, but changing that recreation room to meet the requirement as I interpret it, or as you know, if that's the way we go, but I'd like to make that a condition that, you know, that it has to meet it more than what we saw today. I don't know how to do that. 1 a.m. words escape me, so if you could help me with that.
We could draft something.
Yeah.
That's the, let me go back, the recreation room and lunchroom.
Yeah. Yeah, not only modified, but it has to be adjacent to whatever the code says. Like the code says adjacent to or immediately adjacent to, like it has to, whatever the code says, it has to meet, in my opinion. Like that's what I'd like that condition to say. Like, well, even more general than that, like the 1,200 and, I don't know, the total calculation has to meet the code. Like the 1,200 square feet could be somewhere else on a building, somewhere else, move it, you know, that's all minor modifications, but, or you can make that room adjacent to the roof deck or connected or whatever, but, you know, I don't want a foosball table put in that room as designed and call that met, because it's not. So,
What is met, would it be?
like
a rec room, like.
Well, the rec room and it has to be adjacent to qualifying outdoor.
Adjacent to an open space.
Yeah, so, which this is not.
Adjacent to.
According to the code. Can I clarify the project must be modified to?
Modified.
Yeah, how that's done, I will leave. Okay.
Can I add something, not to your, but another one? As another condition, the applicant has expressed his rule on that there will be a maximum of one tenant per bedroom.
Yeah.
And so let's build it in.
Can we do that?
Can we do that?
Can we call it VMT mitigation?
Do you mind if I go through what I have so far so you can see some of the findings that I just want to make sure that we're putting the language in a way that's going to work for everyone. So let me start. The first was just correcting that, you know, we had multiple hearings. I had put these 3 findings to address and further mitigate the impacts of VMT at the September 15, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. The applicant agreed to convert one of the market rate units to a moderate income deed restricted unit. I'm sorry.
I didn't think we did that.
Yeah, that's fine. The 4 very low was original and we added modern.
The next is at the September 15, 2022 Planning Commission meeting.
Make sure this is worded.
The applicant has confirmed that, the 4 very low affordable and the one moderate income deed restricted units would have one lessee each, meaning, and I put that as one lessee because it would be under one lease instead of like having, I just don't know how better to put that as far as the language. I think it's for one household, but I don't know how, I mean, I could have one household each.
The applicant confirmed that the project would not permit more than one tenant per bedroom.
That's I have that as number 10 here.
Yeah.
But for number 9, it was about, he testified that he expected the affordable units to be to one family. And
And the sharing.
Right.
you know, rather than the roommate situation.
Okay.
So it could be one household each, not to be rented as roommate.
Rented individually or rented per bedroom?
As individual bedrooms. Does that make sense?
Okay.
I like it.
At the September 15, 2022 Planning Commission meeting, sorry, I was typing fast. The applicant confirmed that the project would not permit more than one person per bedroom.
Person or tenant?
Yeah, because are there any?
I think he intended tenant because, you know, some people may have, for example, even the affordables, they may end up having multiple children and they could have multiple children in there, so.
Like a husband and wife in a 2-bedroom, they'd be in 1 bedroom.
They have to be in separate bedrooms, yeah.
Then they have one, right, okay, so one tenant per bedroom. Okay, so those are, let me get to the next. That was the one that we just mentioned. What I added, and this was under, as we were going through the different, the different reviews, what the criteria were for each and how those are being met. And this one, in accordance with, it has the sections here, and it's talking about the approval of the request for the conditional use permit for a density bonus 30-unit multifamily residential project, inclusive of 4 very low income and 1 moderate income deed restricted units. So that has that, and then it has all the additional uses in there. So it was just adding that clarification of the 4 very low and the 1 moderate. This was the finding that Commissioner Barrett had on the, just referencing that parking study. Here we have the allowed hours. I also had that included in the outdoor dining, because again, what if they don't want to do it for all those hours? So we have it for that, for the tasting room, we have that for the coffee shop. I'm just going to scroll down here.
Can we go back real quick, Brandy?
Oh, sure.
For the hours, I wasn't looking so close before, as I was not inclined. For the tasting room, is 10 a.m., like, do we want it overlapping with the coffee shop? I thought they were supposed to be separate.
It would have to, because the coffee shop goes till 10 o'clock in the evening too. So they're going to overlap, just depends on how much.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't suggest like double tasting.
Double shot means a whole new thing, right?
Unless it's 10 minutes from now.
Okay, so moving on. Let me do video again, search. Sorry, we're gonna have to go through these. Here were the additional ones that we've already talked about. The project shall adhere to Redondo Beach Municipal Code 10-5, 1702D1, restricting use of required parking spaces to vehicle parking, that only. The Planning Commission recommends that the applicant have a condition to the same effect in the CC&Rs for the development. Oops, sorry about that. No residential unit will exceed 5 bedrooms, and the mix of units will be restricted to the proposed 18 5-bedroom units, 1 to be affordable, 4 4-bedroom units, and 8 2-bedroom units, 3 to be affordable. And if you wanted, we could add here
And a medium income to be determined,
moderate
whatever.
income. The,
Can we pick one, or can we, like, how should we? Can we say one of the 4-bedroom ones should be
one of the 4-bedroom
should be the affordable unit, or? And then the other condition about modifications of the planning director, minor modifications, is that minor?
4 and 5.
I don't know if that one would be minor. That's why I was just going to put the bedroom makeup for moderate income unit to be approved by the planning division. Because we'll coordinate with the community services as well as review their pro forma information they may have. If the surrounding neighborhood is designated as preferential parking by the city council per the Redondo Beach Municipal Code, the Planning Commission recommends that the permit is designated by geographical location / addresses, but not including the location of the subject site. The residential component of the project meets the required off-street parking standards, and the applicant asserts is sufficient. Yeah,
Could you just go back? I think there was a dot missing
okay.
right before permit, and third line recommends that dot. Permit?
Can I clarify the surrounding neighborhood? Do we mean the 4 streets immediately adjacent?
Council will decide.
Okay, so surrounding neighborhood is,
They may find that it needs to be, that's the evaluation, the criteria that they'll look at, yeah.
You can call it the impact area.
one other thing, is it if any one of the streets in the surrounding neighborhood, or do they have to designate the whole neighborhood?
They will designate a zone and they'll evaluate, I think, each of the, the parking areas that would be designated.
Okay.
Okay. The affordable housing for the project will remain affordable through the required deed restriction timeframe or through attrition after the affordable timeframe deed restriction has expired, whichever is later. This is also applicable to the moderate income unit.
Thank you.
Can you say the below market units instead of the affordable housing?
I'm going to leave it at that. Otherwise, I'm going to start going to the state density bonus law and like trying to find what their specific language is. To address and further mitigate the impacts of VMT, one of the market rate units will be converted to a moderate income deed restricted unit. Yes, I do make mistakes after midnight. These are not bad mistakes. The applicant has confirmed that the 4 very low, affordable, and moderate income, and the 1 moderate income deed restricted units will only have 1 lessee each. The project must be modified to meet the outdoor living space requirements according to the Redondo Beach Municipal Code. And I think we had that other requirement about each, the number of tenants per room or something. Yeah, let me find that. Sorry. Apologies for the scrolling. If you weren't tired before.
Why are we using the word tenant instead of person?
Because spouses or couples may occupy one room. There may be children
You may
that
have a
may
friend
share a
over.
room.
And so they could have, a tenant could be a family, and they could have a family in each bedroom?
That is where I am open to suggestions on how you want to define that. I put something there. I think I had previously said one person per bedroom, and that's when we got into the whole.
Averaging one person per bedroom. You got 5 people, you got 5 bedrooms. It's exactly as we thought it would be.
But I
And
think
if
that's
you
where we were
have
looking at. We could say,
5 people and 2 of them want to be in one bedroom, then they got an open bedroom to make an office.
I think the issue is if you had, if you had multiple children, say you're in one of the 2-bedroom or and you have, 3 kids, and you're going to have, or even if you only had 2 kids, you're still going to have more than one person per bedroom.
A family with 3 kids is probably 5 people. You can't, under these rules, they wouldn't be allowed to rent a 2-bedroom. They'd have to rent something larger.
I don't think you want to make that restriction, because if you're doing that with affordability, you do have to allow for that sharing of bedrooms for
I'm not talking
children.
about affordability. I'm talking about the regular apartments. It's one family per affordable apartment, however many people they have. If they agree to lease to them,
You
then
guys
they
make
do
the
it.
decision, tell me what to write. These are your conditions, not mine.
I'm just trying to understand
suggesting,
what it is
Doug?
we're getting locked into.
Doug, what kind of wording do you want?
I want wording that says exactly what the applicant wanted, one person per bedroom. That's what he offered. Now, but it's not exactly realistic.
Wait, huh?
It's not realistic
With the
that,
exception if they have children to be considered.
or spouses.
Yeah, but that also, doesn't consider a husband and wife renting a 2-bedroom.
So a 5-bedroom unit can go to how many tenants? If one tenant you can have one tenant per bedroom, and a tenant could be a whole family, or back where we started. It has to be a different term than tenant, or tenant has to be
I
described
am
differently.
open to that. I understand your point. The point is, what's your recommendation?
If you ask me one more time, I'm gonna reopen public comments. I have taken note of your request. It's on the it's on the short list, way back at the end.
We'll word it.
I don't know what I want. I'm asking questions to figure out what works. I know it's late and it's hard to follow me, because
You have
this
a
is actually
partner-
way before my
A
bedtime.
partner
I'm
and
fine.
3 kids. So you have a partner and 3 kids. How many rooms should they be able to?
He offered one person per room. Okay, now, we can change that in some way. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's not that I have some idea that I want to force on anybody. I want to figure out a way to where this works, and we're not back where we started with 5 people in a room.
I guess one person per room, it doesn't exactly.
One person per room.
It doesn't cover it because the husband and wife
Spouse is
can't share a room.
exempted.
Hey, there are
One
rules.
person per room,
That's not
spouse is
legitimate.
exempted.
I know, but
Children exempted. Single adults,
I
one
think
person
you're
per
also,
bedroom.
you may still be discriminating against people who say spouses. That's gonna put that out there.
Significant others.
Let me just put something out there.
Then the best thing we can do is say 2 people per bedroom. 2 people per bedroom.
I'll try something. If Commissioner Boswell, do you mind? I try something?
I'm probably going to mind no matter what anyone says at this point, but go ahead.
Okay, thanks. What if it's like each unit shall have no more than the number of bedrooms of that unit? Like, so a 5-bedroom can have 5 people and a 2-bedroom can have 2 people.
Isn't that one person per room?
Yeah, but it's not saying that you
For
have
the
to.
5-bedroom, you can decide where they go.
Oh, I see.
What about no more than 5 adults? I don't.
Well, but even the kids thing, right? Like, can we just strike the whole condition?
No.
Well, if you're not going to vote for it anyway, what, like, is that going to make you vote for it?
I'm fine with person per
No,
bedroom. I'm fine with that.
I feel better that it's restricted, how many people could be in the building and there won't be 300. Yeah, it makes me feel better.
I'm fine with person. Is there any reason why that's?
Well,
I think we go back to the children and significant
Children
others.
accepted.
or-
Exception for children.
One person per bedroom.
Adult?
One
adult per
person
bedroom,
per
but husband and wife
bedroom,
can't sleep in the-
but you can sleep anywhere you
No,
want.
but once you write it in there, that's what that means.
By adding that to the condition.
Even on, and sometimes that's going to be on the couch.
Get out of here.
I'm
Okay,
just going
so
from
it's
personal experience.
how many ever people there are, there can only be that many
I don't
in a
think that's right.
unit.
Yeah,
How do
that's
you write
what
that?
that's what I tried, but I don't like that.
Okay,
The,
is that it?
would not permit in.
What did we just get?
Haven't decided.
Person.
One person per bedroom,
In a single unit.
and
Hold on, I gotta get
you can
mine.
use the bedrooms any way you want. They can be offices, they can be storerooms, or they can be places where people sleep in small or large groups.
I don't think that's the point.
But isn't the idea that if it's a five?
There you go.
bedroom, you're gonna be no more than 5 people?
Of course, if you get a two-bedroom and all of a sudden now you've got a kid,
You might have multiple kids in a bedroom.
Okay,
it just gets
More than one adult
complicated.
person per bedroom?
So they're saying it's
Hope you're not
discriminatory.
married.
No. Well, no, but we're saying that they can use the bedrooms whichever, however, in whatever configuration, they just, the numbers need to add up.
Yes.
Unit, oh, okay. To have more than one person per bedroom. Okay.
Maybe replace person with adult?
no, she said that was discriminatory.
Project cannot permit.
All right, does anybody object to that?
I don't think I said
No,
that. I didn't say
think
that about the
discriminating part was saying
adult.
spouses.
I'm sorry?
I was just, because, no, I was referring to Commissioner Boswell said something about spouses, and I said that could be discriminatory, but do you want to say?
But if we were to say children are exempted, would that be discriminatory?
I don't know, because they're dependent.
I would encourage the commission to avoid trying to slice and dice by spouses and children versus adults.
Yes.
And if you're going to go down this path, just pick a number. Even a fraction, like 1.5 per bedroom if you're looking for a compromise. But just to keep it clean, and don't try to define it based on age or familial
Well,
status.
if there's if it's a 5-bedroom unit, then the idea was that there would be 5 humans. And we don't care where
No
they're
more
sleeping.
than.
How do we word that?
Just like that.
Just
Yep.
like this.
Well, that's fine, then.
What does it say? The project
Humans.
would not-
Project will not permit in a unit more than one person per bedroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Doesn't matter how they configure them.
Right.
anybody have an objection to that?
So a husband and wife with 3 kids has to have a 5-bedroom?
Yes, the way
Sure,
that
it's
is.
kind of limiting,
yes.
isn't it?
Okay, it just is.
Hey, the kids all want their own bedrooms anyway. Trust me. You love
Okay,
it,
so
didn't
that's what we had for conditions. Let's see. That was it.
you? A couple of years from now, somebody goes
Okay.
and checks and they've got like 400 people.
Any other changes? Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution by title only. What's the rest of it?
With the,
Approving the project, or,
with
sorry.
the amendments agreed to.
Okay.
Or with the, you could just say with the amendments.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to adopt by title only the resolution with the amendments made.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. We have a roll call vote.
Lamb,
No.
Hensley,
Yes.
Hazelton,
No?
Godek,
Yes.
Boswell,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Chair Gaddis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wait, was that the real vote?
All right. No, our meeting's not yet done.
No.
We have.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. I worked hard. We'll all have a beer. Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay. Do I have a motion? No, we don't have to motion to close anything, do we?
One more thing on there.
Yeah, we do.
You're good to go.
Okay. Items continued from previous agendas. Do we have any? None. Items for discussion prior to action. Have anything? No.
Yeah, we had the item for discussion and possible action on the
Oh, right.
formation of an
Oh, okay.
objective
Oh,
residential
right,
design
yeah, the
standards.
subcommittee, design,
subcommittee.
residential design standards review subcommittee.
Why don't you look at me?
Your idea, wasn't it?
It was. All right. I'm going to make this as quick as can be. So upcoming, we do have objective residential design standards review. I think all of us have opinions. We've talked about it once, I think, as a commission. But as we've seen, after a few months on the commission and working together, it's really hard to make something good at 1 a.m. together. So what I propose, or the reason this is a discussion, is I really think it would be more efficient and more beneficial to basically make a subcommittee of the commission to basically work on this and then bring it to the commission, and then we all look at it. So subcommittee can be up to 3, could be 2, but doesn't have to be 4. Could not be 4.
Okay.
So just to clarify, the majority of the body can't meet outside of the meeting.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
So,
sorry.
yeah, that's, and the 2 or 3 cannot talk to the others. That's not a subcommittee. But I really think it'd be more efficient, and my ultimate goal is to bring pictures, and this is, I have a whole lot of this is what's wrong kind of thing. And I'd like to make it more efficient because we're probably only gonna get 1 crack at it. And it's really hard to do on the fly. And blue folder items at 5 p.m., I barely have time to glance. So
you're making a motion to form this?
Well, that's what I would like to do, but I'd like to know.
Do I have a second?
Well, I don't know how many.
I'll
but I'd like
second.
to know.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Wait, I didn't make a motion. There's no motion. Because the first we gotta and I don't even think possible action on the formation, I'm not even sure we can, maybe I'll have to ask. I think there's multiple steps to a subcommittee. I forget, but,
You select, whoever,
okay.
if any of you want to volunteer, up
Yeah,
to
so I need
3,
I
you
need-
volunteer. And then you make a motion and second, and you form it. And then the subcommittee itself can decide when to meet. And
Okay, yeah, so this will be outside of the meeting. Who would like to be on a residential design guideline subcommittee?
I will.
1, 2, 3.
That's 3.
There you go.
Can you guys, I think that's
Dodge that bullet.
North Redondo.
There you go. You're all set. Okay, so now we make a motion?
so the motion would be to form objective residential design standards review subcommittee.
Yeah.
With members Lamb, Hensley, and Barrett.
Mhm.
So that'd be the motion.
Okay.
A second
Let me
and a
just,
vote.
yeah, I just want to one more thing. We can all agree, Commissioner Barron, Commissioner
You just
Lamb.
can't take yes for an answer,
I cannot.
can you?
You got to clarify. This is how you stay out of trouble. We can't talk to anyone else, right? About this topic, right? That's clear.
That'd be correct, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's okay. Okay, it's just gonna be the 3 of us, and then we'll have to report back to the whole commission.
It's your last chance to get out.
Yeah. So,
Do I hear
okay.
a motion?
Yeah, so I'll make a motion then to create objective residential design standards review subcommittee of Commissioner Lamb, myself, and Commissioner Barron.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say no. Motion carries. Subcommittee is formed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so, it's up to me, huh? Items from staff.
Yeah, I just have one thing to report. The housing element has been certified.
Yeah, good work. So awesome.
That's it. I don't think we need to have any bandwidth for anything else, so.
You should have seen how proud we were at the commissioner training on Monday. We were all like, we are
Certified.
Commissioner training.
in front of all the HCD people.
Oh, you didn't see it?
You didn't get an email on the training?
I might have missed it.
That was sent out to all the commissioners, right?
Yeah, I must have missed
There
it.
will be more.
You and I
There will be more
spent the
than-
day together.
Oh, that's right. We'll make sure as more come available, we'll make sure that commissioners are
But
aware.
everybody was sent that.
Yeah, I probably just missed it.
Okay. Yeah, it was downtown.
It was sent a while ago, but I think it was sent back at the end of July. Yeah.
Okay,
Barely a month ago.
got it.
All right, so commission items and referrals to staff? Nothing? Oh, okay. All right. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.